Subodhasanak Veva. Good morning to everyone. Today we celebrate the last full moon day of the year, the Undua Poya. There are various reasons behind Undua Poya which are very important for us, especially for Sri Lankan people. As you are aware, the Buddha Sasana in Sri Lanka was established by great Arahantera Mahamahinda, the son of Emperor Asoka in India. When he established the Bhikkhu Sasana, or order of the monks, some women also requested that they wanted to get ordination. As Mahamahinda Thera understood the importance of the request of the women, he informed to the king, Devanam Piyatissa, that they want to invite to Sanghamitta to establish the Bhikkhuni order in Sri Lanka. As you know, King Devanam Piyatissa and Emperor Asoka were very good friends. They exchanged many gifts. As the result, Emperor Asoka had sponsored for the Mahamahinda Thera's mission to Sri Lanka. Then, on this occasion, Emperor Asoka encouraged his daughter Sanghamitta to go to Sri Lanka, establish the Bhikkhuni order. According to that request, Sanghamitta Theri with entourage, accompanied with another 10 nuns, and arrived to Sri Lanka on the full moon day of Unduap. Very important, she had brought very great sacred Bodhi sapling to Sri Lanka, which was taken from the mother tree in Bodh Gaya where the Buddha attained enlightenment. That Bodh sapling was welcomed by King Devanam Piyatissa with great reverence and brought in a perahara to Anuradhapura and planted in the Mahameuna Uyana in the presence of Mahamahinda Thera and other nobles, kings and ministers. Ever since, his Bodhi tree was venerated by people like living Buddha. Also, Sanghamitta Theri visited Sri Lanka with 10 nuns. They all together established the Bhikkhuni order in Sri Lanka. Anula Devi, queen of King Devanam Piyatissa, requested that she want to enter to the Bhikkhuni order. So Sanghamitta Theri first ordained Anula Devi, and other women, noble women in the country that time, they also get the ordination. This way, the Bhikkhuni order was established in Sri Lanka. According to the historical records, 1,000 years remained the Bhikkhuni order in Sri Lanka when Bhikkhuni Anula entered to the order. Then Bhikkhuni order started. Then actually in Sri Lanka, Buddhism established as a process. Great Thera Arahant Mahamahinda Thera established Bhikkhu order. Then after the process become completed, when Sanghamitta Theri established Bhikkhuni order. So the establishment of Buddha Sasana in Sri Lanka was completed. At the same time, the entourage of Sanghamitta Theri accompanied the Guild of Craftsmen, carpenters, builders, painters, architects, sculptors, so on and so forth. All they have arrived to Sri Lanka with Sanghamitta Theri. That means that time in India, Mauryan culture was very, very developed culture. All the Mauryan culture introduced to Sri Lanka when this guild of craftsmen arrived to Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan people, some people became apprentice of these skilled craftsmen, and they started to build stupas and buildings and water canals and the city of Anuradhapura. This way, Anuradhapura city became the sacred city of Buddha Sasana. So the kings became the protectors of Buddha Sasana. City was included all the stupas like Ruvammeli Mahasaya and other Dagabas and all the important buildings. So this way, in Sri Lanka, the cultural awakening took place after the arrival of Sanghamitta. We celebrate Sanghamitta's arrival to Sri Lanka on full moon day of Unduap. As the Unduapoya, the last full moon day of the year, we don't miss this important opportunity to practice the Buddha's teaching, practicing meditation, and also performing other pujas, and also listening to the sermon. We can achieve this day practicing our program actually very relevant for everyone. Today we have program this day from 9 to 6. All of you can join via online this program. We invite to you, don't miss this opportunity as the last day, our last full moon day of the year. We all can observe Sila, Atthanga Sila, and we can practice meditation. We will be guided, and also listening to the Dhamma talk. Very important for all of us as a very important Poya day in the Buddhist calendar. Now let us start this day understanding the significance of the day. We all get prepared to start this program. I would like to invite you to kneel down in a quiet area at your residence and pay homage to the Buddha you can get prepared to observe 8 precepts. Would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu? And say Namo Tassa 3 times. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Would you recite this formula? Okasa, okasa, okasa. Aham bhante tisaranena sadding. Attanga silang dhammang yachami. Anugrahang katva silang detame bhante. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Duteyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Duteyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Duteyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Saranaгаmanang sampunnam. Panatipata viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinadana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Abrahmacharya viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musavada viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Suramiraya majjapama dattana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Vikala bhojana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Nacha gita vadita visuka dasana mala. Gandha vilepana dharana mandana. Vibhusanatthana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. උච්චාසයන ආසයනා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි. ඉමානි උපෝසත අට්ඨාංග සීලානි සමාදියාමි. ඉමානි උපෝසත අට්ඨාංග සීලානි සමාදියාමි. ඉමානි උපෝසත අට්ඨාංග සීලානි සමාදියාමි. සාදු සාදු සාදු.
As we are celebrating the Sanghamitta day, this full moon day, let us offer these offerings to the Buddha, reciting our Pali stanzas, and we pay respect to the triple gem, reciting stanzas. You all can join with us to recite these stanzas. Vannagandha guno pitang etang kusuma santating pujayami muning dasa siripada saroruhe pujimi buddhang kusumena nena punyena mitena chahotu mokkang Pupang milayati ataidang me kayo tathayati vina sebhavang pujimi dhammang kusume nena punyena mete Neche hotu mokkang puppang milayati ata idang mi kayo yati vinasa bhavang pujimi sanghang kusumi nanena punyena miti neche hotu mokkang puppang milayati idang mi kayo tatayati vinasa bhavang ghana sarapadite nadipena tamadang sina tilokadipang sang buddhang pujaya mitamonudang gandha sangbhara yuttena dupe nang sugandhina pujaye pujaniyantang puja bhajana mattama sugandhang sitalang kapang pasanna madhurang subhang paniyametang bhagava vatiganhatang uttamang itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්ම සාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති සහක්කාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සන්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ එහි පස්සිකෝ පනයිකෝ පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤුහිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ උජ්ජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස යුගා අට්ඨ පුරිස පුග්ගලා ඒස භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ආහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි කරණියෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤාකේතං lokasati sadhu sadhu. Let us recite the Karaniya Metta Sutta. You all can join with us. Karaniya matta kusalena yantang santa padang abhisamecca sakko ujuca Suvacho jasa madhu anatimani santasa kocha subharocha appagichocha sallakavati santindriyocha nipakocha appegabbo kulesu ananugiddo Nechekhuddang samachari kinchien vinyu pari upavadeyum sukino kimino hontu sabbe satta bhavanta sukitata ye kichi pana bhutati tasava tavrava anavasesa digavaye manta majjima rasakanukatula dittava Vyaditaye chadure vasanti avidure bhutavas bhavisiva sabbe satta bhavanta sukhitata Naparo parang nikobeta nati manni kathachinang kanchi vyarosana patigasang nanya manyasa dukkhamichaya mata Yathaniyan Patang Ayusa Eka Putta Manurakhi Evam Pisabha Bhutesu Manasang Bhavaye Apariman Mettancha Sabha Lokasming Manasa Bhavaye Aparimana Uddhang Adocha Tiriyancha Asangbadang Avirang Asam Dittang Charang Nisinno Vasayano Yavatasa Vigata Middo Etang Sating Teya Brahma Metang Vihara Idama Udittincha Anupe Silevadasanena Sampanno Kamesu Vinaya Geda Nahi Jatu Gabaseyang Punareti. Next item is to have a bit of meditation. So, Venerable Kassapa will lead the meditation practice.
We will practice the meditation on metta, and before our practice, let us listen to the discourse on loving kindness. One who is skilled in the good and who wishes to attain that state of calm nibbana should act thus. One should be sincere to oneself, upright and conscientious, of soft speech, gentle and not proud, contented, living simply, peaceful and unburdened, with senses calmed, prudent, modest and without showing anxiety for support. One should not commit any slight wrong on account of which wise men might censure one. May all beings be happy and secure. May their hearts be wholesome. Whatever living beings there be, those mentally feeble or strong, physically long, stout or medium, short, small or large, those seen or unseen, dwelling far or near, those who are born and those who are to be born. May all beings without exception be happy-minded. Let none deceive another nor despise any person, whatsoever in any place, in anger or ill will, let one not wish any harm to another. Just as a mother would protect her only child at the risk of her own life, even so let one cultivate a boundless heart towards all beings. Let thoughts of infinite love pervade the whole world, above, below and around, without any obstruction, without any hatred, without any enmity. Whether standing, walking, sitting or lying down, as long as one is awake, this mindfulness should be developed. This, the wise say, is the highest conduct here. Not embracing false views, virtuous and endowed with insight, giving up attachment to sense desires. Indeed, such a person does not come again for repeated becoming. Let us now practice meditation on metta. And before we start the meditation, please sit in a comfortable posture, keeping your body straight, and gently close your eyes. Keeping your eyes closed, first relax your body, starting with the top of your head, the muscles on the top of your head. Relax the muscles on the top of your head. And relax your forehead. Relax your eyebrows and your eyes. Keep your eyes gently closed. Relax your cheeks and your chin. Relax the muscles around your neck. Relax your shoulders and let them drop. Relax your chest and your abdomen. Relax your hands and rest them on your lap. Relax your thighs and relax your calf muscles. Relax your feet and your toes. Keep your body fully and completely relaxed from the top of your head to your toes. And bring your mind to your practice, the present moment, to your meditation. In your relaxed mind, generate metta, loving kindness. Generate thoughts of loving kindness, unconditional love in your mind. And radiate metta from your mind first towards yourself for your own well-being and happiness. Wishing your own well-being and happiness. Radiate thoughts of loving kindness towards yourself. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. And next, radiate your metta towards others, wishing their well-being and happiness. Starting with your loved ones. Radiate your metta, thoughts of loving kindness, towards your loved ones, wishing their well-being and happiness. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, relatives, and friends be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta from your mind towards others. Think of your friends and other friendly people, and send your metta from your mind towards them for their well-being and happiness. May my friends and everyone friendly to me. Be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta, loving kindness, from your mind next towards other people. People known to you and unknown to you. May everyone else may the people living in this country and in this world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Next, radiate your metta towards people unfriendly, who are not friendly to you, wishing their well-being and happiness. May everyone unfriendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And radiate your metta towards all other beings, living beings. May all other living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, living on the earth and in this universe, may all living beings be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others, your loved ones, friends and friendly people, and all human beings, people unfriendly, and all living beings. Keep generating metta and radiating metta from your mind. And keep your mind full of loving kindness, full of metta, thoughts of loving kindness. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, my relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and all other friendly people to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May everyone known to me and may everyone unknown to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all human beings living in this world, all over this world, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May everyone unfriendly to me, people who are not friendly to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings, may all sentient beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, dwelling far or near, those who are born and those who are to be born, may all living beings be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others, equally wishing well-being and happiness of all, just as you wish your own well-being and happiness. Wishing the well-being and happiness of all living beings in this universe. And generating your metta towards all directions in the universe. And keep your mind generating and radiating metta and full of thoughts of loving kindness. Keep your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness, and radiating loving kindness towards all directions, thinking of the well-being and happiness of all living beings, just as you think of your own well-being and happiness. Generate loving kindness towards all, including yourself, your loved ones, friendly and unfriendly people, human beings and other living beings. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, and my relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and friendly people, people who are friendly to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the others who are known to me, and also may all other people who are unknown to me, people living in this country or in this world, all over the world, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May everyone unfriendly to me, people who are not friendly to me, may they be well, may they free from anger, may they be free from ill will, may they be free from enmity, may they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, dwelling far or near, may all sentient beings, may all living beings be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta, thoughts of loving kindness, from your mind towards yourself for your own well-being and happiness, and wishing well-being and happiness of others. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be free from suffering and difficulties. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings, including my loved ones, people known to me, people unknown to me, friendly or unfriendly, human beings or others, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they be well, happy and peaceful. Keep your mind full of loving kindness towards yourself and others. Generating loving kindness towards yourself as to others, and towards others as to yourself. Equally wishing well-being and happiness. And with your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness, and with the determination to keep your mind full of metta for the rest of the day, let us now conclude our meditation on metta. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
නම් පිළිගන්නේ පුළුවන්ද මේකින් කරන්න? එයාට හෙනවද එතකොට? So our first part of the program come to the end right now, and our next item we start at 10:15. We have invited to the Amaravati monastery very kindly. Ajahn Sister Chandasiri accepted the invitation, so he is very happy to contribute for the Sanghamitta Day program at the London Buddhist Vihara. On behalf of the Vihara and also our community, our Dayakas, we would like to thank to her for accepting the invitation. After that, the program actually today has been sponsored by Milagiri St. Paul's Girls Fast Pupil Association in the UK. So last few years they have sponsored. Today also they are going to sponsor. With these remarks, you can have a break and start at 10:15. Thank you. Good morning, Sister Chandasiri.
Good morning, Bhante. Lovely
Thank you
to see
so
you there.
much. You are very kind, very kindly accepted my invitation. So it is actually a great contribution for the Sanghamitta Day and to the community. You are very welcome. I would like to invite you to say a few words, your talk. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. So good morning, everybody. It's a very great pleasure to be here. It's a long, long time since I participated in the Sanghamitta Day festival in London, and it's a great pleasure to be back here again, recollecting the life of that remarkable nun, the Venerable Teri Sanghamitta, who was invited to come to Sri Lanka after her brother Mahinda had been there and received a request for there to be nuns. So she came with a company of other nuns. Long, long, long journey, probably much more arduous than traveling the same distance nowadays, and settled in Sri Lanka, in your country, where she established the teachings and order of nuns. So it can be interesting just to consider what that means for us today. So many hundreds of thousands of years since that time, since that lady first arrived. What does it mean for us today? Well, firstly and most obviously, it means that there's definitely a place for women. The Buddha was a man. He offered teachings and began his ministry by having a large community of monks, of bhikkhus gathered around, and eventually his aunt, his foster mother, the woman who raised him, Mahapajapati, received ordination as the first nun, and others quickly followed. And over the centuries since then, women have been practicing according to the teachings of the Buddha, have been attaining to a state of perfect liberation and sharing their understanding with others. And so I think as for the women, this can be very, very empowering. I was going to say as women, but I'm imagining, well, certainly the Venerable Bhikkhus are attending, and I'm imagining that there'll be numbers of laymen as well. So I don't want to use language that's in any way exclusive, but certainly for nuns, for women, this is very, very significant. This encouragement that there is a place for women as part of the fourfold assembly that the Buddha established during his lifetime. Bhikkhus, bhikkhuni, laymen, laywomen, all of his disciples who were practicing and who were practicing with sincerity and attaining to states of realization, just as we can do today. In some ways, it seems to be something that is even more relevant and significant today. We seem in the 21st century to be living through a time of unprecedented upheaval, global upheaval in many different spheres. of our society, of our culture. And it's clear that the Buddhist teaching, as practiced by monks, by nuns, by lay women, by laymen, is at least as relevant now as it was all those years ago when Teri Sanghamitta first arrived in Sri Lanka. I'm sure there were huge challenges then among people in that culture, in that society, just as there are huge challenges now. And it was clearly there was felt to be a need, some way of kind of making sense of our lives, of their lives. Why is what's the point of it? Is there a point to it? And if we can't discern a particular point to it, a particular reason why we're here, can we at least consider how we make the best use of this opportunity? How we make the best use of this human lifetime that each one of us has. So I was contemplating what would be something that would be useful to talk about at this time, and realizing that it's a time of festivity, it's a time of the turning of the year, and like in the Western calendar, New Year's time is coming soon, and also the Christian festival of Christmas, where there's a lot of emphasis on kindness, on goodwill, and sharing and giving, and bringing and celebrating the capacity we have, each one of us, to bring joy into our own lives and into the lives of others. And although in his teaching the Buddha pointed to suffering as the first noble truth, and we could feel a bit depressed by that, there is suffering. Oh gosh, that's a bit depressing. It's actually a very realistic and also very optimistic, very positive teaching. Suffering, origin of suffering, ending of suffering, and the path. So, although you might think that Buddhism is pessimistic, talking about suffering, and the constant encouragement to reflect on our mortality and the need to take care in how we live, acting and living and speaking carefully and responsibly, so that we don't cause harm to ourselves or others. So there is a very serious aspect, but there's also a very joyful, very radiant aspect. And I wanted to talk today about the Brahma Viharas, these radiant qualities that come forth in our hearts when we really contemplate our lives in a helpful way, according to the Buddha's teachings. So as I was saying, this is a time of particular challenge, given this pandemic, which means that many of you are going to be participating via some social media, sort of YouTube or something. Not so many people can come to the vihara and need to wear face masks, so we can't actually properly smile to each other. The need to be careful around social distancing, and the concern about very large numbers of people falling ill, landing up in hospital where they need to be cared for, and then a large number, significant proportion of people passing away. And I know that there are quite a number of devotees of the vihara who've passed away. And so it's a time of sort of careful reflection and remembering and honoring those who have died during this particularly unfortunate disease that has come into the world, that has arisen. So contemplating the Brahma Viharas, which I know that you'll all be familiar with, in some ways these are more important, more significant than ever for us, because it's too easy to get overwhelmed, to become overwhelmed with the suffering of the people who are sick, of the people who, their friends, their relatives, of the people who are caring for the sick, all of the nurses and doctors who are having to work incredibly hard to try to support not only people sick with the pandemic, but people sick with all the other things that people get sick with. So huge, huge amounts of work under very difficult circumstances. And then all the other social problems arising as a result of the pandemic. People having to stay home, not being able to go out, children for long periods of time not being able to go to school, and the level of mental illness, mental distress, disturbance, which of course leads to violence, domestic violence, and those kind of troubles and concerns. So it's a difficult time. And, conflict, there's always been conflict, wars, struggles, there's always been poverty. So a great deal for us to be concerned about and have questions about. Well, how can I, as a Buddhist practitioner, how can I, as a Buddhist nun, contribute in some way to supporting us, others, in learning the lessons that these events can teach us and finding joy in our lives. Just going to put on my shawl. I'm in Scotland and it's quite chilly here. Practicing a little bit of metta towards this being here. So metta, the first of these radiant qualities that human beings can manifest. Metta that arises from a heart that is not preoccupied with too many concerns about ourselves. Of course, we need to care for ourselves. We need to attend closely to the mind and the body, particularly the mind. We need to watch over the mind and have a heart of kindliness, of acceptance, of concern, and a real regard for looking after it, not allowing thoughts of ill will, selfishness to arise in the mind, because these undermine a sense of well-being, both for ourselves and also for those that we live with, for others. So taking care of ourselves, but then from that place of caring then and acceptance, what we find is that there's a natural arising of care and acceptance and love for those around us, for all beings, for all creatures. One of the things I've found interesting in my own life is that if I haven't fully accepted certain aspects of my own character, I'm less able to fully accept and accommodate and care for those difficulties in others. So I used to be, well, I still am, a little bit shy, a little bit timid in relating to other people. And there was a time when I would be quite impatient when I found other people shy or timid. But as I accepted and became interested in my own suffering, in my own difficulty, the sense of shyness, the sense of awkwardness, being afraid of doing the wrong thing, as I was able to open to that and attune to that, then there was naturally more of a readiness to attune to the the fears and the concerns and the shyness, timidity of others. That's just one little example. So this capacity, this quality of metta, of the radiance of the heart that shows kindness, that shows loving kindness, concern for others as well as for ourselves. It arises to the degree that we can show kindness towards ourselves. So bringing forth this quality of kindness, this radiance of the heart. Then karuna, compassion. We all know that we should be compassionate. It's good to be compassionate. It's good to try to support and care for others, to be concerned about their welfare. The welfare of all beings. So not just our own group, our own people, but beings all over the world, all the different races, the different nationalities, different religions, different groups, different political groups, different social groups, different creatures, different animals. Can we bring forth a heart of compassion for all beings? Sometimes we can be very compassionate to the ones that are very sweet, sweet little kittens or children, who are maybe struggling with something, a natural feeling of wanting to care for them and relieve their anguish. But to be able to care and alleviate, be concerned about the suffering of all beings. Sometimes we don't know how to do it. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I'm with somebody who's very, very sick or dying, or maybe somebody who's been bereaved, there can be a sense of awkwardness. I'm not wanting to say the wrong thing, not wanting to do the wrong thing, not wanting to make things worse. And I'm very interested in this, because if I don't actually acknowledge that unease in my own heart, that fear and wanting to get it right, fear of getting it wrong, that anxiety, that inner trembling, then my response towards the other person is perhaps not going to be quite so helpful. I'm so afraid of getting it wrong that I get it wrong. So how do we work with that? It's the same really as with the metta, with the kindness. We have to begin with ourselves. So now when I'm with somebody who's really struggling with some quite extreme situation, what I do is I establish mindfulness, presence. Come into my own body. I come into my own heart. I notice that sense of awkwardness, that sense of feeling that I have to do the right thing, especially as a Buddhist nun. Who's been a Buddhist nun for a long time. I should say the right thing. I should be wise. I should be compassionate. But first I have to be compassionate with this one who's filled with anxiety about being compassionate. Can I be compassionate with this one? Can I be compassionate and at ease with not really knowing what to do? Can I be present with that? This being present with what's happening for us is an attuning to Dhamma. When we attune to Dhamma, then Dhamma can flow through us. Then the right kind of response can happen. So it's a kind of paradox. If we want things to go well, then the best thing we can do is to establish presence with our own anxiety, with our own wanting things to go well, with our own wanting to do the right thing, not wanting to do the wrong thing, our fear of being blamed. Nobody likes to be blamed, do they? So can we come to that place of presence with this being here? So it's not that we stay there, but from this place, then we find ourselves responding to the situation in the way that is most helpful. It might not be something that we expect to do or to say, but there's a sense of rightness about it. So, as with kindness, we need to be kind to ourselves, have loving kindness towards this being, accept, acknowledge this being as she is or he is, in order to accept and care for others. In the same way, with compassion, to accept and acknowledge the suffering, to show compassion for this being. And in my experience, that enables a compassionate response to those around us. We're able to enter into the suffering of the world in a very different way, rather than standing back as the one who's going to be compassionate and make everything all right for everybody. We're entering in to the suffering of others. A very different relationship, like sharing our common humanity. When we're fully present, I don't know about you, but what I've noticed when I'm fully present, the sense of me and you somehow becomes irrelevant. There's just presence. We're here. Mudita is the third Brahma Vihara. And this is one that has interested me greatly, because I used to have a terrible problem with jealousy. The opposite of mudita. You know, if somebody had something that I wanted, I would feel really jealous. And I struggled with this for years. In fact, it was that particular difficulty that brought me into the holy life. Would you believe it? I was so distressed because I couldn't find out, I couldn't work out how to bring forth mudita. It took me a long, long time. I mean, people used to say, oh, well, can't you just look at the person and say, I'm so happy for you, you have that lovely thing that I want. I'm afraid I couldn't. It didn't work like that for me. And of course, it's lovely if maybe many of you can. And certainly there are things that we can celebrate other people's gladness about things that maybe we're not so interested in having. You know, somebody gets promotion in a job that we wouldn't really want to have anyway. So we can feel glad for them. We can feel glad maybe for our children if they succeed, if they do well. But can we be glad about other people's children doing well? Maybe we don't feel so glad about that because we would like our children to be the top of the class, to be the best. So how do we work with that? I found I could make my life very, very complicated through not really understanding how this gladness and celebration, sympathetic joy could be brought forth. I knew it was a good thing, but I didn't know how to do it. And it was only just quite a short time ago that I began to reflect. And I thought, well, maybe it's the same as with the other two, with kindness, with compassion. Maybe I have to find a way to begin here. Maybe I have to count my own blessings and remember that there are many blessings in my life, many good things that have happened to me. What I found was that when I did that, when I could actually look around and see, well, maybe I don't get along so well with this person, but I have this friendship, this wonderful friendship. It's a beautifully sunny day today. I can enjoy that. I can enjoy the beauty of this flower. Finding ways to bring joy into your own heart, to celebrate the goodness, the beauty of our own lives. So not in a way to bring a sense of pride or a sense of conceit, but more just a sense of celebration. Yes, there are good things in my life. And yes, there are good things in other people's lives. Isn't that wonderful? So having learned how to count my own blessings, I find it much easier now to celebrate the blessings of others, to celebrate the goodness, the beauty of their lives, to celebrate these special occasions like the Sanghamitta Day, when we celebrate like the Arahant Teri Sanghamitta and her arrival in Sri Lanka and what she brought, the incredible gift of the Dhamma, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So, the establishing possibilities for women to be nuns. And that's a very wonderful thing. So we can have a sense of joyfulness. All of us, we can celebrate that. But it happens much more easily when we've celebrated the beauty and the goodness of our own lives. Then we can easily enter into the beauty, the goodness, the celebration of other people's lives. I don't know if that makes sense, but this is something I found works. It's like, when you've got a car and the car won't go if you don't put petrol in it. But once the tank is full of petrol and you've dealt with the oil and the air and the tires and things, once you've really taken care of that, once the car is in good shape and there's a sense of fullness and gladness and joyfulness, then it's easy, it's natural. The car will go. We can use it. So always beginning here, filling up the heart with love, loving kindness, acceptance, with compassion, a sense of an awareness, an appreciation of our own suffering, not appreciating that we like it, but an understanding. Like in the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha said, suffering has to be understood. And we only understand it by actually acknowledging it, looking at it, tasting it, and learning how to let go of it, how to let go of the causes. So beginning with kindness, beginning with compassion for ourselves, and beginning with that sense of joyfulness about our own lives, finding joy in our own lives. And equanimity, upekkha, that quality of evenness, of serenity, of inner steadiness. This is something that all of us need to bring forth. All of us need to learn about. And again, it comes back to our own self-awareness, equanimity about the things that happen to us in our own lives. It's interesting that this quality is one that the Buddha raised up as being one of the most important qualities, upekkha. So it's the seventh of the enlightenment factors. It's the 10th paramita. It's the 4th Brahmavihara. So kind of the most refined, the most difficult. Because I think for many people, the environment does not support a sense of inner calm, inner steadiness very well. Those of you living in London, everywhere you go, there are advertisements and big sort of signs about different things. Some of it's good news, some of it's bad news. And we can be very thrown around by that. Or just talking to people, have you heard about this? Have you heard about that? And it can be too easy for the mind to spin off into some kind of reaction. how wonderful, absolutely marvelous, everything's going to be fine forever. Or this is terrible, everything's going to be terrible forever. As Buddhists, we contemplate anicca, we contemplate change. We know that things are continuously changing. Life is a flow. So sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. But the trick is to learn how to not let it get too high up and too carried away, or too far down, too much into the depths of despair. So how do we find that inner balance? Well, by what I've just said, really, that's one of the things I find helpful. Recognizing, okay, so right now I'm feeling a bit glum. I'm a bit worried, I'm a bit concerned, a bit depressed. But I haven't always felt like this, have I? It'll change. Can I be curious about that? Can I be interested in that? Can I just notice how little things bring subtle changes? And maybe just having the sun come out, suddenly all our troubles can disappear. They lose their significance. They lose their awfulness, and we're back on track in a kind of more of an even way. We all of us like to be successful. We all of us like to be praised. We like to be happy. These are things that we like. But when we're enjoying these states, can we just keep in our minds the fact that, okay, well, this is wonderful, this is lovely, and I'm really enjoying this. And I'm not relying on it. I'm not depending on it, because I know it's going to change, but I can still enjoy it. So we don't say, oh, but it's going to change and I feel terrible. I'm so frightened of it changing. I don't want it to change. I like it. I want to hold on to it. I'm frightened of what will happen when it changes. No, it's not like that. It's more just, this is very pleasant and I can let it change. I can allow it to change. I see this as like entering into the flow of life rather than constantly grasping onto the highs and frantically trying to get rid of the lows, feeling that something has gone terribly wrong. It's natural for life to a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit up, a little bit down. That's normal. That's normal. But with equanimity, we maintain that inner steadiness, that quality of presence that can allow things to change naturally. Not grabbing onto the highs, not getting too discouraged by the lows. And if we can do that, then we can respond. Then we can figure out the best response. When things are difficult, we can find the way back to a state of evenness. We hear, in fact, living in a monastery, I don't receive very much news from the outside world. I have a newspaper from time to time. Occasionally I look on my iPad and see the headlines, but I'm not subjected to the news headlines in the same way that many of you probably are, particularly if you watch a lot of television. And one of the things that I really would like to encourage is, this is a little bit more about equanimity, is actually to acknowledge that until we're fully enlightened, until we're a fully enlightened arahant, our equanimity is, there will be limitations. That there are certain things that, well, what I've noticed in my own life, there are certain things that I just can't bear. So I think sometimes that the news is just so shocking, so awful, that if I let my mind go too much into it, I mean, I know I should be compassionate, I know I should be equanimous, I know I should have love. Sometimes the mind just can't do it. I suspect that for some of you working in hospitals where you see so much suffering, it can be difficult to maintain a sense of sensitivity. And perhaps that's the mind's way of protecting itself. Because sometimes it just gets too much. We become completely overwhelmed. So what I'm really leading to is to be careful. You know, we to take care of your hearts, of your minds, so that you don't, so that if you can, you limit the amount of terrible news that you watch on TV, terrible things that you think, you talk about. You know, try to find ways to counter that, because the media tend to give a very biased impression of things, and it can be difficult to find that the balance. You know, I know people who just, you know, they watch the news and they just get so depressed. I remember one time when I was fairly newly ordained, visiting my family, and it was the time there was a terrible, terrible fire at a football pitch, and many people died. And I remember watching the news and just feeling so kind of concerned and worried and just so affected by it. And I mean, it's natural to be touched by something like this, but my whole day was being ruined because of this, you know, 5-minute thing I'd seen on the news. And I had to consciously and deliberately remind myself, Chantasiri, that is a terrible thing that's happened. But right now you're at home, you're with your family. It's a beautiful day. You're with the people you love. Yes, there's this terribly difficult thing happening somewhere else, and you're concerned about it. But don't give it too much space in your heart. So maintaining a kind of perspective is really important in terms of our equanimity practice. So I can see Venerable Sila Wimala arriving, so I realize I better try and draw this little talk to a close. But what I wanted to do was to offer some reflections that would be relevant and useful at this time, because I do appreciate that each one of you is facing unprecedented challenges in your lives, a lot of confusion, a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. And this naturally gives rise to a very strong sense of reactivity. You know, we can be very angry with the government, angry with the politicians, angry with this person, angry with that person. But can we just actually acknowledge that actually we're afraid, we're confused, we don't know what to do? Can we establish a sense of kindness, of metta, of compassion, karuna, of gladness and equanimity in our own hearts? Establishing them in our own hearts, they naturally radiate to others. They're referred to as radiant qualities of the heart, the Brahma Viharas. So I think perhaps it may be time for me to draw my talk to a close. And it's been delightful to spend time with you all on this very special day. And I wish each one of you joy in your lives and a never increasing sense of gladness and joy and evenness, serenity, peacefulness, and finding a sense of deep peace and well-being in your hearts. And this will be a benefit for you. It'll be a benefit for your dear ones, for your families, for your friends, and for the whole of our society, and for the whole planet. So, little by little, we let go of what causes harm, what brings darkness. Little by little, we open to the radiance of the heart. So I'd like to conclude my talk there with my very, very best wishes. And thank you for inviting me to share this time together.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for your contribution to our Sanghamitta Day. I'm absolutely thankful for your wonderful sermon today. Thank you. Take care. Take care.
Likewise, Bhante.
Oh, thank you so much. You were very
And I
kind.
hope one day to see you in person.
Oh, yeah.
I send you
Yes.
my very best wishes.
බුද්ධ පූජාමය පින්කම ආරම්භ කරන්නයි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. මේ පිළිබඳ වැටහීමක් අපි සියලු දෙනාට තිබුණට මේට සහභාගී වෙන අයට දැන ගැනීමට සඳහන් කරන්න කැමැතියි. මේ වසරේත් මිලාගිරිය සාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ එංගලන්තයේ ආදී ශිෂ්‍ය සංගමය මගින් මේ සංඝමිත්තා උත්සවයට අනුග්‍රහය දක්වන්නේ. ගිය අවුරුදු වලත් අවුරුදු කීපයක මේ චාරිත්‍රය මේ මිලාගිරිය සාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලය මගින් කරනවා. අපි දන්නවා සාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ විවිධ ආගම්වල ඉගෙන ගන්න අය විවිධ ආගම්වලට අයිති අය ඉන්නවා. බෞද්ධ අය ඉන්නවා, හින්දු අය ඉන්නවා, ක්‍රිස්තියානි අය ඉන්නවා, ඉස්ලාම් භක්තිකයනුත් ඉන්නවා. එසේ වුණත් ඒ අය හරි එකතුවකින් මේ එංගලන්තයේ ආදී ශිෂ්‍යාවන්ගේ සංගමය කටයුතු කරන බව අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා. මේ විහාරස්ථානයේම තිබිච්ච අපේ අනගාരിക ධර්මපාලතුමාණන්ගේ 150 වෙනි ජන්මදිනය නිමිති කරගෙන තිබිච්ච උත්සවයේදී අනුග්‍රහය දැක්වා. මේ ආදර්ශය ඉතාම වැදගත් අපේ රටට ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම. අපේ රටේ හරි කලබල විවිධ බෙහෙද තියෙන කාලයක් අපි හොඳින් දකිනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ ආගම් අතර ජාතීන් අතර සමගිය ඇතිවන විදිහට මිලාගිරිය සාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ ආදී ශිෂ්‍යාවන්ගේ සංගමය මේ කරන කටයුත්ත අතිශයින්ම ඇගීමට සුදුසුයි. අද දවසේ මේ දාන පූජාව ඒ ශිෂ්‍යාවන් විසින් පවත්වනවා. විදුහලේ සේවය කර ඔබ අතරින් වෙන්වුණු ගුරු මෑණිවරුන්ටත් ඔබ විද්‍යාලයේ පහස ලැබා ඔබ අතරින් වෙන්වුණු දයාබර සොහොයුරියන්ටත් පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාවක් කිරීමට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම දැනට පාසලට විශාල මෙහෙවරක් කරන ගරු සුමේදා මැඩම්ටත් සියලු ගුරු දෙගුරුන්ටත් සිසු දරු දැරියන්ටත් නිරෝගී සුවයම ලැබේවා අත් වේවා කියලා මේ ප්‍රාර්ථනාව පවත්වන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක ඊටාම් වැදගත්. තමන්ගේ විද්‍යාලයට ගෞරව කිරීම, කෘතගුණ දැක්වීම මේ ඉගෙනගත්ත ඔබ අද බොහොම සන්තෝෂයෙන් බොහොම වාසනාවන්ත ජීවිතයක් ගත කරන්නේ ඒ විද්‍යාලයෙන් ලබාපු අධ්‍යාපනය, ශික්ෂණය, ඒ වගේම ආශ්‍රය හේතු කරගෙන නිසා මේක ගෞරවය දක්වනවා වගේම කෘතගුණ දැක්වීමත් සිද්ධ කරනවා. Today the Sanghamitta Day program has been sponsored by Past Pupil Association of Milagiriya St. Paul's Balika Vidyalaya. I know the past few years they had sponsored this program. Today also they are actually very devoted and dedicated. I have witnessed many times. So we appreciate your support for this program, and also this support itself is support for the London Buddhist Vihara. Today we celebrate the Sanghamitta Day. So in another way, this is the Women's Day of our activities at the Vihara. So therefore, very important, St. Paul's Past Pupil Association doing this good service for the Buddhist community. With appreciation, with deep appreciation, we start showing your gratitude to your school, your college, and appreciate the service of your teachers, and also sharing your merits with your departed sisters. You are doing this good work. With this initial thoughts, we can start. අපි පන්සිල් පිටවනවා සාදු කියලා නමස්කාරය කියන්න හොඳයි. බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ပါဏာတိပါတာဝေရမဏီစိက္ខាပဒံစမာදිယာမိ အဒိနဒါနာဝေရမဏီစိက္ខាပဒံစမာදිယာမိ ကာမေစုမိច្ឆာචාရာဝေရမဏီစိက္ខាပဒံစမာදිယာမိ มุสาวาดาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิสุรามีเรมัจจุปมาดัฏฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิสาธุสาธุสาธุ
මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ ඔබ විසින් ඊටාම ශ්‍රද්ධාවෙන් පිළියෙල කරගන්නට යෙදුන මේ දාන වස්තුවේ අග්‍ර කොටස බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව හැටියට පූජා කරන්නටයි අද අපේ විහාරස්ථානයේ ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ මේ උදුවප්පුර 15ක පොහොය මුල් කරගෙන ඒ වගේම අරහත් සංඝමිත්තා තරණින් වහන්සේගේ ලංකා ගමනේ වගේම බෝධිද්රුම රාජානන් වහන්සේ වැඩම කරවීම ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය භික්ෂුණී ශාසනයේ පිහිටුවීම ආදී ඊටාම වැදගත් ශාසනික සිදුවීම් මුල් කරගෙන අනුස්මරණය කරමින් සිද්ධ කරන පින්කම් මාලාවෙහි දහවල දානය පූජා කිරීමත් ඒ වගේම මේ පින්කමේ අනුග්‍රහය දායකත්වයේ දරීමත් සිද්ධ කරන්නේ මිලාගිරිය ශාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ එංගලන්තයේ ආදිශංගමයේ මගින් වාර්ෂිකව මේ පින්වත් පිරිස ඒ සංගමේ සමාජිකාවන් පවුල්වල සමාජිකයන් ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනාම මේ පින්කම සිද්ධ කරනවා. අද දවසේදීත් ඊටාම ගෞරවයෙන් දානය සකස් කරගෙන ආවා. දැන් අපි බුද්ධ පූජාව පූජා කරනවා. මේ බුද්ධ පූජාව පැවැත්වීමෙන් සිද්ධ කර ගන්නා වූ ලබා ගන්නා වූ පින් ඔබ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. ඔබේ විදුහලේ සේවය කර ඔබ අතරින් වෙන්වුණු ගුරු මෑණිවරුන්ටත් ඒ වගේම විදුහලේ අධ්‍යාපනය ලබා ඔබ අතරින් වෙන්ව ගිය දයාබර සොහොයුරියන්ටත් පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනා කිරීමටත් ඒ වගේම විශේෂයෙන් දැනට ඔබේ පාසලට විශාල මෙහෙවරක් කරන සුමේදා මැඩම් ඇතුළු සියලු ගුරු දෙගුරුන්ටත් සිසු දැරියන්ටත් නිදුක් නිරෝගී චිරජීවනයේ ප්‍රාර්ථනා කිරීමත් පින්කමේ අරමුණක්. ඉතින් ඒ ඊටාම වැදගත් අරමුණු ඉදිරිපත් කරගෙන ඔබ විසින් සකස් කරගත් දාන වස්තුවේ අග්‍ර කොටස බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව හැටියට පූජා කරනවා. පූජා වේවා කියලා කල්පනා කරගන්නට එයින් ජනිත ආනිසංසයන් ඔබේ විදුහල් මාතාව වෙනුවෙන් සේවය කොට මිය පරලෝකීය සියලු ගුරු මෑණිවරුන් ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනාටමත් විදුහලේ අධ්‍යාපනය ලබා මියගිය සියලු සිසු දැරියන් ඇතුළු ඒ වගේම මේ සංගමේ සමාජිකත්වයේ දරන සමාජිකාවන් මේ පවුල්වල සියලු දෙනාගේම නමින් මියගිය සියලු දෙනාටවත් පින් සිද්ධ වේවා, පින් අනුමෝදන් වේවා. එයයි මේ පින් ලබාගෙන තමන්ගේ සසරගත ජීවිතයන් වාසනාවන්ත කරගෙන අතිඋතුම් නිවනින් සැනසීම උදා කරගනිත්වා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනයත් දැනට විදුහලට විශාල සේවයක් කරන ඒ විදුහල් පොත්තිනිය ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනාටමත් ඒ වගේම මේ ශිෂ්‍ය සංගමයේ ආදි ශිෂ්‍ය සංගමයේ සමාජිකාවන් පවුල්වල සියලු දෙනා ඇතුළු හැම කෙනෙකුටමත් මේ පින් මේ ආශිර්වාදයෙන් නිදුක් නිරෝගී චිරජීවනයේ යහපත සාන්තිය අභිවෘද්ධිය උදා වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් හිතේ තියාගෙන අපි හැමෝම එකට ගාතාවන් කියලා සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව පවත්වමු. වන්න ගන්ධ ගුණෝපේතං ඒතං කුසුම සංතතින් පූජයාමි මුනිං දස්ස සිරිපාද සරෝරුහේ පූජේමි බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේන ච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති යථායි ධම්මේ කායෝ තථායාති විනාශ භාවා ඝනසාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදං සිනා තිලෝක දීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං ගන්ධ සම්භාරය දූපේනාහං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයං තං පූජාභාජන මුත්තමා සුගන්ධං සීතලං කප්පා පසංන මధుරං සුභං පානීයමේතං භගවා පත්තිගන්හාතුං උත්තම අධිවාසේතුනෝ බන්තේ භෝජනං පරිකප්පිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පත්තිගන්හාතුං උත්තම අධිවාසේතුනෝ බන්තේ සබ්බං සද්ධාය පූජිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පත්තිගන්හාතුං උත්තම වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බා සබ්බඨානේසු පතිට්ඨිතා සාරීරික ධාතු මහා බෝධින් බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ භන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමෝ සතං සමාගමෝ හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තියා සාදු සාදු සාදු.
හොඳයි, අද දවසේ මිලාගිරිය ශාන්තුපාවුල් බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ එංගලන්තයේ ආදිශිෂ්‍ය සංගමය වගින් ඉතාම ගෞරවයෙන් මේ පින්කම බාරගෙන සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඉතින් අද දවසේ දානමය පූජාව සිද්ධ කිරීමට දැන් සූදානම් වෙන අවස්ථාව. බොහොම ගෞරවයෙන් මේ සියලුම දෙනාම එකතු වෙලා දානීය පිළියෙල කළා. ඒ දානයේ අග්‍රභාගය බුදු පියාණන් වහන්සේට උන්වහන්සේගේ අනන්තෝ ගුණයන් සිහිපත් කරගෙන පූජා කළා. බුද්ධ පූජාමය පින සිද්ධ කරගත්තා. මීළඟට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ තැන්පත් කරපු ඒ දානය අටපිරිකර අතිරේක පිරිකර සහිතව දානීය සාංඝික කළා පූජා කිරීමට. මේ පින්කම් කිරීමේදී බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ විශේෂයෙන්ම ඒ විද්‍යාලයේ සේවය කළා මේ අය අතරින් වෙන් වුණු ඒ ගුරු මෑණිවරුන් සිහිපත් කළා. ඒ අයටත් ඒ වගේ මේ විද්‍යාලයේ ඉගෙනගෙන මේ අයගෙන් වෙන් වෙලා ගිය ඒ දයාබර සොහොයුරියන් හැමදෙනාම සිහිපත් කළා. ඒ අයට පින්පෙත් අනුමෝදන් කිරීමටත් ඒ වගේම විද්‍යාලයේ දියුණුවටත් ඒ වගේම මේ හැමදෙනාගේම මෙලොව ආරක්ෂා පිණිසත් මේ පින්කම සිද්ධ කරනවා කියලා හිතන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම විද්‍යාලයට සේවය කරන දැනට විශාල සේවයක් කරන ඒ සුමේදා මහත්මියටත් ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් ගුරු දෙගුරුන්ටත් ඒ වගේම සුසු දරු දැරියන්ටත් ආරක්ෂාව නිදුක් නිරෝගී සම්පත ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් බොහොම කාරුණික ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් ඇති කරගෙන සංවිධානය කරා. ඉතින් බොහොම ගෞරවයෙන් මේ පින්කම මේ අය දැන් සිද්ධ කරනවා. දැන් කල්පනා කරගන්න ඕනේ මේ පිළියෙල කරපු දානය අපි ආර්ය භික්ෂු මහා සංඝරත්නය උදෙසා සාංඝික කරලා පූජා කරනවාට පිරිකර අතිරේක පිරිකර සහිතව බුද්ධ පූජා කිරීමෙනුත් ඒ වගේම දානය සාංඝික කිරීමෙනුත් ලබන්නා වූ සියලුම පින් ඒ විද්‍යාලයේ සේවය කළා මේ අය අතරින් වෙන් වුණු ඒ ගුරු මෑණිවරුන්ටත් ඒ වගේ මේ ශිෂ්‍ය සහෝදරියන්ටත් මේ පින් ලැබේවා. ඒ වගේම මේ සියලුම දෙනාගේ නමින් මිය පරලොව ගිය ආදරණීය ඥාතීන් ඉන්නවා නම් පින් ගැනීමට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන සියලුම ඥාතීනුත් මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. විශේෂයෙන්ම දෙවියන් මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙලා දෙවියන් ඒ විද්‍යාලයත් ඒ වගේම ඒ විද්‍යාලයේ කටයුතු කරන සුමේදා මහත්මිය ඇතුළු ගුරු දෙගුරුන්ටත් ඒ වගේම සිසු දැරියන් ආරක්ෂා කෙරෙත්වා. ඒ අයගේ දියුණුව සලසා දෙත්වා. එසේම මේ පින්තුන්ගේ දියුණුව සලසා දෙත්වා. එසේම මේ පින් ඔබ සමගයේ මෙලව සැප පිණිස ආරක්ෂා පිණිස නිදුක් නිරෝගී සම්පත පිණිස හේතු වේවා. මියගිය සියලුම පින්තුන්ටත් දෙවියන්ටත් අප සැමටත් සාන්ත සුන්දර නිර්වාණ සම්පත්තිය පිණිස මේ පින් හේතු වේවා. වාසනාව වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් ඇතුව මේ ගාථාව කියලා දානය සාංඝික කරලා පූජා කරන්න ඕන. ඉමං බික්ඛං සපරික්ඛාරං සාට පරික්ඛාරං බික්ඛු සංඝස්ස දීම ඉමං බික්ඛං සපරික්ඛාරං සාට පරික්ඛාරං බික්ඛු සංඝස්ස දීම ඉමං බික්ඛං සපරික්ඛාරං සාට පරික්ඛාරං බික්ඛු සංඝස්ස දීම ඉචිතං
පත්තිතං තුයං කිප්පමේව සමිජ්ජතු සබ්බේ පුරෙන්තු චිත්ත සංකප්පා චන්දෝ පන්න රසී අතායුරාරෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච අතෝ නිබ්බාන සම්පatti ඉමිනාතේ සමිජ්ජතු තුන්ලෝ ආසින්ගේ ආමිස පූජා ප්‍රතිපත්ති පූජාවන් විදීමට යෝග්‍ය වූ භාග්‍යවත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උදෙසා ප්‍රථම කොටසුයි සුද්ධ ලෙස සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව පැවැත්වීමෙන් අනතුරුව මහා සංඝරත්නය විසෙහි සංඝගත දක්ෂිනාවක් පූජා කිරීමෙන් ලබන්නා වූ සකල කුසල පුණ්‍ය සම්භාර ධර්මයන් ප්‍රථම කොට ඉන්ද්‍රාදී සමස් දිව්‍ය රාජ සමූහයා විසින් සතුටු පින් පඬුරක් වශයෙන් අනුමෝදන් වනු ලබත්වා. එසේ ප්‍රථම පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාවෙන් අධිකතර චිත්ත ප්‍රීතියට පත්වන්නා වූ දෙවියන්ගේ දේවතේජානුභාවයෙන් බුද්ධාදී රත්නත්‍රේ අපරමිත ගුණානුභාව බලයෙන් මේ පින්නතුන්ට මෙලොවින් ඇතිවන්නා වූ සකලාන්තරාය සර්වෝපද්‍රවයන් නිර්දුටු ගනාඳුරු සෙයින් විහත විද්වංසනය කෙරෙත්වායේ හැරත් මේ පින් තමන්ටත් තමන්ගේ නමින් නැසී මිය පරලොව ගියා වූ සියලුම ඥාති වර්ගයාත් ඇතුළු හැම දෙනාටම හේතු වේවායි වාසනා වේවායි ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් ඉෂ්ට වේවායි සිතා චිත්ත ප්‍රීතියෙන් යුක්තව සාදර සිතින් පින් අනුමෝදන් විය යුතුයි.
දැන් මහා සංඝරත්නය පිරිත් ටිකක් දේශනා කරලා ඔබ සැමට ආශිර්වාද කරනවා මේ සාන්ත පාවුලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍යයේ ශාඛාවේ නිලධාරි මණ්ඩලය ඒට ඒ පවුල් වල අය ඒ වගේම හිතවත් අයත් එකතු වෙලා මේ අවස්ථාව නියෝජනය වෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා ඔබ සෑම දෙනාටමත් මේ ආශිර්වාදය එකසේ ලැබේවා. විද්‍යාලයටද මේ ආශිර්වාදය ලැබේවා. මේ කරන යහපත් ක්‍රියාවන් ඉදිරියට පවත්වාගෙන යාමට විද්‍යාලයේ දියුණුවට සේවය කරන්න ඔබ සැමට ධෛර්ය ශක්තිය ලැබේවා කියලා ආශිර්වාද කරලා අපි පිරිත් ටිකක් දේශනා කරනවා මේ වෙලාවේ. නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස තස් භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස මුතස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ චරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදෝ රෝපුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සන භගවාති ස්වාක්ඛාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ ටිකෝ අකාලිකෝ පස්සිකෝ ඕපනයිකෝ වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝයිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ පටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි යුගානි අට්ඨ පුරිස පුග්ගලා ඒස භගවතෝ සංඝෝ ආහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි අනෝතරං පුඤ්ඤාකේතං ලෝකසාතිතේන ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං ඒතේන වජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං ඒතේන වජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං සබ්බීතියෝ සබ්බ රෝගෝ විනස්සතු මාතේ භවත්වන්තරායෝ යුකෝ භව භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා බුද්ධානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා ධම්මානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ සංඝානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති තුතේ දුක්ඛ රෝග භය වේරා ශෝකා සබ්බේ උපද්දවා කාන්තරායාපි විනස්සන්තු ච තේජසා ජය සිද්ධි ධනං ලාභං සුකං බලං සිරි ආයුච වන්නෝච භෝගං බුද්ධිච යසවා ආයුච ජීවසිද්ධි භවන්තු තේ. මේ මහා පිංකමේ ආශිර්වාදය අපි ෂෙයා කරගමු. ස්ථාර්ථකාමී ශාසන මාමක ලෝකපාලක සම්‍යක් දෘෂ්ටික සියලු දෙවි දේවතාවෝ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙලා මේ සියලු දෙනාම ආරක්ෂා කරගනිත්වා. විද්‍යාලයට ආශිර්වාද කෙරෙත්වා. ඒ වගේම සියලු සත්වෝද මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙලා සුවපත් වෙත්වා, නිදුක් වෙත්වා, නිරෝගී වෙත්වා. නැසීගේ ඔබගේ ඥාතීන් සියලු දෙනාම දෙමව්පියෝ ආදී සිටිනවා නම් ඒ සියලු දෙනාටමත් මේ පින් අත්පත් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා. ගාථාවත් සජ්ජායනය කරන තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතම් පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පද සබ්බේ භූතා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ සත්තා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති ඉදම්මේ ඥාතිනං හෝතු සුඛිතා හොන්තු ඉදං මේ ඥාතිනං හෝතු සුඛිතා හොන්තු ඥාතයෝ ඉදම් මේ ඥාතිනං හෝතු හොන්තු ඥාතයෝ. හොඳයි 2021 වර්ෂයේ මේ අවසාන පෝය දවස උඳුවප්පුර 15ක් පෝය දිනය අප ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ සංඝමිත්තා දවස එතුමියගේ මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේගේ පැමිණීම භික්ෂුණී ශාසනයේ ආරම්භය ලංකාවේ ආදී කොට ඇති ශ්‍රී මහා බෝධීන් වහන්සේ පිහිටුවීම ආදී කොට ඇති උතුම් වැදගත්ම ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨම ආගමික සිද්ධීන් සිහිපත් කරමින් අද දවස සමරන අතර මේ වටිනා පින්කමට මේ උත්සවයට අනුග්‍රහයත්වයේ දැක්වීම පිළිබඳව සාන්ත පාවුලු විද්‍යාලයේ ආදි ශිෂ්‍යාවන්ගේ සංගමේ සභාපතිතුමිය ඇතුළු ලේකම් භාණ්ඩාගාරික ඇතුළු කාරක සභාවේ සියලු දෙනාටම අපි කෘතඥ වෙනවා, ස්තුති වෙනවා. ඔබ සැමගේ කටයුතු සියල්ල මේ අවුරුද්දේ වගේම ලබන අවුරුද්දේ කටයුතු තාම ඉහළින් ඉදිරියටත් කරගෙන යාමට ශක්තිය ධෛර්යය ලැබේවා කියලා අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරන අතර විදුහල් මාතාවටද ආශිර්වාදය ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අභිවාදන සීලිස නිචං වද්දා පචායිනෝ රෝධම්මා වදන්ති ආයුවන්නෝ සුඛං බල ආයුරාරෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච තෝ නිබාන සම්පatti ඉමිනා තේ සමිජ්ජතු.
Now you can watch a recorded Dhamma sermon by Bhante Gunratna, and we will start the live program at 1 o'clock after Dana with the Dhamma discussion.
Is in Kusinara, Ananda was not there. Then Buddha asked, where is Ananda? Other monk said, he is in his kuti crying. So Ananda went to his kuti and he was putting his head over his hands, leaning against the door post, was lamenting, crying. So this monk reported this to the Buddha, and then the Buddha asked, sent somebody to bring him. He came, and then the Buddha asked Ananda, why are you crying? He said, Venerable Sir, I have not completed my work. I have been relying on you, and now you are going to pass away. And you have completed your work. When you go, you pass away, I have nobody to seek advice. The whole world is like without sun, dark. Everything is dark. So how can I not cry, lament? Then Buddha said, Ananda, as I mentioned this morning, all these years, 25 years, you have been taking care of me with living words, living thoughts, and living deeds. Metta sagatena vachasa, metta sagatena manasa, metta sagatena kiriya. You took care of me, and you have acquired great merits. Strive hard, soon you will attain enlightenment. But Ananda, have you forgotten that all these years I have been telling that everything is impermanent? Everything is impermanent. Everything is permanently impermanent. Not something impermanent today and tomorrow permanent. If somebody asks you what is permanent, that is impermanence. Isn't it? So, how is it possible then that I will not be impermanent? I am also impermanent. If that is the case, Buddha also would have had suffering because he was impermanent. Friends, it is not the impermanence that makes us suffer. Buddha said whether the Buddhas come into existence or not, this established Dhamma, this Dhamma Niyama, the law of Dhamma, this truth of Dhamma exists. Uppadava bhikve tathagatanang, anuppadava tathagatanang, thitava sadhatu dhammo thitata dhamma niyamata, sabbe sankhara anicchati, tantathagato abhisambhujyati, abhisameti, abhisambhujitva, abhisamettva, achikati, deseti, panyapeti, patthapeti, vivarati, vibhajati, uttani karoti. Whether the Buddhas come into existence or not, this established Dhamma, this law of Dhamma, this element of Dhamma, Dhamma Niyama, Dhamma Dhatu, Dhamma Thiti. Dhamma Thiti means established Dhamma. Dhamma Niyama is law of Dhamma. Dhamma Dhatu means element of Dhamma. Exist. What is the Dhamma? Established Dhamma? Impermanence. Sabbe sankhara anicchati, tan tathagato abhisambhujyati. All sankharas are impermanent. Remember this passage, this is very important. All sankharas are impermanent. that Buddhas realized, understood, comprehended, having realized, understood, comprehended, Buddhas declare to the world, explain it to the world, expound it to the world, and teach the world that everything is impermanent. By becoming Buddha, by attaining enlightenment, you don't make impermanent permanent. Even if you attain full enlightenment, you don't make impermanent permanent. Impermanent remain to be impermanent forever. Buddhas come and go, Buddhas come and go, come and go, all the Buddhas. All the Buddhas come and go, discover this and tell the world and go. So, impermanence does not exist by itself. It is not hanging from clouds. Impermanence exists if there are things called sankhara. If there are sankharas, so long as sankharas are there, impermanence is there. There must be something to be impermanent. Right? There must be something to be impermanent. If there is nothing, how can impermanent exist? So this is a dependently arising, interdependent, paticca samuppanna, samuppada dhamma, the truth. Where impermanent does not exist is where there are no things. What is that? Where there are no things. Is there anything? There is no thing where there is no impermanent. That means Nibbana. That is why you see sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Sabbe sankhara dukkhati yada panyaya passati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamagge maggo visuddhya. Sabbe dhamma anattati yada panyaya passati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. These three stanzas also are very important. I am not running away from your question. I am telling everything that related to the question, answer. Everything pertaining to the answer. So if you remember this, you will get full answer to your question. Sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Seeing every conditioned thing is impermanent. Seeing every conditioned thing is impermanent with wisdom. Yada panyaya passati. We see with wisdom. What is this wisdom? What is this wisdom? Uppada vaya. Vipassana jnana. Anything you ask, what is vipassana jnana? Samudaya dhamma, vaya dhamma. Uppada thiti. Knowledge, knowing things arising, knowing things passing away is called vipassana jnana. Yada panya, this is panya. Udayabbe panya. You have heard the word udayabbe panya. Panya means knowing, rising and falling. Is there anything that doesn't rise and falls? Nothing. And therefore, what can we choose? What can we choose? There's nothing to choose. Whatever experience, whatever we perceive, whatever we feel, whatever we become conscious, whatever we perceive, it can be body, feeling, perception, thought and consciousness. These are all we have. We don't have anything else. We are not concerned about anything external. In our awareness, we must be aware of our body, feelings, perceptions, mental activities or mind objects, and consciousness. And this is what we find in 4 foundations of mindfulness. And this is what we are becoming aware of when we meditate. So, yada panya pasati, with wisdom means without prejudice, without preconceived notions, without concepts, without words, labels, ideas, we pay attention. I always recommend people not to label, not to name, not to use any words. Just become purely aware. Become purely aware. This is extremely difficult, almost impossible for most people. Why? Because from childhood through university and till we die, we have been conditioned to express clearly. Right? Whether we write or talk, we must learn to express very clearly using words. And for this reason we need words, labels, ideas, concepts. But when we meditate, do we try to express something to somebody? We are not forming phrases, sentences, ideas in our mind. Of course, some people might say, well, what I should tell so and so. How can I say to so and so? Somebody might be thinking all the time during sitting as meditation. And when a person gets up and if anything happens and gets very harsh words come out of the person's mouth. Why during meditation? That's what the person was thinking, words, ideas, concepts. The people who Buddha, I sometimes begin to laugh at, thinking this. Most of us are very good in words. We love words, names, labels. And therefore we are called Padaparama. There are 4 kinds of people, Uggatitanya, Vipantichanya, Nyaya, Padaparama. You know these 4 words, right? Uggatitanya, Vipanchitanya, Nyaya, Padaparama. Uggatitanya is like when the Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, he looked at the world. Who to teach the Dhamma? Then he saw the whole world is like a lake where there are lotus. Some lotus buds have come out of water and ready for the sunlight to fall on it to blossom, open. As soon as they hear the Dhamma, attain at least stream entry. Like Venerable Kondanya, Venerable Sariputta, Visakha, Upali, and so forth. There were people as soon as they heard the first few lines, few words of Dhamma, attain enlightenment. They are called Ughatitanya. Ughatita means coming in contact. Coming in contact. As soon as the ear, object, consciousness come together, attain enlightenment. At least first level. Destroying Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikicca, Silapata, Paramasa. And then there is second group, second kind of people. They are called Vipanchitanya. Vipanchitanya means just like lotus buds have come out of mud and only few inches below level of water, few inches below. They take few days to come up to blossom. Similarly, there are people who meet the Buddha, meet Arahant, listen to Dhamma, and think, take some time to attain stream entry. And they are called Vipanchit. Vipancha means it comes from the papancha, Vipancha. Delay. The attainment is delay. We all know that. Some people are slow and yet they attain. Third are called Nyaya. Nyaya means you have to, that those individuals, just like lotus bud coming out of mud, few feet deep in the water. They have come out of mud and come to the sort of middle of the water level, water lake, and then slowly takes maybe a week, 2-3 weeks to come up and blossom. Similarly, Nyayas are those who have listened to Dhamma, seen the Buddha, associated with good friends, Kalyanamitta, Paratogha Sappacca, Kalyanamitta, Yoniso Manasikara, and Dhammanudhamma Patipatti. They follow these four. That means, listen to Dhamma, Paratogha Sappacca. Paratogha means sound of others, not any sound or gossip and so forth. By listening to them, then nobody attains enlightenment. Or somebody's political talk, somebody's business talk. No, Paratogha means sound of Dhamma. Associate with Kalyanamitta. Use Yoniso Manasikara and follow Dhammanudhamma Patipatti. Live in accordance with the Dhamma. One can listen to Dhamma, associate with Kalyanamitta, and even meditate, Yoniso Manasikara, mindful reflection, and yet don't follow the Dhamma. When somebody does all these four things, eventually that person attains enlightenment. They are called Nyaya. The last is called Pada Parama. Remember this word, very important word, Pada Parama. Pada Parama means that those individuals' paramount thing is Pada. Parama means paramount, the best. Their words are their best. They read books, they listen to Dhamma, they discuss, they analyze, criticize, write books, write dissertations, go to universities, go to this teacher, go to that teacher, associate with this, go to this meditation, that meditation, all their lives. All their life. Listen. Oh, that Dhamma talk, wonderful. So and so gives wonderful Dhamma. Let us go there. So and so sing Dhamma. Oh, let us go. So and so give Kavi Bana. Let us go there. So and so recite Dhamma mantra. Go there. Those go chant beautifully. Go there. All their life, that's what they do. Never attain enlightenment. At least try to attain Sotapanna, the best thing to do in life. Aim at the full enlightenment. When you aim at the first prize, you at least will get the third prize. It's an extremely difficult thing. For that, we got to pay mindful attention without words. This is what is called choiceless awareness. It's a very big word. Big word. So, sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya pasati. When one sees with wisdom that everything is impermanent, then one becomes disenchanted with suffering. When one becomes disenchanted with suffering. When you hear this word, disenchanted with suffering, then you assume that there must have been period of time in your life that you were enchanted with suffering. Is there any time we enchanted with suffering? Nobody enchanted with suffering. Then why it is said that when one sees with wisdom that everything is impermanent, that person will become disenchanted with suffering? What does it mean? You must ask this question. Have I ever been disenchanted with suffering? Have I ever been enjoying suffering? Have I ever been enjoying suffering? Answer will be, friends, yes. We are all enjoying suffering. We are enjoying. We don't like to say we are enjoying suffering. Why? Because of our ignorance, avijja. While enjoying suffering, we don't see that we are having suffering. So I call this, whenever you experience pleasure, Buddha said, yo dukkhang abhinandati, so yo sukhang abhinandati, so dukkhang abhinandati. Yo sukhang abhinandati, so dukkhang abhinandati. One who enjoys pleasure enjoys pain, suffering. One who enjoys pleasure enjoys suffering. Is it true? Yes, friends, it is true. Can pleasure comes without pain? No. You buy one, get one free. Right? You work very, very hard to enjoy. While working very hard, is it pleasure? Getting up in the morning, going to metro station, getting into car, going to bus station and going to work and working. They are under these mean, nagging bosses. Bosses so mean, nagging, criticizing, come to work at such and such. Even Saturday and Sunday you have to work. Otherwise you not. So I have to work very hard, very hard. Work. Why? To pay your bills. To maintain this body, support the family, pay the bill for the house, pay your mortgage. See how many things we have to do. Do we do all this with pleasure? Yes, there is little pleasure. There's little pleasure. Sensual pleasure. Have a family, raise children. Don't get me wrong when I say this, don't be upset. Every mother who is here, every father and mother who is here, see how much suffering you go through to raise your children. Having children is a great pleasure. Is there anybody who doesn't enjoy the pleasure of having children? People, when they are in great difficulty, problem and so on, trouble, they say, I live purely because of my children. I go through all these things because of my children. Everybody enjoys having children, but just imagine how difficult it is to raise a child. Mothers who become pregnant, from the moment she became pregnant, see how much pain and suffering you go through to maintain this little embryo in your womb. Mothers know that. A lot of anxiety, a lot of fear. You have to eat right food. You have to drink right thing. You have to consult gynecologists or physicians, doctors, so many. I don't have to list any of these things. Mothers who have children know all this. Why is that? To have a baby. To have a baby. If baby dies, even spontaneous abortion without, even the mother does not know. Sometimes embryo dies in the womb. See the pain mother has. Even during birth, if the child dies, soon after child dies, and so forth. So much pain, so much suffering. Even the thought of my child's death, child is not dead, child is living. Even the thought of if my child dies, Buddha said, there is Mata Puttaka Bhaya. You know that? Mata Puttaka Bhaya. Suppose there is fire. House is on fire. Everybody runs here and there. Everybody runs. Then all of a sudden remember, my child. Where's my child? Where's my child? House is burning. So, mother cannot find the child. Crying and crying and crying and crying. Then one day, or a day after, or many hours later, mother finds the child. So mother is so happy. and children run here and there. And afterward, when the fire is over, they are looking for the mother. Then children might find the mother, possibly. Suppose there is a flood, tsunami. You remember tsunami in Sri Lanka? How many parents, children separated? Mothers were looking for children. Maybe sometimes mothers find the children. Similarly, children may look for the mothers, parents, and they might find. There's a famine. There's the murderers. We all experienced that Sri Lanka had almost 30 years killing. And when they go to bed at night, they don't know whether they can keep their children in. If the child goes out, they are worrying about it, and so forth. So mother is always concerned, afraid of looking for disappearing, dying children, and children also. Occasionally they might find. But there are certain things that they can never fulfill. For instance, child is going to die due to some very miserable sickness. Can the mother tell, my darling, my son, my daughter, please don't die, let me die on your behalf? Can the mother do that? No. When the mother is going to die, can children tell mother, please don't die, I die on your behalf? No. Mother grows old. Can children say, mother, please don't go, you look beautiful. You are breastfeeding me. You are very young. Live like that. I become old. Mother, you remain. Cannot. Like that, there are certain things that happens to all of us. Our pleasure is to live, to live young, to be together, associate with one another, and therefore when this don't happen, we have suffering. Why? Why all this? Because we have attachment. We have attachment. So, Buddha said in short, not to get what one wants is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. But we can put on the other hand, even to get what you want is suffering. Even to get what you want is suffering. Why is the second is suffering? Getting what we want is suffering. Because as soon as we got it, we become attached to it. We buy an expensive car. We are looking for it. Earn, as I mentioned, money, borrowing money and buy the car. Beautiful car, very expensive car. You are very proud that you have this car. You park by the road and come inside next day or the same evening, somebody crashed this car. How you feel? That brand new car that you like is crashed. Why you are upset? Because you are attached to the car. Nothing wrong with the car, nothing wrong with the scratch. Attached to the car. So, sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati ata nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Seeing with wisdom that all conditioned things are impermanent, one becomes disenchanted with suffering. This is the meaning. Esamaggo Visuddhya, this is the path to wisdom. Esamaggo Visuddhya, this is the path to wisdom. Sabbe sankhara dukkhati yada panyaya pasati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamagge Visuddhya was the same. But the last sentence, in the last stanza, sabbe dhamma anattati. Sabbe dhamma anattati yada panyaya pasati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo Visuddhya. Sabbe dhamma, why the third stanza changed the word from anicca, dukkha, dhamma, sankhara. Sankhara, first two sentences, stanza sankhara, last stanza says sabbe dhamma. Sabbe dhamma. Some people say sabbe dhamma means even in order to include nibbana. That is what sometimes you see, include nibbana. This is the path to nibbana. If we are disenchanted with nibbana, why should we strive to attain nibbana? These three stanzas refer only to everything before nibbana. Only all refer to all conditioned things and conditioning things. Nibbana is the only unconditioned. So, friends, I hope I have not overstepped your answering a question. All I mentioned are in line with the answering your question. We pay mindful attention to our experiences exactly as we are experiencing. That is called Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darsana. Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darsana means seeing things exactly as they are. Seeing not with eyes but with wisdom. For that we don't need word, concept, ideas and so on. I think I spent a lot of time answering this question. I like to hear other questions so that this can be everybody's participation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Impermanence is Dhamma Dhatu. Dhamma Dhatu means elements of Dhamma. Elements of truth. The basis, the element here means basis, foundation of truth. All conditioned things based on these elements. All conditioned things based on this element of impermanence. That is why it is called elements. Nibbana Dhatu is not in the same sense. It is not the word Dhatu there is not used in the same sense as it is used in other sense. Like Nibbana is Dhamma. But others are also Dhamma. Nibbana is Lokuttara Dhamma. Others are Lokya Dhamma. So the word Dhamma is used for the truth. Mundane things, Lokya things also are truth, conventional truth. Nibbana is ultimate truth. Yeah. Dhamma means truth. Dhamma also means that which exists by itself. Dhamma is that which exists by itself. Nibbana exists. When we say Nibbana exists, we have a problem. Therefore, Nibbana is a state which we achieve, which we attain by removing all the conditioned things, removing all the mental defilements, particularly greed and ignorance, we attain that state. And that is the truth which we can attain by removing mundane, conventional truth. Yeah. Exactly. Nibbana, that is, I call in the what do you call Dhamma description, Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo, Sandittuko Akaliko Ehi Passiko. Sandittika means to be seen by oneself. Seeing by oneself. Because when I attain Nibbana, it is only I know it. I cannot share it with you. I cannot share with anybody. It is my attainment. Even the word I attain, my attainment are very contradictory terms. But since we want to express it, we use this I, my, and so forth. Otherwise, attainment is here. Sandittika. Akalika is unaffected by time. Even the Buddha's time, people attain Nibbana. Today we can attain, tomorrow we can attain, because it is not affected by time. It is translated sometimes as immediately effective. Immediately effective, there are many things immediately effective. For instance, when you get angry, you don't have to wait till tomorrow to feel anger. As soon as you get angry, that instant you feel how painful it is. When you have a joy, pleasure, that instant you can experience joy or pleasure. You don't have to wait too long. So, that is what is Akalika means, unaffected by time. Time doesn't involve in it at all. Immediately, at the same moment. And Pachatang Akali, Ehipassika. Ehipassika also come and see. Come and see, I put it this way. Come and see is an invitation. Come and see. That's what you hear from people who announcers, politicians, commercial people, marketing people, say, come and see the show, and so forth. So people, when we have this invitation, we must ask 3 questions. Who sent the invitation? Question number 1. To go where? Number 2. Number 3, to see what? For the first question, who sent the invitation? Some people say Buddha sent the invitation. Buddha did not send any invitation to anybody. And ask come with your family and enjoy the night. Signed by Sincerely Gautama Buddha. He did not send this invitation. To go where? Go to supermarket? Go to the temple? The monastery? No. To see what? To see the show, theatre, movie, and so forth. No. So for the first question, who sent the invitation? Answer is nobody. To go where? Answer is nowhere. To see what? To see nothing. So does this invitation make any sense? You may say no, but this invitation has a whole lot of sense. This invitation comes from within. Come here to see dukkha. Where is dukkha? It is hanging from trees, in the sky, in supermarket, in a house, in a temple. Where is dukkha? Here. Where is the cause of dukkha? Craving, greed, desire. Here. Where is the end of dukkha? Nibbana. Here. Where is the path leading to end of Nibbana? Here. Right understanding. Where is right understanding? Is it hanging somewhere? Right thinking, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right consent. Where? All are here. So we keep asking ourselves, do I have right understanding? Do I think rightly? Do I speak rightly? Do I act rightly? Do I make my livelihood rightly? Do I earn my living rightly? Do I make right effort? And do I have right concentration? And right mindfulness? So, all are here, including Nibbana, all are here. It is this world, Buddha said in Rohitassa Sutta in Sanghamitta Nikaya. Remember Rohitassa Sutta, very famous discourse? Ime Bhyamatte Kalabre, Lokancha Panyapemi, Bhyamatte Kalabre, Saviññānake, Lokancha Panyapemi, Lok Samudayancha Panyapemi, Lok Nirodhancha Panyapemi, Lok Nirodhagamini Patipadacha Panyapemi, here. So everything is here. Now, if you say Nibbana is in you permanently, then you don't have to do anything. You make things happen. It is not happened there. It is not happened yet. By doing all these things, you make it happen. I give you a very crude example. Now this wood right here has potential energy. Right? This has potential energy. You should turn it to kinetic energy. You burn it. You get energy from that. But where is that energy? Where is that fire? It is not there. You got to create it. You got to do things. You got to get a matchstick or some other primitive system to make it hot, create enough heat to combust its potential energy and make it a kinetic energy. Otherwise you cannot say that this has fire. Similarly, only when we do what we are supposed to do can we find Nibbana. If you say, that's what some people say, you are enlightened, you don't have to do anything. There are teachings, some individuals in some traditions, they say, you are enlightened. Do anything you want. Why worry? You are enlightened. So you do any hanky-panky thing, any like, I'm enlightened. Some people say there are some persons in Sri Lanka, I mean these days or anything you can do. And they say, I do whatever I like because I am enlightened. Enlightened means you Nibbana. Yeah. So we must understand this very clearly without much confusion. Yeah.
Can you say something about free choice in Buddhism? Because on one side, the way you perceive you're the choice maker, you can have their attention or choiceless awareness, and you can change a lot of things. And they call that mathematics and time and doing. And this is something about freedom, free choice in Buddhism.
This is freedom. Free will, exactly, free will. Free will. This is a very important question in Christian tradition. They want to prove that nobody has free will. I myself very hesitant to discuss things like this without, it sounds like I am attacking somebody's faith, which I am not actually. I don't mean to be mean when I try to answer the question. They want to say that we all living beings are sinners. They have no choice. They have no free will. It is decided by God. In order to prove this notion, they say that there is no free will. We are free to have free will. We are free from that concept. It is a very traditionally established concept. This concept, a thought, notion, created by theologians, based on theistic religion. So we don't want to be a part of it and contribute it and think that yes, there is no free will. We have free will. Of course, Buddhists can argue on various bases, greed, ignorance, karma, These are things they can bring up. But friends, even karma is what we do. We decide what to do. And that decision we make. We decide what to do, what not to do. And therefore, according to the Buddha's teaching, we have free will. We choose. Especially when we practice meditation, we choose not to choose. We can have that. You choose to be independent or you to depend. And this free, as she pointed out at the beginning, choiceless awareness is what we choose. We are free to do that. According to that notion of not free will, you cannot have choiceless awareness. You choose what you are destined. This is not having free will is the deterministic or fatalistic notion, doctrine. We are not fatalists or determinists. We are free individuals. Huh?
Self-induced peace,
Who?
innate peace, and how does it lead to meditation?
I was not paying attention to your question. Could you repeat it?
Innate peace and self-induced peace, how does it lead to meditation?
Can somebody repeat that?
Innate peace.
Huh?
Innate peace.
Innate
Innate
peace.
and self-induced peace, how can it lead to meditation?
Innate peace and self-induced peace.
How can it lead to meditation?
Now, innate peace can be peace based on ignorance, not knowing anything. For instance, you take a baby, you feed the baby, and baby is very happy and immediately goes to sleep. It's very peaceful. We don't call it innate peace. Or cats and dogs, you feed them, give them water, give them a good place to sleep, they are peaceful. We don't call it a peace, innate peace. Because they don't know anything. They're just there. Induced peace is the peace that we get from the practice of meditation. Induced peace, there cannot be induced peace without background, without training, without awareness. How can we induce it? We induce it through the practice of meditation. Therefore, induced peace is not the beginning, but that is the end of practice. If there is anything called induced peace. Yeah.
I'd like to understand a bit more about
is it very important to do that to get that state of mind to lead to vipassana, anapanasati, or is it a form of meditation that is for good living, for kind of peace of mind, giving you that state of mind?
Oh, very good question. I saw one gentleman over there raise question earlier. Raise hand. No? Okay, I come back to your question. Before you, somebody raise hand. Say, what is your question?
It was to do with free will. I was wondering if our free will is limited by our wisdom, developments and ignorance.
No, I did not hear the question. Could somebody repeat the question for me?
I was wondering if our free will is limited by our ignorance, wisdom, and development.
If we have freedom, free will,
Is it limited by wisdom, ignorance, and defilement?
defilements, or free will. Ignorance, defilements, and wisdom. Okay. Limited. They limit our free will. Two of them can limit our free will, not by wisdom. When we have wisdom, then we use our free will through wisdom. If there is ignorance, and what is the other one? Defilements. Ignorance is also a defilement. When we say defilements, ignorance is included there. Therefore, we ourselves, being unaware, being unmindful, being unwise, become a victim of defilements. And therefore we don't know how to use free will. If we become wise, we know how much free will we have, how much freedom we have. Surely if we don't have wisdom, defilements or ignorance can limit our free will. Yeah. Now her question is how important it is metta practice to develop vipassana. I think that is very important. At the very beginning in Mahasatipatthana Sutta, Buddha mentioned it. I recite only one part of it. Kaya kayanupassī virati ātāpi sampajāno satimā vinaya loke abhijjā domanassa. Okay. Abhijjā means intense greed or the desire for others' properties. It's called abhijjā. It's not the same as avidya. Avidya is spelled as A-V-I-J-J-A. V. Abhijjā is spelled A-B-H-I-J-J-A. Abhijjā. Abhijjā means desire for others' possessions. Whatever others have is sometimes called covetousness or jealous. That's a part of abhijjā. That is desire for somebody else's property or things. Domanassa means grief. Grief comes from anger. Grief also comes from desire. So, Domanassa in Abhidhamma, you know, Domanassa Patiga Sampayutta, Asankarika Mekang, Sasankarika Mekang, you learn in Abhidhamma. Domanas means anger. When we practice metta, I wanted to, this morning I mentioned there are some misunderstanding of metta. In the Metta Anisansa Sutta, you know there are 11 benefits of metta practice. In one group is Sattangva Aggingva Visangva Kamati. Na Sattangva Aggingva Visangva Kamati. When you practice metta, you will not be affected by weapon, fire and poison. Right? You have heard that. Nasa Aggingva Sattangva Visangva Kamati. So people think if you practice metta, I wanted to clarify this misunderstanding. That is why I picked up this particular section. When we practice metta, weapons will not affect you. Poison will not affect you. Fire will not affect you. Is it true? Not true? I think these are the Buddha's words. How can you say Buddha's words are not true? Practice the metta, I tell you a story. 2 stories. You know Samavati and Magandhya. In Anguttara Nikaya, Buddha said, Etadaggam bhikke mamas gihi upasikanang metta viharenang yadidang Samavati. He said, among lay women disciples of mine who practice metta, Samavati is number 1. Right? In Etadagga Pali Anguttara Nikaya. Samavati was practicing metta and she had the metta retreat every week. All women of the King Udaya's harem, kings had harems those days. There were 500 of them. And they all came to her retreat. It is said then she was not only teaching meditation but practicing meditation. That is why Buddha promoted her, gave her this award, title. Like you get a knight title like that. Buddha get knighthood to her. She was number 1 of metta practitioners, practicing lay women. Udayana had another woman in the harem that is called Magandhya. In Sutta Nipata you can see Magandhya Sutta. Magandhya was a beautiful woman. Whenever a man came to marry her, made a proposal, she would find one mistake or another of this person and reject it. Because she was so proud of her beauty. And never agreed to marry any man. So of course as time passes by, she is not getting younger every day. So parents want to marry her very quickly. So when the parents were looking for a good groom, a young man to marry, one day the father, Magandhya's father, saw Buddha was sitting under a tree in a forest. looking at his radiant, majestic, beautiful young body. This is very good for my daughter. She ran home and brought his wife and daughter and presented to the Buddha and said, "Don't you see my daughter beautiful? Don't you like to marry her?" Then Buddha said, "Dissvana kamang arating ratincha nahosi kamang apimetunasmit kime vidam mutta karisa punnang padapitang pusitung na iche." Having seen Tanna, Rati, Raga, divine nymphs, I didn't have a scruple of desire. How can I have any desire for this woman full of urine excrement? Mahagandhya got very angry. Daughter. And she wanted to revenge the Buddha. Of course she could not. Then she decided somehow King Udena married her. And then she got an opportunity to take revenge on Samavati. Because Samavati was the Buddha's very devout follower, practicing metta. So she tried everything to destroy Samavati. Nothing worked. You see, so many stories, so many things. She put poisonous snake into king's veena. When he took the veena, he found the snake. And Mahagandhya said, "Who else did that? Your Samavati," and so forth. Many, many things. She fabricated all kind of stories to destroy Samavati. Finally, she said, got her own uncle and got some people. On the day when she was meditating, practicing metta meditation, and she surrounded the whole building and set fire to this. Everyone died, including Samavati. Didn't fire burn her? She practiced metta. And while practicing metta, not afterward, while practicing metta, she died. Fire. I think this story will prove the fact that fire definitely burn you even while practicing metta. So, what you said is true. So is poison. Suppose somebody put poison in a piece of cake and you eat, you don't know. You will die. And a weapon. While you are meditating, somebody comes behind and stab. Doesn't the blade of knife go through your body? Or bullet? Go through your body. Friends, it is not the meaning. What is the fire? There is the Aditya Pariyaya Sutta. Aditya Pariyaya Sutta, Buddha said, Rupam bhikkhave adittang. Chakkung adittang. Rupe aditta. Chakku viññānaṁ adittang. Chakku sampasso aditto. Yadidan chakku sampassa paccaya uppajjita veditam sukhang va dukkhang va tampi adittang. Kena adittang ragaggina, dosaggina, mohaggina. Eyes are on fire. Visual objects are on fire. Eye consciousness is on fire. Eye contact is on fire. Whatever sensation, pleasant, unpleasant or neutral that arises depending on eye contact also is on fire. Fire of what? Fire of greed, fire of hatred, fire of delusion. This is the fire. When we practice metta, your fire of greed, fire of hatred will vanish. Fire of hatred will vanish. Fire of greed will vanish. Fire of ignorance will vanish. And poison, raga visa, dosa visa, moha visa. Raga is, desire is poison, hatred is poison, ignorance is poison. Raga satta, dosa satta, moha satta. Raga weapon, dosa weapon, moha weapon will destroy when we practice metta. So, in Mahasatipatthana Sutta, Buddha said, Abhijja domanasang, having overcome this anger and greed. Anger and greed are fire, poison, weapon. So we tame this. When we practice meditation, we first tame our... when we practice meditation, don't you remember sometimes, you remember, somebody has done something very, very mean. Don't you get angry at that time? I mean, honestly, you ask yourself. You don't ask me. Don't answer this question in public. You ask yourself, when I was meditating, didn't I remember so and so was so mean, did such and such a nasty thing, so jealous, so angry. What can I do? I cannot meditate. My mind goes haywire. Now, in order to avoid that, practice metta. At the very beginning, practice metta. Practice metta, don't practice metta to yourself. Because the practice itself makes you calm, relaxed, peaceful. You don't have to do anything very special to direct metta towards yourself. Because as you practice metta, your heart becomes soft, gentle. That is how you get the benefit. So, metta practice is absolutely necessary at the beginning for us to calm our mind, relax our mind, induce our peace within ourselves. Because we know, after all, so and so did such and such. Because so and so is ignorant, so and so is narrow-minded, so and so had so many problems, so and so coming from bad mood, family problems, personal sickness, some sort of things that person might have had at that moment. And all these are impermanent. The feeling I had that moment, do I not have now? I don't have that feeling. It is already gone. After all, we live very short period of time. Everything is impermanent. We die. Why should I die with anger? I spend this time to calm my mind. Why not I do that? Instead of harping on the same emotion that has happened and passed away. So we calm ourselves and then get into meditation practice. And therefore, the beginning of any meditation, samatha or vipassana, practicing metta. What is metta? Metta, people say loving kindness. I would not say loving kindness. I would say loving friendliness. We have to be friendly when we honestly, sincerely friendly with someone, we can easily forget. After all, he's my friend, how can I say this? How can I do this? How can I say anything against him? He's my friend. She's my friend. Friends protect friends. Friends gives security, safeguard to friends. That is what metta means. Word metta comes from the word mitta. Pali word is mitta. Mitta means friend. We don't use Pali word, we use Sanskrit words. In Sanskrit, mitra. Mage mitraya. We don't say mage mitta. We say mage mitraya. Mitra means friend. Maitri means friendliness. Similarly, mitta in Pali, yo mitta nang nadubhati and so forth, we can see. Yo mitta nagantati and so forth. The word mitta in Pali means mitra, yaluva, friends. Mitta's nature is called metta. Metta. So I translate metta into English, friendliness, loving friendliness. Loving friendliness. I add loving to make it more altruistic, more emphasized. I use the word loving. Otherwise, friendliness is good enough to say. So we practice friendliness. As I mentioned this morning, when you practice friendliness, you feel the person sitting next to you is your friend. Ah, my buddy, my friend. I'm so happy my friend is with me. Don't we think that way? I'm so happy my friend is behind sitting me. This side my friend sitting. In front of me, my friend sitting. I'm so secure, safe. And don't you feel that way? When you say I send metta to so and so, metta to so and so, metta, what does it mean? And on the other hand, there are metta, karuna, mudita, upekka. Metta is friendliness, karuna means compassion. Karuna means compassion or kindness. Mudita is appreciative joy. Upekka means equanimity. These four words are very clearly defined in Pali. But translated into English, loving kindness.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Teruvan Saranai. Today, we are celebrating and commemorating the Sanghamitta Day, the arrival of Arahant Sanghamitta in Sri Lanka. And this is our annual Sanghamitta Day, or the Buddhist Women's Day. Since this morning, we have been conducting and running this program, which included observance of the 8 precepts, bhavana, meditation, Buddha Puja, and Sanghika Dana. And now it is time for us to do a Dhamma discussion. We have 1 hour time for this discussion, and I would like to invite everyone, our friends in the Dhamma, for this discussion. And Together with me, as usual, Dr. Abesiri is going to conduct this discussion. And as you already know from our program, today's topic that we have selected is Sammaditthi, or the right view. This is going to be our topic, and we will be discussing this topic in this Dhamma discussion. So, if you would like to ask a question or contribute with a comment or something to this discussion, you can join us via Zoom, and you can find the Zoom ID and the passcode on our program. It has been already sent to you. And also those of you who are watching us via YouTube and Facebook will be able to see the Zoom ID and the passcode on your screen. In case if you would like to join via Zoom and speak to us or ask a question or add a comment, you can do so, and you are welcome to do so. And alternatively, if you would like to ask a question or add a comment also, you can do it as a chat message on Facebook or YouTube. So on those in those three ways you can join this Dhamma discussion. So let me start with a brief introduction to today's discussion, and then I would like to invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to contribute or give a introduction to the topic, and then we will open the discussion for everybody to ask questions and add their comments as well. So Sammaditthi, as we know, the first factor in the Noble Eightfold Path, Ariyo Attangiko Maggo, or the middle path. This is the first one in the list. This is the first one in the 8 factors in the Noble Eightfold Path, Sammaditthi, or the right view. And as this is on the top of the view, as this is on the top of the list, we can understand how important this is. How important is it to have the right view? The opposite of the right view is wrong view, Micchaditti. When one gains right view or Sammaditthi, which means one eradicates or one abandons, one let go of the wrong view. So we will be able to hopefully discuss at least briefly about both wrong view and the right view as well. So in terms of other 7 factors in the Noble Eightfold Path, Buddha has emphasized and taught that it is necessary to have right view in order to achieve or in order to attain and understand or follow the other factors as well. In terms of the teachings regarding the right view or Sammaditthi, it has been mentioned and explained in various places, in number of discourses throughout the Sutta Pitaka, or the discourses, the basket of discourses. And from those various suttas, we will be mostly based on 2 important suttas, which are from the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle length discourses. One of them is Sammaditthi Sutta. In Majjhima Nikaya, it is Sutta number 9 in the first 50, in the first section or the first division of 50. It is Sutta number 9, and also there is another sutta also from the Majjhima Nikaya, that is among the last 50 of the suttas, that is called Maha Chattarisaka Sutta, or the Great 40. So those are very important 2 suttas for your references, further references. Even after this discussion, you might like to read more about the Sammaditthi or study more. So just in case, you can read these 2 suttas. Now, as I mentioned, Sammaditthi being the first or being on the top of the list, the most important factor, if not a very essentially needed or necessarily needed factor in order to understand or in order to follow other factors as well. Right view it is, as I said, opposite of the wrong view. Now, mainly today we would like to, myself and Dr. Abesiri would like to focus or concentrate two main aspects of the Sammaditthi, whereas there are other aspects taught in the suttas by the Buddha. In fact, this first sutta I mentioned, Sammaditthi Sutta, was delivered by Arahant Sariputta. So he, in that sutta, explains various aspects of Sammaditthi, how one can, particularly a monk or a bhikkhu, one who has gone forth, can attain or can follow or can achieve Sammaditthi in various aspects in the Sammaditthi Sutta. And in Mahachattalisika Sutta, Buddha explains two main aspects of Sammaditthi. So that is going to be our main focus in this Dhamma discussion today. And those two aspects are very clear. One is worldly aspect or lokiya, pertaining to the ordinary world. The aspect of the worldly aspect of the Sammaditthi, or the first fold, and these other Sammaditthi is Lokuttara, which transcends the worldly aspects, Lokuttara Sammaditthi. So those are the two main aspects of Sammaditthi, whereas there are other aspects as well discussed in the various suttas, mainly in Sammaditthi Sutta. So as I mentioned, when one attains Sammaditthi, which means one abandons or one get rid of, one let go of the Micchaditti, the wrong view. So this wrong view is a kind of a clinging or upadana, which means when one has a wrong view, it is likely that one may cling to those wrong views. So when one clings to a wrong view, that person might penetrate into those wrong views. That those wrong views are also explained in the Dharma, in the teaching, in various ways. We will be able to discuss them further in our discussion. So in this my brief introduction, I would like to introduce these two aspects, the Lokiya or the mundane Sammaditthi, and the Lokuttara, the supramundane, if not which transcends the worldly aspect, Sammaditthi. So this Lokiya Sammaditthi or the mundane Sammaditthi is to have a kind of a right view in this ordinary world. For example, if one has the understanding of karma and its vipaka or consequences, it can be regarded as one has understanding about the worldly aspect of Sammaditthi. And whereas if one has the proper understanding of dukkha, which belongs to the Lokuttara aspect, supramundane aspect of the Sammaditthi. So those are the main differences. So there are other differences as well. We expect to discuss them further in our discussion. And Sammaditthi can be also attained in other ways as well. Now, for example, if one knows what is right and what is wrong properly and correctly, what can produce good results and what can produce bad, unwholesome results, it is also regarded as a form of Sammaditthi. Now this continues, this progresses, or this goes ahead, goes further till one understands the complete Four Noble Truths. So those are the various aspects of understanding Sammaditthi. And as I mentioned, just to repeat it again, it is really necessary for one to understand Sammaditthi in order to go into or follow the other aspects of the Noble Eightfold Path as well, because it is Samma Ditti which enables one to see right as right and wrong as wrong. So for example, if one tries to attain, or if one tries to understand, let's take another aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path, Samma Vacha, the right word or right speech. Now it is Samma Ditti, the right view, which enables that person to see what is right speech and what is wrong speech. So with that understanding of Samma Ditti, the right view, one will be able to distinguish and clearly see the line between the right and the wrong. Therefore, Sammaditi is very much important. So that is why Sammaditi comes on the top of the list. Now, with that brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Abesiri to join the discussion and give his explanation, and then we will be able to open the discussion for everybody. So with this brief introduction, Dr. Abesiri, could you please start the discussion with your introduction as well?
Thank you, Bhante. Ditti means a view. What view? View of life. What your life is about. Now when the Siddhartha Gautama started his quest, there were supposed to be about 62 kinds of views of life in the people in India. But they mainly belonged to two broad categories. One ditti was that life was created by God, and that God created what you call the Atman, or the spirit or the soul, which is permanent, and also gave a body which is impermanent. That was what is called the eternity view, because the soul existed for eternity, and then at the end of death, it joined the God or Godhead or whatever it is, and lived eternally as a spirit or Atman. The other, which was very popular, was that life is just natural thing, and body and mind are natural things in the world, and when the body dies, the mind dies, and therefore whatever you want to enjoy, you need to enjoy before your death. That is called the Nasticalistic or annihilation view. Between these two, there were variations. Some people believe there is no God, but there was a soul, like the Jainism, and like that there was 62 variations of the views of life. Now, Buddha gave a different one, which didn't belong to either of these two dittis. What he said is that the life is of consciousness as well as body that were changing all the time. Now, that the changing part of the body was understood by other religions as well, but they didn't agree about the changing part of the mind, and therefore they argued with him and said, no, this can't be. There is a mind that is permanent, it doesn't change. Then he devised a method to counterattack this argument, which is he analyzed the body into five aggregates or skandhas, and also sometimes to 6 compartments, dividing the body into 4 and the mind in 1 with space. And then he asked, which part of this body, which part of the living being, where do you get the permanent entity, the soul or the Atman? And some said, oh, it is our feelings. Then he said, your feelings are changing all the time. Then they didn't have an answer. Like that, whenever they said anything, they couldn't find where the permanent entity was. Then he said, this permanent entity is a virtual thing, which because of our fast changing mind, we think is permanent. It's like a candle burning, and you think the flame of the candle is there till it burns and blows out. But actually what happens is there are flames rising and fading all the time. Like that, the mind is also changing. And therefore, Buddha says, now the people who have this view that there is no permanent entity in a living being, and it's changing all the time, and also the experiences we have in the world is not entirely satisfactory. Even the happy things at the end give rise to unhappy results. And then he sort of formulated the 4 noble truths. That life experiences are suffering. The reason for suffering is thirst or tanha, which is bound to the ignorance or delusion about reality. And then there is escape, which is called nibbana, and there is a path called path to attain this escape. And in this path, the first step he put, as the Bhante said, was sammaditthi, right view. So right view means knowing about, to start with, knowing about what is good or bad, and what happens when you do things, because you have what is called karma, and you get the results of karma, and this keeps the cycle going on. You perform active karma, then they give results, and the results give the life, and during life you perform active karma again, and this cycle goes on. That is one. This is the first step of sammaditthi. Now, when we are born, we are lucky to be born as Buddhists. Even people who are in other religions, they are taught this. Their parents, and some part of this view of life is taught by parents and teachers. Most religions bad, and if you do good things, and if you do bad things, you get bad. That is the smallest degree of sammaditthi. You find that again, as we go on sort of growing, we start thinking about life. First we hear, that is called what. Then we start thinking, what is life, what happened, was I born, was I living before I became this one, and is there a future life, like that? And then we start listening to others and also read, and then our sammaditthi develops degree by degree slowly. And this is what the Bhante said was lokiya sammaditthi. And then we also start reading about the 4 noble truths: suffering, the reason for suffering, and also there is a way escape from suffering, and there is a path. So we develop these things at the moment. We are in lokiya sammaditthi and developing it. And to develop it further, then we need to develop our mind with concentration and insight meditation. And then as we become better and better with these things, the sammaditthi grows up. And one day, when we attain sotapatti, the first stage of enlightenment, then our ditthi disappears. Ditthi about entity. However much we study, we still feel there is a permanent entity in our mind as a shadow, that we call I, me, and mine. And all that disappears when you attain sotapatti. Then your sammaditthi becomes lokottara sammaditthi. And then you can, after further developing, and when you become fully enlightened, all the 8 factors of the Eightfold Pathway come together. And then it becomes 10 factors, because you are escaped. Samma Vimukti and Samma Jnana. This is the maximum degree of Samadhi when you become enlightened. And so this is a growing thing, Samadhi. And when you have Samadhi, it also leads to other steps of the path. If you have correct view, then your words, Samma Vacha, become correct, wholesome and good. And your act, Samma Kammanta, becomes good acts. And then your livelihood, you choose a correct livelihood, Samma Ajiva. And then you also start effort, you start doing things to develop your Samadhi and your path, develop your path, that is Samma Vayama. And then you get concentration, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi, like that. It all develops. This is not a sort of a step-by-step things. Each step develops the other step of the path. This is the Samadhi that is important to start with. Now, the first step, Bhante described as the lok, and then Lokottara Samadhi. This is the path to enlightenment. And you can, if you are in a sort of, if you have been trained in another religion as a small child and then become an adult and believes in this, then you can't develop Samadhi because what part of the ditti you have is not correct. Especially if you think there is a creator and everything depends on the creator. Then sometimes you like Jainists, they think that there is no creator, but there is a permanent entity. So these two aspects are the two main blocks in developing Samadhi. On the other hand, people who believe there is no sort of future life, this is the end of this is the only life and we are ending with this, that is what is called the real bad mithya-ditti, the real bad wrong view that leads you to sort of unwholesome results at the end. So this is in plain what is described in various ways in the sutras. Now the Samadhi Sutra gives various things like your knowledge in dependent origination, Paticcasamuppada. If your knowledge in Paticcasamuppada develops, that also is part of the Samadhi. Then your knowledge of what are known as the nutrients that keeps this life going on, that is also part of the Samadhi. Develop your view. So like that, there are so many aspects of this Samadhi, as Bhante said. So now I think we have got a very sort of brief introduction, and then we can also start discussing. And please come out with your views and also questions and suggestions for this. Thank you, Bhante.
Thank you, Dr. Abesiri, for your wonderful explanation and introduction. And as you invited, so our audience are very welcome to add your comments, or if you have any questions, we will try to clarify those things according to the teachings of the Dhamma. So let's see if our Dhamma friends need to speak and ask any questions and join this Dhamma discussion. So if you would like to ask something, you can do so now.
Yeah. Doctor,
Yes.
I have one question to ask now to start with. Now this we are still in the first stage of this path
Yeah.
to Nibbana, Samadhi. This is also called the Dasavastuka Samadhi, isn't it?
Dasavastuka Samadhi is the very early stage, like the kindergarten. That is when you start sort of believing there was a past life, there is a present life, there is a future life, and that what you do as generosity gives results, the offerings give results, and things like that. And there are the people who, mother and father, have to be sort of respected and helped out. And then there are priests and priests who have by their knowledge in meditation have directly found out the path to Nibbana and proved all this about past life, future life, and all this. Those are the basic things that we learn in Buddhism. Dasavastuka Samadhi, about karma and results. And then based on those basic views, then you start listening to Dhamma and from various people and read, and then you start developing, and then you have what you call Yoniso Manasikara. You think about what you have read and listened and apply it to your own experience. Then your Samadhi develops further. And when you start meditating and then find out that the thoughts are changing fast and keep your mind in one object at the beginning, then you realize that how fast the mind is changing and realize how true this Buddha's sort of statement about the changing mind. So like that, the Dasavastuka Samadhi is the very basic degree of Samadhi. We learn it as schoolboys, really, as Buddhists.
This is also called the Samastakata Samadhi, isn't it?
That is because it's about karma and results.
Yeah.
You learn about karma and results.
So those people who are in, say, believers of other religions like Muslims, Christians, and so forth, but if they have some view of the karma, they also have, they will also be like us.
They have very small degree, because what they think is, if we do these good things, we'll end up in heaven and join with the God. So there is a bit of mithya in that view. So it cannot be called samadhi, but they will reap the benefits of what they are doing at present in future lives. But that will not lead them to Nibbana. That's the problem.
Okay. But they are, we are in the same status as those people who have some idea of, or those who believe in karma, or have some idea of karma, then we are equal to the same category of people.
Their idea of karma is that what they do will be seen by the God, and the God will give the results. Whereas our idea of karma is what we do will give results. There is no God in between, interfering and judging us. So their idea of karma is different. That's the problem. Now, for example, the Hindu people, sometimes they go and sacrifice animals to gods, Kali especially. And they think by doing that sacrifice, they will gain what is called the heaven and reap the benefits. So but they are doing something unwholesome, and which will lead to bad results. So their belief in karma is different from our belief in karma, to some degree. Because our belief is karma is natural law, where if you do good things, it will give you good things. If you do bad things, it will give you bad things. And there is no we are not doing it because of fear or because we want to join with God or we want to have local sort of this life, the benefits of from this life from God. That's the difference between their belief in karma and our belief in karma.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley Fernandi, for your valuable thoughts and your question, and Dr. Besiri for clarifying the point. And I also would like to reiterate something that Doctor has mentioned. Two things actually. So you mentioned about the Dhamma Savana, the listening to the Dharma, and also Yoniso Manasikara, the right or wise reflections. Those are very important in terms of gaining or achieving the samadhi. Now, if you are wondering now, of course, when we talk about samadhi, one would also always wonder how we can gain, how we can achieve, how we can come to the path of the samadhi. So these two things are very important. As shown in the Dharma itself, in the teachings, the ways to achieve the samadhi is listening to the Dhamma or Dhamma Savana. That is why we call it is one of the blessings. Kalena Dhamma Savanang and Dhamma Sakacha, of course, as well. So listening to the Dhamma and Yoniso Manasikara, the wise reflection and the right reflection, and adding to the list Kalyana Mitra Sevana. So associating with the true friends, so Kalyana Mitra. So those three things are shown in the Dhamma as the ways in which you can achieve samadhi. One can achieve or one can come to the path of the samadhi. Now, if you are wondering how we can achieve samadhi, what are the ways in which we can achieve samadhi? Listening to the Dharma or listening the Dharma, the teachings of fully enlightened Buddha, the Buddha Dharma taught by the fully enlightened Samma Sambuddha, and also having listened to the Dharma, we have to reflect wisely, Yoniso Manasikara, everything, not just the Dhamma, everything we have to reflect upon or wisely reflect upon. And another important way, very important, that will lead us to the path of the samadhi is Kalyana Mittata, or associating with the true friends, the right friends. Now, the qualities of true friends are always they show us the right path. Papa nivarenti, stop or prevent us doing the bad thing, unwholesome thing. Kalyane nivesenti, always they bring us to the right, the true path, the wholesome path. So those are also important things when we talk about the samadhi. Now on that note, let's see if there are any other comments or questions from our Dharma friends. So if you'd like to say something, please do so. Okay, so until somebody would like to speak, let me give you a brief introduction or brief account of one of those two suttas that we mentioned at the beginning. The two important suttas about samadhi. One is Mahachattariksaka Sutta and the other one is Sammaditthi Sutta. Both are from the Majjhima Nikaya, and as I mentioned, the Sammaditthi Sutta was the interpretation or the explanation given to Sammaditthi by Arahant Sariputta, who was well known to sort of elaborate the Dharma which was preached briefly by the Buddha. So on one occasion there were some monks who came from a far distance to see Venerable Sariputta to invite him to explain in detail Sammaditthi, or this teaching taught by the Buddha. So in that sutta, Venerable Sariputta explains the Sammaditthi in various ways. He begins explaining, teaching Sammaditthi by saying one can be regarded as having Samma Ditti if one is able to see the right thing as right thing and wrong thing as wrong thing, or Kusala and Akusala. What are the unwholesome things and what are the wholesome things, and together with their roots, Hetu. What are the roots for Akusala, Akusala Mula, and what are the roots for Kusala, Kusala Mula. Now, under that topic, he says, Akusala, we know, including the 5 Akusala, or 5 deeds, 5 unwholesome deeds, killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, telling lies and speaking harsh words, so and so forth. And those are the Akusala. And the Akusala Mula, the roots for these Akusalas are Lobha, Dosa, Moha, or greed, hatred, and delusion. So those are the roots, the Mula for these Akusala. And if one understands what Akusala are, what unwholesome deeds are, and also what the roots of those Akusala Mula, Akusala are, it is that person can be regarded as having Samma Ditti. And also add in, he says, if one is able to understand what Kusala are, the wholesome deeds are, that is the refraining or abstaining from all those so-called Akusalas, refraining from killing, refraining from stealing, refraining from sexual misconduct, refraining from speaking falsehood, harsh words, gossip, and so forth. And also, if one knows, has the understanding of Kusala Mula. Kusala Mula, again the opposite of those Akusala Mula. Alobha, Adosa, Amoha. Non-greed, non-hatred, and non-delusion. So if one has understanding of those things, what Akusala are and what the roots of Akusala are, what Kusala are and what the root of Kusala are, that person can be regarded as having Samma Ditti. Now, as we discussed, as Dr. Abesiri mentioned in his description, in his explanation, introduction, this bit can be taken as the worldly aspect of the Samma Ditti. Now, going further into the Lokuttara or supramundane aspect, one has to understand the Four Noble Truths. What suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering, that is the Noble Eightfold Path. That is the Lokuttara understanding of the Samma Ditti. And further, one has to understand all the 12 links or 12 factors in the dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, that is what Avijja is and what is the cause of Avijja, and what Avijja causes. Avijja causes Sankhara, and one has to understand Sankhara, and what Sankhara causes Sankhara Pacca Vijnanam, so and so forth, Vijnana Pacca Namarupa. So those 12 links have to be understood in terms of Lokuttara Samma Ditti in order to achieve the supramundane Samma Ditti, which enables one to finally attain to the final liberation, the Nibbana. So those things are explained, and adding to that list, also Venerable Sariputta has said in the Sutta that one has to also understand the 4 nutriments, Chattaro Ahara, the 4 nutriments, and the origin of those 4 nutriments, and the cessation and the path leading to cessation of those 4 nutriments, and also other 12 links of the dependent origination. So that is how one achieves Samma Ditti, starting with the mundane aspect and going ahead, progressing further, going to the supramundane aspect of Samma Ditti. So those things are explained as the ways in which one can achieve Samma Ditti to the fullest extent. Dr. Abesiri, would you like to add something to this towards the end of the discussion? And in the meantime, I also would like to again invite our audience, if you would like to say something or ask something, you can do so now.
Yeah, because Bhante has explained all the aspects of how to sort of develop your Samma Ditti from Lokiya to Lokottara. And that happens when you sort of not only read and learn and think about it, but also you need to do what is called right concentration, right mindfulness, and right effort. That is meditation. And then when you meditate, you sort of develop insight meditation. And with insight meditation, you sort of, at the very high level of insight meditation, you come to realize all these facts about the, the dependent origination, the Four Noble Truths, personally, applying to your own self. That is when you develop Sotapatti and the Sammaditthi becomes Lokottara Sammaditthi. So at the moment, what we are doing is Lokiya Sammaditthi in various degrees. People who have started meditating have developed it further, and people who haven't started meditation and have been reading and thinking about it have developed better than those who have just learned about karma and their results and what is done and sort of doing good things and bad, good things and avoiding bad things. That is the very basic stage. So this is a samadhi. It is a thing that develops in your mind gradually as we proceed in the path. That is what I wanted to highlight, the fact that although it is mentioned as the first step, you don't get all the knowledge before you start meditating. What you do is you start reading and doing things, that is sila, all the sort of virtue and behaving yourself so that you don't become a burden to others, and you also don't get agitation and sort of regret about what you have done, and calm your mind. And then you have to start meditating and going into insight meditation to develop it further.
So this, as you mentioned, Doctor, this insight meditation or this Vipassana Jnana is very important again, because it is the ultimate knowledge that enables us to see the three characteristics, isn't it? The impermanent.
Parinya. Parinya means not by learning, but by experiencing in your own mind what your life is like.
Yeah.
It is the ultimate thing in the path.
Yeah. So when we talk about this Lokiya Sammaditthi, now suppose that somebody has this right understanding of these factors which belong to the Lokiya Sammaditthi. Now is it possible for somebody to lose that and go back again to Micchaditti for any reasons?
It is. Till you become Sotapatti, you can always sort of, there is a very slight degree of possibility that you might be persuaded by others who give their own view and convince you. So it is like it's described as the lotus, bud of a lotus. When a bud of a lotus is growing, right, and under the water, there is a danger that it can be eaten by some animal like turtles or something like that and destroyed. And it has to develop all the way up and come up above the surface, and then only it will bloom. So till you get Sotapatti, there is a possibility that you can be persuaded by others to change your mind.
Yeah, it can also be not just the people or any person that convinces you. It can be, can't it be the various things that maybe we read or nowadays we watch and we listen to, and those things, when they more and more come into our minds, is it not possible for us to sort of go back again and fall into
latent defilements? Raga, Dvesha, Moha, especially anger. Anger is a very bad thing, because even if you have very good knowledge and understanding, and even sometimes you are very well disciplined, you might sort of in anger you might do things, and then fall into bad sort of results. So your latent defilements can also take you back.
Yeah.
That is why you have to be always mindful. This is why the teaching of mindfulness is the most important and has been described as the Ekayana Magga. To avoid bypass. You can go into bypass if you are not mindful.
Yes, and also we have to be mindful of these factors or these thoughts which can occur in our minds, which are called Vanchaka Dharma. Sometimes, for example, the greed, lobha, can arise in our mind in the guise of generosity, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, for example, if one thinks that I give lots of dana, I offer things, but still that person, there's a possibility that person can be, or that person's mind can be overtaken by a form of greed, isn't it?
Definitely. There are so many stories, of people who have sort of gone into bad this thing. Now, the famous story of Swarna Tilaka.
Mm-hmm.
The Swarna Tilaka story, where he did so many good things and hoped to be the most beautiful woman in the world. And that led to a lot of problems when she became a beautiful woman and ended up in her death as well as the people who loved her. So this is where the lobha can always cloud your generosity or lobha. And worst is the anger, dosa. Dosa can sort of overcome sort of your good mental factors, because dosa is a very strong mental factor.
Yeah. And also, could you please elaborate on the factor about this doubt or vichikicha, the skeptical doubt, and the investigation, because you know that in Buddhism it is encourage and emphasize the importance of noble quest, Arya Pariyesana, whereas some people always wonder, having doubt is equivalent to the noble quest or investigation. So what is the difference between the skeptical doubt and this noble quest or the investigation?
Noble quest is once you sort of understand things, then you sort of try to confirm. Whereas the other doubt is that then when you are sort of wavering in your mind, whether to believe it or not. And this is where Shraddha becomes very important. Shraddha or confidence in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha becomes very important, because every time you get this sort of skeptical doubt, you must always go back to Shraddha and think of Buddha. And then there are so many ways of avoiding getting into this sort of unnecessary doubt. Because lots of people who we associate have this problem. Sometimes they always talk and say, oh, if there is afterlife. Buddhists, even among Buddhists, some people have this sort of what you call the unholy doubt, in spite of all the evidence for it and the theory behind it. And still they think that there is no future life, some of them. And this is the danger. And when you think of, when your sort of mind keeps wavering between these sort of various views, that is the what you call the skeptical doubt and the bad one. And that causes your mind to become agitated. Uddacha. And then kukkucha. Regret comes up. Oh, I have been following the wrong way. This shouldn't I have done this? Shouldn't I have done that? Like that. Regret about what you have done in the past. And uddacha, you become very agitated. Will I be like this? What will happen to me? That kind of doubt. That's why those two sort of do not allow you to come to a decision about anything. Your mind starts wandering here and there. because the mental factor of adimokka is not there. And that's a dangerous situation when you start sort of thinking various views and become sort of agitated. That is why the concentration and mindfulness, calming your mind, concentrate your mind, and become mindfulness of what the thoughts are to get you back to the root.
Yes, and also another point that you mentioned at the very beginning of your introduction about the Buddha's time and the contemporary views which were being practiced at the Buddha's time. In total there were 62 views which are very well explained in one of the Digha Nikaya suttas called Brahmajala, because we know in one of our sutta classes we did this sutta recently. So from that sutta it is very clear that those people who have developed their mind to a very high level still could not get rid of, could not let go of their wrong views. It doesn't matter however much they have developed their minds. There were people who could see or recollect their past births, which means they have gone very high level in their concentration meditation. Still, they could not give up wrong view.
No, that is true. That is true, because the concentration meditation is not the only. It's helpful to get into insight meditation, but without insight meditation, if you go on concentration meditation with the wrong view, then at the end, even going up to the what is called the neva sanya na sanya, neither perception nor non-perception stage, and that is what we call the highest degree in concentration meditation, then still you might think, oh, my Atman has now gone to the end of bhava, or become joined with the God, and then you can sort of go into wrong places, like some of these worlds, like Asanya Satta world, and then spend eons and eons living in those worlds without getting any relief from Nibbana. So only concentration meditation and this jhana, this is my personal view. I think personally developing jhana is a mistake, because you can always get into the wrong path, especially when you get these upakleshas, and you might think that you have developed into sotapatti and enlightenment and all sorts of things, and then end up not having any results for your efforts. I think what you must do is, when you develop concentration, you must always, at the end of it, or whatever it is, keep some time to go to insight meditation. That is the insight meditation is the only way that you can get sort of escape from this cycle. And all the others were there before Buddha. Insight is the only one that Buddha developed,
Yeah.
Especially.
Yeah, of course. So those jhana meditation has been there even before the Buddha came, and it is Buddha who uniquely found and exposed and taught to the world this insight meditation. So insight meditation is, or if not, in other words, this samadhi links with this insight knowledge or insight meditation. So Dr. Upali Abesiri, let us conclude today's discussion, and as we have reached our time, and it is time for our next item on the program. So I would like to give my punyanumodana for everyone who joined this Dhamma discussion, and for your comments, and especially Dr. Upali Abesiri for your wisdom, for sharing your wisdom as always with all of us. So may this gift of Dhamma be a paramita for all of us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you very much.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Ye ragarattānupatanti sotang sayang katang makkate kovajalang etampi citvāna vajanti dhīrā anapekkino sabba dukkhang pahāya. Dear friends in the Dhamma, today we are celebrating very important Buddhist day, Buddhist in our calendar, Sanghamitta Day, remembering the arrival of Sanghamitta to Sri Lanka. The Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta arrived with the sapling of the Bodhi tree, and also she established the Bhikkhuni order. So that is why we mark this day as Ladies' Day, because that is the day in Sri Lanka Buddhism was established properly, because the Bhikkhu, the Sasana and also the Bhikkhuni Sasana was introduced and started. And also all the monasteries building was started at the same time, because for the Bhikkhunis they established a Bhikkhuni Aram. So this is a very important event. So today we are remembering those things, whatever happens at the King Devanampiya's time. Today, for the sermon, afternoon sermon, I have selected a sermon, the sutta from the Sanghamitta Nikaya. It is called the Darukhandopama Sutta. I can remember I have given a sermon a few years ago in this topic, but I thought I will repeat that sermon again. Maybe you all have forgotten that sermon. So Buddha has given this sermon under a tree near bank of the river Ganges, near the city of Kosambi. There were 500 bhikkhus accompanied at that time with him. So the 500 bhikkhus were sitting around the Buddha on the bank of the river Ganges. The Lord Buddha saw a big log which was being carried down in the river by the current. Then Buddha pointed out to the log and said to the monks, "O bhikkhus, do you see a very big log which is being carried down by the current of the river?" And the bhikkhus replied, "Yes, Venerable Sir, we see it." Then the Lord Buddha continued, "O bhikkhus, if that log is caught on that bank, if that log is caught in this bank, it won't reach the ocean. If it is submerged into the water, it won't reach the ocean. If it landed on a small island in the middle of the river, it won't reach the ocean. If it is taken away by human beings, it won't reach the ocean. If it is taken away by a deva, it won't reach the ocean. If it becomes rotten, it won't reach the ocean. If it sank into whirlpool, it won't reach the ocean." Here the Buddha teaches the monks the 8 faults by which the log cannot reach the ocean. Then the Lord Buddha said, if that big log is not placed on the bank, it will reach the ocean. If it not placed on this bank, it will reach the ocean. If it is not submerged into water, it will reach the ocean. If it does not land on a small island in the middle of the river, it will reach the ocean. If it is not taken away by human beings, it will reach the ocean. If it is not taken away by Deva, it will reach the ocean. If it does not become rotten, it will reach the ocean. If it does not sink into the whirlpool, it won't reach the ocean. It will reach the ocean. Here, the Buddha pointed out that if there are not any of these 8 folds, the log will reach the ocean. So, Buddha wants to say that the current, how this log can reach to ocean. Then the Lord Buddha said, because why does this log reach the ocean? It is because the current of the river inclines towards ocean. So it will reach the ocean if it has none of these 8 folds. However, this is just a simile. When one of the monks requested the Buddha to explain the simile, so he explained, the Buddha explained this simile in this way. Oh, because this bank, I refer to 6 sense doors. You all know that eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. By the words that bank, I refer to the 6 sense objects, visible objects, sound or voice, smell or scent, taste, tangible things and mind objects. The Buddha compared this bank and that bank with the six sense doors and the 6 sense objects. He then continued to explain that sinking into the water means being attached to any physical or mental process or being attached to any living beings or non-living beings. Landing on a small island in the middle of the river means conceit or pride or arrogance. Taken by the human beings means when any bhikkhu or monk lives associating improperly with lay people. Taken away by devas means doing good deeds for the purpose of being reborn in heaven, the realm of devas or Brahman. Sinking into the whirlpool means to indulge in 5 kinds of sensual pleasures. Becoming rotten means pretending to be virtuous when one is not actually virtuous. So this is Buddha's explanation. Although the Buddha has given this sermon to those monks, it is for all of us, all of his disciples and all his followers, and also all living beings Buddha has given it. So we can say that anyone who has none of these 8 folds can reach the ocean, and that when he has reached the ocean, he has got rid of suffering. Now let us see what does Buddha means by the word ocean here. Buddha here is talking something very special. Does he means the ocean of rebirth or samsara? If you are in the ocean of samsara, are you happy or unhappy? Have you get rid of suffering? I think no. So, in this discourse, what the Lord Buddha referred to by the word ocean is nibbana and not samsara. Then what does he mean by comparing this bank with these 6 sense doors, namely eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind? Then again, what does it mean by comparing that bank with the six sense objects? Visible things, sound or voice, smell or scent, taste, tangible things, and mind objects. If you see the visible objects, say if you see a brand new car, we can say, or whatever the new things, it is if we say it is a car which came recently, come out, then here is the color of that car is a visible object. That your mind sees it with the help of your eye, because there is a car, then you see it through your eyes. But that eye doesn't know that he has seen a car, but our eye consciousness is the one who can understand. The mind, the eye sees the object, or does the mind see it? Or both eye and mind sees the object. So that is what we have to think. Here the mind is not used in same sense that it is used in the Western psychology. Because the Western psychology, mind is everlasting thing. But in the psychology of Buddhism, chitta, which knows the object, does not last even for the length of time for thinking an eye. Here the word mind is used in the sense of chitta. So whenever when we say mind, you should know that the object does not last even for the millions of seconds. You can also use the word consciousness, which at time may be better than mind. So this consciousness or mind knows the object, but the eye does not know it. Without the eye, does consciousness see the object? No. With the help of the eye, one of the six sense doors, consciousness see the object. For example, here we see a brand new car. In this case, there is a visible object and there is an eye which is making the mind or consciousness see the object. If you see this brand new car, how do you feel? You may feel that it is better for you to have one. If it is your own car, it will give you much pleasure. Then you are attached to it because you see it. Why do we see it? Because there is a visible object, the car, and there is the eye. The car is one of the six sense doors. When the eye contracts the color of the car, of the form of the car, there arises consciousness that sees the car, but that consciousness of seeing does not stop here. So it goes further. Yes, it is my car, it's a very good car. A new car. I brought it yesterday. It costs 50,000 pounds. So in this way, you are attached to that new car. That means that you are attached to non-living things because of its color, a visible object. And because of the eye, so you are attached to the car. Suppose you park that car side of the road, and person who is going hurriedly drives his car past your car and scratches the door of your car. Then what do you feel? You feel angry. Why are you angry? Because it is your car. It means that you have attachment, lobha, and anger, dosa. So, do lobha and dosa gives you happiness? So no, they give you unhappiness, dukkha. Then do you know why you have this dukkha? Your suffering and unhappiness arise because you yourself are kept on this bank as well as on that bank. that attachment arises with the help of the I. So you have that suffering because of the I, which keeps you on this bank. So it applies to all the senses, whatever we have. It is not only eyes, all the other things, although it has to be applied when we see all those things. How these dukkha comes, how these things, our organs and also our objects, how they unite and give us suffering. If you are attached to the car with the help of your eye, could you reach the ocean? Nibbana? No. Because you will be clinging to that bank as well as this bank. You won't reach the ocean. What then does the Buddha refer to by the word log? So we have to understand what is this log. What does he compare the log? He compares it with khandhas, or human beings. Khandhas means the 5 aggregates of mental and physical phenomena. So, because we are made of these khandhas, so that is why called the human beings, or beings. Because we do not see the 5 aggregates as 5 aggregates of mentality and physicality, we are attached to them. So, we are attached to them. So you won't reach the ocean. If, however, you see the 5 aggregates as 5 aggregates of mentality and physicality, then you will not be attached to them. Then you will reach the ocean. That new car you brought yesterday for 50,000 pounds, if you see it as a brand new car, then you are attached to it. But if you see it as a material process, or rupa khandha, or aggregates of materiality, you won't be attached to it. Then you won't be unhappy when the car is scratched or the side of the side, because you don't take it as a valuable new car. It is applied to whatever things we like in this very life. Look at our body, we see it is beautiful, handsome, or we think different ways. But what is it? Is it beautiful when we look at inside how it's working? What are the things working on it? It is not a happiness. It is not a nice thing to see even. So, when the Buddha means by sinking into the river, sink into the water, it is attachment. Because desire, craving, greed, lust, love, there are a lot of words for this greed, attachment we can say. If you are attached by any living beings or non-living beings, non-living things, you won't be able to reach the ocean. So we sink it, because sometimes parents are so attached to their children, they sink on them. But the children go away their own way. But we sink ourselves. And also the same thing will happen. Lovers and whatever the love we feel and all the things, it won't give that happiness. What will happen, we will sink on it. So that we can't get rid of it. So it is also another suffering. So then landing on a small island means conceit, pride, and arrogance. Those are the things we normally have. Why we have? If you are proud of or conceit about your wealth, your skills, your rank, then conceit delay you in attainment of Nibbana. Because you have so much things and attached to being conceited, you are unable to realize the mental and physical process in their true nature, and you will take your bodily and mental process to be a person, a being, an atta, or I or you. In this way we take it. Then there will arise many other defilements such as anger, lust, greed, hatred, and so on. So if you land on a small island, you won't be able to reach the ocean because you are not able to realize natural process as a natural process, or your five aggregates as just natural process. You don't understand it because we are in that attachment, at that conceit. Whatever the things we have proud of it. So in this way, Buddha explained that landing on a small island, like these small things you are making happy, but it won't give a lasting happiness. So next point Buddha explained in this sermon, if the log is taken away by human beings, it won't reach the ocean. So this is very much attached to the focus on the monks actually. So this refers to bhikkhus. Supposing a bhikkhu does not do his work, that is learning scriptures, practicing meditation, delivering sermons, leading his disciples to the right path and making them meditate for their salvation. Without doing those things, if he mixes with the laity in an improper way, such a bhikkhu is taken away by human beings, then he will be unable to reach the ocean. He will attach to those people whom he is improperly associating with, and so much attached to worldly affairs that won't be able to realize the Dhamma, bodily and mentally process as just natural process. He won't be able to realize the three characteristics of a mental and physical process, which are, as you know, anicca, dukkha, and anatta, impermanence, suffering, and non-self or no ego. If he is unable to realize these three characteristics of mentality and physicality, he will be so strongly attached to worldly affairs that he won't reach the ocean. So that will happen to monks actually. So they are engaged in different things apart from their religious service, religious activities, because he's going to do some other things than what he's supposed to do. Then that is what will happen. He is not focusing to attainment of Nibbana. So he has taken by the humans. So next one is very interesting, that is taken away by devas. The Buddha said, if the log taken away by a deva, it won't reach the ocean. This means that if you perform any wholesome or meritorious deeds, such as charity, virtue, observing moral precepts, and meditation, with a view to being reborn in the realm of the devas or brahmas, then you will be taken away by the devas to their realms. If this happened, would you reach the ocean? No. If your purpose of doing this meritorious deed is to be reborn in the realm of the devas or brahmins, your deed will lead you to those higher planes of the world, and then you will be reborn as a deva, a shining one, and you won't be able to reach the ocean. Deva means one who shines. So if you are become Deva, you will be much attached to yourself because your body is very shiny and you won't be able to reach the ocean. So this is very interesting, but it doesn't mean that you should not do any meritorious deed and things. Because some people, they do meritorious deed to be in the Deva worlds or the Brahma worlds. So that is why Buddha said. Otherwise, we all need merits, because we should do meritorious deed to attain the Nibbana, to get the help to reach the Nibbana. That is what we have to do. So we should practice the charities, and we have to do whatever the virtues and keep in all these things. The main aim should be to attain the ocean of Nibbana. So that is what Buddha wanted to explain to us in this sermon. So he didn't say don't do anything like that, but the Buddha, some people, they do things to have more things. It is like offering one small thing and expecting many things. So it is a wrong way of practicing generosity and also doing meritorious deed. So you are not supposed to expect anything in return when you practice generosity, when you offer, when you give, and also when you do good deeds. Always do with good understanding, and also without expecting anything in return, not even a word of thanks. So that is what we have to do. So then that will be a meritorious deed which will help us to attain Nibbana. But if we are expecting to go to Devas and things, then our main idea of attainment of Nibbana will be not successful. So, because when we go to their worlds also, we have to come back. Sometimes we think it is a happy place, but it is a temporary being. And also when we come back, we don't know where we are going to be again. So that's why Buddha said that you try to attain Nibbana. So the other one is if the log sink into a whirlpool, then it won't reach the ocean. This means if you are indulging in sensual pleasures, you won't reach the ocean. Here it's also attachment. If you are attached to what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you touch, and what you think about, then you are submerged into a very big whirlpool. So you won't be able to reach the ocean. I think you all have seen the whirlpool. So it is the water is going round and round, you are going inside. So it will go, we don't know where it is going, but it goes somewhere which we cannot find. So it is, you cannot reach. I think you all agree with that, because the doctrine of the Buddha is so very rational. That's why, logical and natural. I'm sure that you agree with him in this point, because Buddha is showing us how we are in the whirlpool when we are indulging in sensual pleasures and all the time, and we cannot get away from it. We are indulgent in it, and also the different things, but I don't have to explain one by one what we are doing, what we are engaged. Some people, they are attached to gambling, and also some people are attached to drugs and things. Some people, they are habit of drinking and things. So all these things, attachment for different type of things, you have pleasure. So that is called the whirlpool. We are going into that, and also you cannot escape. So then the last item Buddha said is the log will become rotten. If the log becomes rotten, it won't reach the ocean. That means if you pretend to be a virtuous person when you are not, if you are not, you become rotten and you will not reach the ocean. You won't reach the Nibbana. That means sometimes people are not virtuous, but they try to show that they are virtuous. They attain this stages and that stages, and they want to. They are claiming, but they are not. If they are not, that means they are not on the correct path. They are only rotten people. They will become rotten, and also they won't reach the ocean of Nibbana. So Buddha explained all these things very nicely to understand for the monks how this log can reach the ocean, what are the obstacles they have, and also the Buddha said if there is no those obstacles, then the log can reach to the ocean. Same way Buddha explained what human beings attached to, and also how those attachments make them to have the obstacles in their path to Nibbana. So this is very interesting teachings of the Buddha. We can analyze a little further. Buddha said, if you have none of these 8 kind of faults, you are certain to reach the ocean, because you will be carried there by the middle current of the river. Middle current of the river. What then is a middle current? So Buddha's middle current is nothing else. It is the Noble Eightfold Path. That is the middle current Buddha explained to us. If you develop the Noble Eightfold Path, you are not kept in on this bank or that bank. You are not submerged into river water. You won't land on a small island. You won't be taken away by humans, or you are not taken by devas. You won't get into whirlpool, and you won't become rotten. Then that is the path Buddha explained. That is the current, middle current. Then you are certain to reach the ocean, Nibbana. You must try to develop the Noble Eightfold Path so that you do not have any of these eightfold faults. What should we do to develop this Noble Eightfold Path in you? Sila. That is morality. It is the foundation, the basic requirement. What should we build up on the Sila? We build up on the Sila concentration, that samadhi. Then what we should build on this structure, that is the panya, insight, enlightenment. Then how can you develop these 3 things, Sila, Samadhi and Panya? It is very easy and very simple to develop this Noble Eightfold Path, which consists of Sila, Samadhi and Panya. This is to know yourself, or just know your bodily and mental process as they really are. That is the way it is. So, most of you who are listening, because you are familiar with the practice of meditation, and also you listen to the sermons and things. So, all these things actually not a new thing for you all, but it is better we remind time to time and to give again and again these teachings for you to practice more and more, get into deeper understanding of the Buddha's teaching. Watch any action or movement of your body and mind as it really is, or as it really occurs, without analyzing it, without thinking about it, and just paying bare attention to what is happening to your body and mind as it really is. But you have to do it perseveringly and persistently. You must insist to observe whatever arises in your body and mind as it really is. That's all. If you see any intellectual knowledge, if you use any intellectual knowledge or preconceived idea in this awareness of your body and mental process, then you go astray. You are not on that path. If you use any intellectual knowledge or intellect with the preconceived idea while you are aware of a bodily or mental process, then your mind is not well concentrated, and you will not be able to realize bodily and mental phenomena as they really are. When you observe or watch any activity of body and mind as it really occurs, then gradually your mind becomes concentrated on any process that is observed. Then the concentration becomes deep and stronger. Your mind is purified from nivaranas. You all know what are the nivaranas are. Kama, Chanda, Vyapada, Tinamidda, Uddacha, Kukucha, Vichikicha. So that is what Buddha's path is. Sila, from keeping that foundation, we get the concentration. It is that concentration is not a preconceived ideas. It is intellect. It is not an intellectual knowledge. It is your own knowledge, your practice. So that is why when it is practiced in that way, without having those other ideas, then your mind becomes pure. So at that time you can remove your nivaranas like sensual desires, kama, chanda, sensual desires, vyapada, ill will, and also tina midda means sloth and torpor, uddacha kukucha means the restlessness and worry, remorse, and vichikicha means doubt. All these things can be removed with that. If you have one of these 5 hindrances in your mind is defiled. It is not purified. When your mind is not purified, then your inside knowledge is not penetrating. Only when the mind is purified from these 5 hindrances, your inside knowledge become penetrating. When it is penetrating, you will be able to realize bodily and mental process. First, in their specific characteristics, and secondly, in their general or common characteristic. Thirdly, because of they have been realized in these 2 levels of right understanding, bodily process and mental process, to exist to the enlightenment. Then you have attained to the cessation of suffering, deliverance. However, it is only through deep concentration when you are observing any mental or physical process that you are able to right understand the process of material or mental phenomena with the 3 levels of right understanding. What are these 3 understandings? So first level of right understanding is realization of specific characteristic of materiality and mentality. The second is realization of general or common characteristic of materiality and mentality. The third is realization of the 4 noble truths, that is the dukkha, the origin of dukkha, the cessation of dukkha, and the way leading cessation of dukkha. That is called the sammaditthi. Sammaditthi comes in that way because sammaditthi is nothing else, it is the understanding of the 4 noble truths. So to purify mind, we need a 4 noble eightfold path. To realize mental and physical process and their specific characteristics, we need noble eightfold path. To realize bodily and mental phenomena, we need the noble eightfold path. To realize the 4 noble truths, we need the noble eightfold path, which is the middle current of the river. So that is what we all need to understand the Buddha's teaching. The discourse on the parable of the log Because a person who does not develop the Noble Eightfold Path is sure not to reach the ocean or Nibbana. If he develops the Noble Eightfold Path, he is certain to reach the ocean of Nibbana, because he will not be kept on that bank or this bank. And so on. The Buddha explained all those 8 factors. Buddha gave us the way to develop the Noble Eightfold Path. That is the technique of mindfulness of what is arising at the moment as it really is. When you feel pain on your back, on your knee while you are sitting, you must observe that pain as it really is. You must not try to make it go away. You must make it disappear. You must not make it disappear, because the pain will help you to attain Nibbana. On the other words, pain is the key to the door of Nibbana. So if you feel a painful sensation, you are very lucky. Why? The pain will lead you to the cessation of suffering, because the pain is one of the 5 aggregates to be thoroughly realized. What kind of aggregate is it? It is the aggregate of sensation. The aggregates of sensation, which is the 4th of suffering, which is the truth of suffering. It is to be thoroughly understood. If we realize the painful sensation, its true nature, in its specific as well as it is general characteristics, we see it is just a natural process arising and passing away from moment to moment. It does not last even a second. Then through the realization of this pain of aggregates of sensation, you can attain enlightenment by which you can destroy all defilements and get rid of suffering. This is why Buddha said, if you feel a painful sensation, you are very good. Why? Because you have a mental process rather than physical process to watch, to observe and to realize. The pain gives you a very good opportunity to realization of its true nature. That leads you to cessation of dukkha. That is called the attainment of Nibbana. It is here needed to explain that the specific characteristic of mentality and physicality, and their general and common characteristics. The specific characteristic of mentality and physicality here mean that every mental or physical process has its own specific characteristics, which have nothing in common with any other mental or physical process. You know lobha. Let us say, take the lobha. Lobha means greed, craving, desire, lust, attachment. So there are many meanings. Lobha has its own process. What is it? I think you know that because you have had experience in meditation as well as studying the scriptures. What is the specific characteristic of lobha? If you have love or desire for a car, new car, will you then go away from that car and never approach it? Or am I right in saying that because you have desire for a new car, you will not run away from that car? Will you rather approach it because you are attached to it? If you have lobha for this car, you are always attached to it. So here we know that the characteristic of lobha, attachment, has the characteristics of clinging. That is what the characteristic of the lobha. It is a clinging. This dosa means anger. Have the characteristic of clinging? No. There is no, anger doesn't have a characteristic of clinging. Dosa has a characteristic of rudeness. Lobha draws things towards, dosa expels from it. That means the attachment you like to take to yourself, and also dosa, anger, you expel it. So this clinging is the specific characteristic of lobha. Rudeness is the specific characteristic of dosa. Physical and mental process which constitute so-called person are what we call the person is made of elements. That's called the Pathavi Dhatu, Apo Dhatu, Tejo Vayu, Tejo Jatu, Vayu Jatu, Akasa Dhatu, and Vijnana Dhatu. All those things. How many elements are included in so-called person? There are 6. What are they? They call the earth, water, fire, space, consciousness. Or of these 6 elements, Pathavi Dhatu, that means the element of earth, has hardness and softness as its characteristics. These characteristics belong to the element of earth, not to the element of water, not to fire, not to air. So that is the earth's specific characteristic. When the meditator, when you are practicing meditation, as you are on the river of this, this current, you see, meditator has obtained deep concentration of mind. His mind is purified, then he begins to realize the specific characteristic of mental and physical process. So when you observe your abdominal movement, a physical process, according with the discourse of the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, and when your concentration is good enough, you begin to realize the rising and falling momentary very clearly. Motion of movement is the characteristic of the wind or air element. When you rightly understand this rising moment or falling moment very clearly and very penetratively, you are not aware of the form of your body or abdomen. You have the loss of sense of your bodily form. What you are realizing at the moment is just moment, upward moment and downward moment. When you begin to realize the specific characteristic of the air element, that is Vayu Dhatu. What then are the general common characteristic of material and mental phenomena? Those are, the anicca, dukkha, and anatta. Whatever we call the sankharas, whatever the things have these 3 characteristics, that is called the anicca, dukkha, and anatta, impermanence, suffering, or non-self. So when you are practicing, you will realize that all these things are not permanent. Our body is not permanent, our mind is not permanent, and also that impermanence gives the suffering, and also there is no self within it. Then you will realize those things within yourself. Then that comes to the knowledge of comprehension, that is Sati Sampajanya. So in this way, Buddha explained to the monks, these are the qualities, whatever this log, why it is not reaching. So this Buddha explained in that sermon. Then Buddha delivered this sermon on the bank of the river Ganges, and there was a cowherd who was looking after cows. He was listening to this discourse. His name was Nanda. He was very pleased with the discourse and wanted to be carried away by the middle current. So he approached the Buddha and requested him to ordain him as a bhikkhu. Venerable Sir, I am afraid of being kept on that bank or this bank or submerged in river, so I want to be carried away by the middle current and to reach the ocean. Please be kind enough to ordain me as a bhikkhu so that I can develop the Noble Eightfold Path. So it was explained in that sermon, that sutta, Darukhandopama Sutta. When the Buddha said, No, boy, you are cowherd. You have a duty to drive your cows back home. You should entrust them to their owner. Unless you do that, I cannot ordain you. So the cowherd did as the Buddha said. Then he returned to the Buddha. Then the Buddha ordained him as bhikkhu. Then the bhikkhu Nanda went into forest. His name was Nanda. He went to the forest, a secluded place, and developed the Noble Eightfold Path by being aware of all mental and physical phenomena that were rising moment to moment, because he was willing to be carried away by the middle current. He meditated strenuously. Then, in a very short time, he was carried away by the middle current and reached the ocean of Nibbana. Why did Bhikkhu Nanda reach the ocean of Nibbana? Because he had none of those eightfold faults and was carried away by the middle current, by the Noble Eightfold Path, and returns towards the ocean. So, this is very interesting sermons of the Buddha. So we are all trying to attain the bliss of Nibbana. How far we are success in that? So we have to see it. We have to think about it. Are we on that bank or this bank? Are we going to submerge? Are we going to land in a small island? And also, are we going to be rotten? Or are we going to be taken by the devas or humans? So it is up to us to decide. So we should understand that when we behave in that, when we have that eightfold faults, so we won't be able to attain the bliss of Nibbana. So that is why Buddha explained here, this is the path I have given to you. Buddha is not teaching something else. He always says, I teach only suffering and cause of suffering and how to get rid of suffering. So that is what Buddha wants to teach us, nothing else. So are we on that path? That is what the question we should have. And that is what we should have mindfulness within ourselves and try to be in that path, and also it will help us to attain the bliss of Nibbana. So Buddha clearly said in this sermon what are the causes for not to be in this ocean of Nibbana. We are not in although we try to be in the middle path, we have some obstacles, so we have to overcome those obstacles to attain Nibbana, the ocean. So may you all have courage and determination to understand the teachings of the Buddha. May you have courage and determination to follow their teachings and follow the practice of meditation, and also follow the Noble Eightfold Path. May you all attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. With these remarks, I will conclude my sermon today.
Become a charity, which is a lay movement, Theravada influence. We're making some connections at the moment with Chitta Viveka in Chithurst, and we do an annual walk for Buddhist Global Relief to raise money for the poorest people in the world. But anyway, when I was asked to come here, I thought, what is the thing? I'm trying to be useful here, try to grapple with this issue about mindfulness and what's important about it. What was the most difficult thing for me when I'm teaching as a lay teacher, teaching other lay people? What is the thing that is very difficult to get across? Because there is a sort of light switch moment when one understands what is going on with mindfulness. So that's what I want to talk about, and that was the story of how I got to be talking about it today. So one has to pay attention to words, of course, but one can get choked in a fuzzy cluster of definitions. And in English, the connotations may not quite mean what the Pali intends. Here are some different English translations of Sampayana. Mindfulness, or a dimension of it, clear comprehension, awareness, consciousness of, full awareness, self-awareness, discrimination, alertness, knowing that, understanding, seeing impermanence, and so it goes on. So I have to choose a couple of English words which come closest to what I think the Buddha is getting at, because that's the important thing. What is the man getting at? Forget about the words. If we put the words aside, what is he trying to tell us in the whole context of his teaching and in his life? So I shall go mostly with full awareness. Sometimes with clear comprehension seems to be a good alternative. In any case, everyone seems to agree that Sampayana and Sati, that's mindfulness, go together. They are a couplet. Mindful awareness, or if you like, aware attentiveness. So it should be Sati hyphen Sampayana. Just saying that to put it across, the importance of it. So that's the challenge. When I've taught mindfulness to lay people, as a layperson myself, I have sometimes had difficulty getting across that mindfulness is much more than a matter of inner attention. Of course, you need the attention. What can one do as a lay teacher, like myself, to get across that mindfulness is emphatically a matter of strenuously comprehending or aware attention? Well, one can listen to a talk, study an original text and its commentary, use a Pali dictionary, master the context, expand the context, but most importantly, sit down in solitude and meditate following the Buddha's instructions, which are there for us to follow. One has to be a serious inquirer and work back and forth between one's meditative experience and the Buddha's instruction. One then stands a good chance of seeing into what the Buddha was getting at. I can't emphasize this idea of what was he getting at, and have you got it when you perform the instructions. Remember that what he went through before he got it himself. What makes us think we can squeeze self-sacrificing, strenuous endeavor into a neat little package, or even pay for it? We should avoid investing a concept in just one word, Sampayana. The point being made by a teacher, that is the concept, not the word, they're two different things, may be expressed through a cluster that takes its life from the context, and that context needs to be relived in meditational and contemplative practice. This is true, of all languages, but may be especially true in ancient Eastern languages. Anyway, let us not get too hung up on Sampayana. The question is, what was the Buddha getting at when he used it sometimes, and we might easily overlook it, and some other related words other times? Well, what was he getting at? I have an idea, a little metaphor for you. I love metaphors. I just can't seem to think without metaphors. I think it is what we might call the light switch effect. So here's the metaphor. I may know and even dimly see the boxes, old tables and chairs in a poorly lit loft in my home. I do see them, but dimly. But when the light, a newly installed light, is switched on for the first time in the loft, everything changes. Wow, that was a surprise. Although actually nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, but everything has changed. Same loft, same boxes, old table, old chairs. In the light, however, I may be able to see unfamiliar objects, unfamiliar colors, well-defined shapes, unacknowledged layers of dust, and a mouse cowering in the corner. And what difference does that make? How does it raise opportunities or potential that weren't there before? The loft may now look unfamiliar in the light. But with the light, we might bump into things less often, and hurt ourselves less often, as we do in life. At the deepest level, the unfamiliar fleetingness, hollowness, and suffering in things can now begin to appear in the field of our consciousness. Awareness draws in things I knew dimly but barely understood. Comprehending awareness, sampayana, is the light. I think so. That's what it did for me anyway. Let us now go to the Buddha's instructions in the classic text that I'm sure you all know, the Satipatthana Sutta. The four foundations of mindfulness are, we are told by the Buddha, a direct path for the purification of beings, as we heard earlier, an ending of suffering, don't ever forget that point, a path to the attainment of Nibbana. It is to those ends that we have these four instructions on mindfulness, mindful awareness of body, feelings, mind, and phenomena. Regarding our current societal preoccupation with mindfulness, we should always keep in mind the purpose of the instruction. Always keep in mind the purpose of the instruction. Without holding in mind the purpose, we are likely to lose or misconstrue its meaning or turn it inside out. Elsewhere, the Buddha warns us about the worldly lure of pleasure, praise, fame, and gain, in which everything is grist to the mill. Mindfulness could be part of that grist, if one is not careful. But let us focus on the first foundation as a kind of template for all four foundations, although they are quite different. All four making the point about the critical significance of sampayana. But it's easily missed. The Buddha is recorded as speaking of, quote, contemplating the body as a body, ardent, zealous, fully aware, and mindful. Fully aware is sampayana in this case, sampayana. But this is not contemplation in the mundane sense of attentiveness to and awareness of worldly aspects of the body. You could do that. We all do that. We look in the mirror. You know, we wash our faces. We put on lipsticks or whatever it is that we do. That's attention, isn't it? So this is not about the worldly aspects of the body of cosmetic surgery, Botox, and beauty products. For the Buddha immediately reminds us, having, quote, having put away covetousness or greed and grief for the world. He is not talking about paying more attention to your body. For goodness sake, it gets enough attention as it is. It's probably obsessive with a lot of us. How then should we be aware? What is this awareness thing? What is the worldly awareness to be contrasted with? Surely with an awareness of the human potential for tranquility, for compassion, for cooperation, for generosity and gratitude, for Nibbana. Now, returning to the short quotation from the Mindfulness of Body teaching, what about the rather strange repetition of words in the phrase, contemplate body as body? I first read that, I thought, whoops, typographical error? No, something really important here. Contemplate body as body. Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi cites the classical commentary, the traditional commentary, on this point. He says, it is a means of precisely determining and isolating the object of contemplation. Right. Now let's sit down and do some meditation and see what happens. Well, this may be true, what Bhikkhu Bodhi says, but I don't think it quite penetrates the critical or even momentous feature of awareness that the Buddha is pointing to. There is something here we really cannot afford to miss, and that is the dramatic shift in understanding. There is something wonderful and marvelous about this, which, by the way, is a phrase used sometimes in the Pali Canon to describe the Buddha. Wonderful and marvelous. So let me emphasize, when we light up with awareness any actual experience and do so with committed investigative attention, if we penetrate that experience, we come across not the familiar body we take for granted, but the unfamiliar, something or other we have always called body. But now, in this wordless, fleeting glimpse, this moment of clarity, the body lit up by awareness is something almost alien, wispy, just unstably holding together the idea that it is me. And we shouldn't ignore that phrase either, the other phrase there, viharati atapi, to dwell or abide zealously or ardently. So this is no ordinary looking at something. Look as much as you like. That's not it. It's more than that. This is seriously inspecting and probing. If this were a sport, say throwing a javelin, the instructor would be saying to the athlete, focus on the target. Put everything you've got into it. Be the target. Here the Buddha is doing something similar, I think. But of course, speaking of mental effort, but with the same seriousness of intent. When I encounter the flickering, fragmented body experience as body, it is alien. It is not me. Aha, it is not me. I thought it was me. It's not me. This is a crucial discovery that anyone serious about mindfulness may make for themselves. It is just a matter of freeing oneself up and catching the experience as it actually is. Now do this for yourself, burrowing down to the unfamiliar experience. See on investigation that the something alien is transient or void, and you are well on your way to Nibbana and reaping benefits at different levels. Not so easy, but possible. To continue the quotation from the sutta, then the Buddha answers the implicit question, how does one approach body in this way in practice? And he gives us a diverse range of options. He starts with breathing, as you all know. Again, this requires paying attention to the breathing motion going on, but not just attending, but attending in a special way, namely with sampajanya. The light has to be switched on. In every detail of the breathing there is understanding. I am not just breathing out long or short, but I understand. I know it is just that is happening. I am brightly aware of its nature. Note that the key word is now pajanati, meaning to know, to find out, to come to know, to understand, to distinguish. But the point is the same. Full awareness, clear comprehension. Eventually, there is the insight that breathing does not need me in order to breathe. I am not doing the breathing. The breathing is breathing me. The me that arises and falls. So in the last analysis, all the seeking of definitions of words is only a useful crutch to assist one now and then. The real thing is seeing what the Buddha is getting at. Analyzing the words is a crutch, but a lame person is only assisted by a crutch if they are willing to do something, to try to stand up and walk. It is only through the doing that one sees how, quote, wonderful and marvelous the Buddha's teachings really are. So now is your chance. Well, right now, as you're sitting there, and you really must be getting quite tired right now, let's do what the Buddha tells us to do. We are now going to do a mini exercise together. You'll be relieved to hear it. It involves getting up off your seat. So, I now ask, please just follow me, okay? Trust me. I now ask you all to just stand up where you are. Right there where you are. Just stand up. That's it. Nothing else involved, just standing up. Now we're going to stand up for about 10 seconds or so. You could look at me, you could look at the ceiling, you could do anything you like. Okay, now I'm about to ask you to sit down. Don't sit down yet. But the instruction is different. Different instruction. Listen carefully to the words. When I do ask you to sit down, I want you to do so very slowly, in full awareness of the bending of your neck, the folding of the body, the folding of the knees, the folding of the hips, the sensation of contact with the chair. I'll repeat the instruction. The Buddha is all instructions. He's not interested in philosophy, psychology, or neurology, or anything else. He's giving you a set of instructions. So, the instructions are, when you sit down, do so slowly, in full awareness of the changes in your body, principally the bending of your neck as you look where you're going, the folding of the body, right? The folding of the knees, the folding of the hips, the sensation of contact with the chair. Okay, follow the instruction now. Now the rest is actually up to you. But I do have a question for you. Was the experience of sitting down different from the experience of standing up in terms of the mental experience itself? I know sitting up, standing up is standing up and sitting down is sitting down. We're not interested in that. What was different, the instructions, was I didn't say anything to you about how you should, what your mental attitude was to the standing up. You just stood up. That's what we do throughout life until we fall into a hole. The instruction was different when you were sitting down, not because it was sitting down, but because you had switched on that light in the loft. The body was doing very much the same sort of thing, only in reverse. So now you were lighting up the bending of the neck, looking where you were going. Body going down. Look at those knees. You're aware of it. You're conscious of it. You know that this is happening. So the question is, what difference does that make? I'm not going to tell you, I'm asking you. Because your experience is your experience, mine is mine. Maybe I'm totally crazy. If you doubt whether the Buddha would have asked anyone to do this, note that in this very sutta that we're looking at, he says, quote, when standing, he understands, I am standing. When sitting, he is fully aware, I am sitting. You get it? It's just what we've just done. Note that we do not have to rely on sampajana to get his point. And again, he speaks of, quote, one who acts in full awareness, sampajana. That's what it says in Pali. When going forward and returning, when flexing and extending his limbs, when walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep. Now you just did a little mini exercise there, just in the hope that at least you know where the light switch is. You may not have pushed it yet, but at least you know where the light switch is. I leave it to you to answer the question. Was the motion of the body somehow different mentally when you were fully aware of it? It's not a trick question. I mean, either you did or you didn't. If you do it over a longer period with more of your body, and then we can move on to the mental objects and so on, then it might be that, got it. Okay, try it at home. In the classical commentary on the Satipatthana Sutta, we find an analysis of 4 types or aspects of sampajanya. On reading the original, these turn out to be, for the most part, 4 external settings in which one should remain mindful, and not an inner experience analysis of sampajanya. These 4 are awareness of the following, taking the example of awareness of coming and going. This is what it says in the commentary. I've condensed it. Awareness, 1, of purpose of one's action. So this is supposed to be an account of what sampajanya is all about. Awareness of the purpose of one's action. Is it worthwhile? Is it helpful to me? It's clearly, directed towards monks and nuns, but it's even for we lay people, it's an important point. 2, awareness of suitability, of propriety for what it is that you're doing. Is there a potential for harm to the demeanor or to your understanding? The demeanor required for the holy life. E.g., this is actually given in the commentary text, going to a greedy gathering. Well, greedy gatherings happen everywhere, even in temples. Or risking being trampled by an elephant. Not very likely in West London. More likely being struck by a red Ferrari in West London, but you get the point. However, seeing a corpse is suitable. Now, I lived in West Africa for 11 and a half years, and I saw a lot of corpses, mostly road accidents. Sometimes trucks had run over the body several times. Some had exploded, the petrol tanks had exploded. There were burnt, charred bodies in the car that you could see, falling out of the car on the road. And they could be there days, no ambulance to pick them up. It's a shock. But it's more than a shock of disgust. It's a shock of, this is what life is, and this is what my body is. Do you see? The light switch is switched on. Then there's awareness, the third point in the commentary, is that it's awareness of keeping meditation uppermost in mind. Not abandoning it every moment. Just because I'm going to wash the dishes, I'm going to forget all about mindfulness. Right? Do it in the daily routine. Fourthly, it's awareness of non-delusion. Awareness of reality. And that primarily is that there is no discrete self. Let's not exaggerate. There is a self. It's a transient self. There is no discrete or separate self. That's the point. Let's not get mixed up here. So we've got to keep that in mind as we meditate, as we practice our mindfulness. And that is what the clear comprehension part is. That is the coupler. They go together. You cannot conceive of sati as just being nothing but even the most intensive inner attention. It's not quite put its finger on it. Okay, so what about an analysis, the analysis that we need, that I actually looked for in the commentary, and it didn't quite turn up. We can see that this analysis into the 4 types is not necessarily a mental inward-facing analysis, but an outward, activities-facing analysis. The 4 types framework is aimed at monastic comportment and not so much at lay life, although it has its relevance even there. While I accept that these 2 are in truth inseparable, there is in truth no external-internal duality, I don't think this 4-fold account tells us very deeply about the nature and importance of sampajanya. That is, its place in the Dhamma. At least not until we get to the 4th type, which is the one about delusion. In the 4th type, practicing mindfulness with full awareness is described as non-delusional understanding. Wow. That's a big call, isn't it? Right, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing is there. The whole 4 Noble Truths are there. Right? Sampajanya is a requirement for attaining the insight, vipassana, that fully reveals the impermanence, insubstantiality, and the source of suffering. Clear awareness of the body, in our example, unfolding and folding to stand and sit, is completely misunderstood if it is taken to be intense attention only. Intense attention is vital, but it is not sufficient. It is particularly misunderstood if this practice is aimed at strengthening the sense of a discrete self, which you could mistakenly do. As a result of doing these exercises, you could become an even stronger and stronger self-centered person, because you haven't quite got that light bulb moment. The ontological light, as the light of fundamental reality, has to be switched on. And it becomes sufficient within mindfulness practice when it points us to the inability to find this discrete self, whether as body, feeling, perception, thought, or consciousness. That's what it's directing us towards. Look for it. You won't find it. But that's something you find out for yourself. I can tell you it. What I tell you doesn't matter, because it's an instruction. It's say do it, and then you find out for yourself. If you don't find out yourself, well, that's just the way it is. Okay, so to conclude, this is a rather neglected sutta that I want to quote from, that tells a story about what is truly wonderful and marvelous about the Buddha and the Buddha's teaching. Okay, I've used that phrase a couple of times. It's actually here and there in the Pali Canon. Truly wonderful and marvelous. Well, once the monks were assembled in Anathapindika Park, the disciple Ananda had just finished saying how the wonderful and marvelous quality of the Buddha is attested by the magical things that happened in his previous life and his rebirth, such as immeasurable light appearing when he descended into his mother's womb from Tushita heaven. I suspect that there might be some deliberate irony in this sutta. When Ananda had gone through this list of supernormal events, the Buddha added what was really important and down to earth. He then interjected, not wanting to offend Ananda, remember this too, Ananda, as a wonderful and marvelous quality of the Tathagata, that's the Buddha. Here, Ananda, for the Tathagata, feelings are known, vidita, as they arise. They are known as they present. They are known as they disappear. Perceptions are known as they arise, known as they present and as they disappear. Thoughts are known as they... We're back to this awareness thing, see? And as they disappear. Remember this too, Ananda, as a wonderful and marvelous quality of the Tathagata. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa kinno sato ti manyesi maraditthi gatanusi Suddha sankhara punjo yang naidang satupa labbati yatahi anga sambhara hoti saddo ratho iti evang khandesu sattesu hoti sattoti sammuti. Dear devotees, for our Sanghamitta Day program, I have chosen to reflect upon the dialogue between Bhikkhuni Vajra and Mara. Which I have recited these two gathas are in the Sangyukta Nikaya Bhikkhuni Vagga, the dialogue or discussion between Bhikkhuni Vajra and Mara. Before I come to this reflection, as beginning or as the background of this dialogue, I would like to reflect how Buddhism was taught by the Buddha. When Buddha attained enlightenment, after 6 weeks, he started his mission and he delivered sermons. For 45 years of his long ministry, Buddha gave thousands of sermons. Now, there is a problem arisen in the community because of their understandings are different. So Buddha's supramundane experience or nibbanic experience is actually beyond the mundane level. Through practice of very deep meditation, he experienced very transcendental experiences, nirvanic experience. When Buddha was thinking to deliver his sermons, Buddha was actually a little bit thinking about to whom I give my sermons. And Buddha understood there are people, they can't understand. However, somehow Sampati Mahabrahma invited, Buddha started his mission. So in that regard, there was a conflict between the supramundane experience and worldly experiences. You understand that? So how did Buddha transmitted his experience to this one mundane worldly people? For instance, there is a very good analogy. One day, a tortoise who lived with fish in a pot, in a place, in a watery area, had walked out from that pond, and after a few days, the tortoise returned to the pond, and fish asked questions. We haven't seen you for few days. Where have you been? Then the tortoise answered, I had a walk. What do you mean walk? So I walk in a dry land. What is the dry land you mean? These fishes, they ask questions. Are there fishes in the dry land? Can we swim in the dry land? Are there ripples in the dry land? All they asked the question what they had experienced living in the water. Then the tortoise had to answer what is dry land. It's difficult. No water there. How can walk there? All these things very difficult to convince to the fishes. You understand now. Likewise, this analogy explains us Buddha's supramande nirvanic experience was to convince to the people had some difficulties. That is why Buddha has used some analogies, Buddha has used some metaphorical sayings, Buddha has interpreted some words. For instance, Buddha has interpreted what is loka, world. We understand world is there, we live in the world. Buddha gave interpretation, world is within you, within this fathom-loom body. I declare the world, I declare this rising of the world, I declare the cessation of the world. Path leading to the cessation of. This is the way, the interpretation, and metaphorically says. Therefore, Buddha's very deep philosophical teaching is difficult to understand. So we need teachers, and we need experienced teachers, and we have to learn a lot to approach the things to realize as they are. This is there is another terms in Anguttara Nikaya. This is Nitatta and Neyatta. Neyatta means meaning has been given already. And Nitatta means meaning to be driven, to be given. That means interpretation to be given. Already meaning is there, and already the meaning to be given. Nitatta, Neyatta. Very important. So this is the background of Vajra Bhikkhuni and Mara's dialogue. the Mara asked these questions. Kenayang kato satto kwan sattassa karako kwan satto samuppanno kwan satto nirujjati. That means this beings has been created by whom? Where is the maker of this being? Where has the being arisen? Where does the being ceased? Me sattva kavareku visin karna laddeda, me sattva kala tanetta kohida, me sattva kohi hataganneda, me sattva kohi niruddha veda. In Sinhalese. We can answer just the appearance, looking at the appearance, the words, taking the meaning of the conventional meaning. We can answer the word. In Buddhism, we don't talk about a creator. We don't talk about the creation. Me sattva kavareku visin karna laddeda, who has created this being. We Buddhists are not very interested. Buddha was not interested about the creation or the God. So we can say we were born because we were created by our parents. There was a force behind this birth. That means karmic force. The last thought moment of the previous life was influenced by our karmic actions. Then we are directed to born in a place. So therefore we have been born in this human realm. So there we believe we understand, according to the teaching of karma, we understand we had very good karma in our previous life, and we have been born in the human realm, and we are fortunate in a way. Sometimes we are not fortunate much, but we are fortunate. We are not fortunate that much, we are fortunate somehow. So this way, we were born. And the second part, we can say, where is the maker of this being? The maker of this being, we can say, the karma is the force. Most important factor is karmic teachings. And where has the being arisen? We have been arisen in this human realm. Other beings have arisen in different realms, animal realms, and also in spirit realms and deva realms. All these realms are there, 31 planes. So, at the same time, where does this being ceased? Me satya kohi niruddha veda. This we can't predict it. We can't predict it. Buddha could predict. So according to the lifestyle, means according to the way of our life, according to our deeds, karma, we will be born in general sense. So, but deeply, if we see deeply, according to the very deep philosophical teachings of the Buddha, Bhikkhuni Vajra answered this question. Bhikkhuni Vajra answered that question. So she understood the Mara has asked these questions. So, who was the Mara? We have to understand a little bit about the Mara. There are 5 types of Mara. I was thinking about Mara is in Buddhism, Kilesa Mara, defilements are Mara. Mara one, evil. Mara means evil one. Defilement, Kilesa Mara. Abhisankhara means karma, our deeds, results of our karma are Mara. Sometimes bad karma, especially bad karma, are Mara. We have to undergo a lot of suffering because of the bad karma. So, look at that. Mrityu Mara means death is Mara. Mara means death. We all have to face that death, that Mara's action. Mara, there was Mara, name Mara is Devaputta Mara. There was a deity called Devaputta. That is one, we have some trees called Mara, Maragas, Likewise, Mara is a name of a deity, Devaputta Mara. And Kandamara. Kandamara means these 5 aggregates. These 5 aggregates means form, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. This is Kandamara. Because this Kanda gives so much troubles for us. So in that regard, Mara. One day I was talking with an English monk actually. We had a very wonderful discussion. A man came and disturbed so many times for our discussion. Then the Englishman said, he is Mara. He is Mara. Because disturbed us so much times. So much ways, it disturbed us. So in that regards, we can say Mara. But who was this Mara? Asked the questions from Bhikkhuni Vajra. When Buddha was sitting under the Bodhi tree, undergoing the process of enlightenment, then Mara, Vasavati Mara came. Bahum sahasa mabinim mitas ayudantang girimekalang udita gora sasena marang. Mara came there riding the elephant, riding his vehicle, elephant, called Girimekala, and he had 1,000 soldiers, not soldiers, soldiers, hands. He had 1,000 hands, so taking various kind of weapons, each hand 1,000 weapons, riding Girimekala elephant. Mara came when Buddha was sitting under the Bodhi tree. This is Mara. So in philosophical teaching says Mara are defilements. Not a person, but defilements. Kamate patama sena dutiya arti. In that regard, these are defilements. Buddha conquers the defilements. Buddha defeated the defilements. In that way, personified. These defilements have been personified as Mara. That is why in painting sometimes you can see the Buddha was sitting under the Bodhi tree. Mara was coming as a man, very fearful appearance, very ferocious weapons and serpents and all these things holding. Mara comes. It is a painting, so personifying. So the Mara, mainly Mara in spiritual experiences, Mara can be understood as defilements, mainly defilements. Sometimes Mara appeared as a person, because one can see like a man, like a demon, Mara appeared. Here in that context means defilements. In this context, Vajra was questioned by Mara. That means I was thinking, there is a defilement called doubt, vichikicha. Sometimes, that is my idea. Maybe Mara came as a person. Maybe these doubts arisen in her mind. In this way also can be interpreted. So Mara, we can think, Mara came there. Or doubts about the Dhamma appeared, vichikicha. You know vichikicha? Sakkaya ditthi, vichikicha. The second fetter, Sangyojana, is vichikicha. But she was an enlightened person. So how this defilement arisen in her mind? Therefore, it could be asked by Mara. So the dialogue started. Okay, this dialogue started. The Vajra Bhikkhuni answered, Kinnu sattoti manyesi mara ditti gatan nuse suddha sankhara punjoyang naidan sattu upalabhati yatahi anga sambhara hoti saddo rato iti evam khandesu sattesu hoti sattoti sammuti. This is the way she answered. So now she answered. Mara asked the question in conventional terms, but Vajra Bhikkhuni answered, I can say, Nibbanic dimension or Vipassana dimension. Sansaric dimension, Mara asked the question, Sansaric dimension, conventional dimension. Because Mara loved this mundane world. That is his world. This world, mundane, existent, is the Mara's world. So Buddha's world is Nibbana, Nibbanic or Nibbanic world. That is the Buddha's world. So therefore, Mara didn't like the Buddha because his people go to Buddha's world. He didn't like because attaining nirvana. So the nirvanic dimension and sansaric dimension. or Nibbanic or Vipassana dimension. We also can use both. She answered in Vipassana dimension, Vipassana way. Why do you think about a Satta? Mara, why do you think about this Satta? It is a ditti, it is a view. It is a view, or it is an opinion. It is completely Sankhara Punjoyam. It is Sankhara Punjoyam. That means, why now do you assume a being? Mara, have you grasped a view? This is heap of sheer constructions. Here no being is found. No being is found. Only the egg compound, only the aggregates are present, only the heap of sheer construction. You think about according to your view. This is like this. During summer, people use sunglasses. When we have sunglasses, when we wear a sunglass, we can see all they are in different color. But if you want the real color and the exact what the things are, we have to use the other glasses. Like that. So, Nibbanic glasses or Vipassana glasses. Through Vipassana vision, she answered, why do you assume a being? Mara, you have a view. This is a heap of sheer construction. Here no being is found. So, an analogy is here. Just as with an assemblage of parts, the word chariot is used, so when the aggregates are present, there is a convention, a being. Convention being. So we can see a being, if you say. But in reality, this is like an assemblage of parts. Yatahi anga sambhara hoti saddo rato iti. Assemble of various parts. We say a vehicle, a chariot. Likewise, when the aggregates are present, with the mind and body complex, 5 aggregates, it is a mind and body complex. Sankhara means the things, phenomena arisen due to a cause. Due to a cause. That is the 5 aggregate combination. We can, in conventional terms, we can see being. So look at this saying. This is very deep philosophy in Buddhism. Buddha said, Be Satchani Akasi Sambuddho Vadatang Varo. Sambuddho Vadatang Varo. Sammuting Paramattancha. Sammuting Paramattancha. Wait a minute. Dve sacchani akkhasi sambutu vadatang varo sammuting paramattancha tatyang nupalabbati sanketa vachanan satchang loka sammuti karakang paramatta vachanan sattang dhammanan tatalakara. You see, very, very interesting. Buddha uttered two types of truth. Sammuting paramattancha. Sammuti means conventional truths. Paramatta means absolute truths. Tatyan nupalabhati, there is no third one. Sanketa vachanan suttam, satchang. These conventional truths are actually not wrong, not falsehood. In loka sammuti means in conventional sense, they are truth. For instance, there is a tree, everyone understands there is a tree, Bodhi tree nearby me. That's right. The table, the glass, the water, all these are there. Then people understand, yes, that is sammuti. All we have accepted in conventional terms. But in absolute truth, they are not 100% right. Paramatta vachanan satchang, paramatta, absolute truth are truth. Or in absolute sense, there are truths. In order to explain Dhammanan Tatalakkhana. Tatalakkhana means Anicca Dukkha Anatta. Anicca Dukkha Anatta. In order to explain the impermanence, Anicca, and suffering, and non-self. In order to explain, these three things are Tatalakkhana. Tatalakkhana. They need absolute truth. So there are in Abhidhamma, Chitta, Cetasika, Rupa, Nibbana, they are absolute truths. So that means when we see things, we can see things. There are so many things here. Here the Satta, we can see beings, human beings, etc. But that is conventional way. If we analyze according to Vipassana, we can see there is no any permanent things remaining 1 second. All are ever changing and ever changing. Anicca. Impermanence. We understand that, impermanence. So we use meditation practice, we practice Vipassana meditation, we see all the breaths are actually different to each other, they are ever changing, they don't remain, they come and go, and we notice the sensation of breathing, impermanence. In Vipassana meditation, anicca, we experience it. Why we have to experience this is to see the reality, see the yatha bhuta anicca, to come over this mirage world. Mirage. Sometimes we see during summer times the water on the road, but it is mirage. there are the mirage things as well. This is not true. So there are vipallas in Buddhism. What does it mean, vipallas? Vipallas means perversions, misunderstanding, or delusions, misunderstanding. There are 4 vipallasas, 4 perversions. Anicca nicca sanya. In the truth of impermanence, we see the truth of permanence. We see the world as permanent thing. We see all these things in permanent way. Our houses are permanent. All these things we see permanent. But in reality, they are actually, we can't see the impermanence. We can't see the impermanence. We are now, today, but we can notice after 10-15 years, we are utterly different. This difference actually took place within our mind and body complex all the time. But we can't see that changing process. Likewise, all these things. So therefore, anicca nicca sanya is a perversion. Vipallasa is a misunderstanding or delusion or unable to see as they are, perversion. And the second is dukkha sukha sanya. We experience dukkha, but we can't understand. If I take a few minutes, few days ago, I was watching wildlife. It is unbearable, the suffering. When the babies were in the process of birth, a lot of hyenas and tiger and leopards are waiting to take the small baby from the womb. And all the animals running because they were chasing moral animals. All these animals were consumed by other animals. But they think they enjoy their life. If those mothers know their child, their babies will be killed by other animals, they don't give birth actually. They don't give birth. But this has happened. Entire material world, entire world is like that. We don't understand our suffering. Likewise. That is animal world. Human realm is also, the suffering is sometimes more than that. In the dukkha satya, Buddha explained the dukkha. So therefore, dukkha sukha sanya. There is happiness, underlying experience is dukkha. So therefore, in some seers means Irishis, some seers, they understood the entire this mind-body complex is vulnerable. is undergoing so much suffering. They thought, is there any existence without body? That is why they were interested. Arupa world, without a form, existence without a form. Because when we have this fathom loam body, we really undergo, experience unpredictable suffering, unforeseen suffering, lot of suffering. So they had a vision to enter a world without a form, body. That is called arupavachara. Arupavachara. Well, dukkhe sugasanya. Anatte attasanya. Anatta means, it is very unique teaching in Buddhism. Anatta. Beyond our control. There is no any permanent entity in this complex. It is beyond our control. So the anatta, any permanent entity is nothing. So they think attasanya. So all the saints in India, in Hindu philosophy and other religions also, they believe soul idea, self idea. We only the people, Buddhists, say there is no such so-called self. Well, that is Buddha's experience, okay? And asubhe subhasanya. Asubha means ugly or dirty. We subhasanya, beautiful. In the ugliness we see the beauty. Well, this is the way the perversion being explained in the Dhamma, 4 types of perversion. Okay, vipallasa. We also have like this ideas. Look at that. So there is no in vipassana sense or vipassana dimension, according to, there is no so-called being or nibbanic dimension. There is no being like this. It is like a combination suddha sankhara punjoyam. It is a heap of sheer construction. Here no being is found. So this is the way Vajra Bhikkhuni answered. And also, I can, in Mahayana tradition, great philosopher is Nagarjuna. He had written Mula Madhyamika Karka. He developed the sunyata. Sunyata is actually the process of impermanence, emptiness. In the Mula Madhyamika Karka, there is a saying, Na nibbanasya sansarang kinchi dassati visesanam na sansarasya nibbanang kinchi dassati visesanam. No any difference can be seen in the nirvana and in the sansara. Sansara is in the nirvana, nirvana is in the sansara. That is the saying. Nirvana is in the sansara. Sansara is in the nirvana. No, can't see any differences. What does it mean? I was thinking so many hours to understand this. Very hard. But it is very important saying. When we see nirvanic dimension, when we see the nirvanic dimension, when we see the sansaric dimension, we can see so many things. We can see so many things here. We can see Attapirikaras, we can see Buddha statues, we can see Bodhi trees. You can see these Attapirikara. But how the Attapirikara is made, taking 3 robes and taking a bowl and taking a needle and a strainer and a belt bound together, Attapirikara. That is Attapirikara. But if we separate one by one, we can see 8 items there, likewise. But in the conventional way, there is world. In the conventional way, we can see people by names, we can see, recognize, we can see these things. So that is samsara. And people experience happiness or suffering, different ways, undergo so much suffering. This is samsaric existence. If we see the nirvanic dimension, there is no anything else. All they are ever-changing processes, and all they are compound things, all they are empty, sunya. That is Nagarjuna's philosophy. Nagarjuna, actually, sunya means in Buddhism, in basic teaching of the Buddha, sunyatu lokang avekansu mugaraja sada. So the anicca concept is sunya. So, but he has developed that concept of sunya. So he said that nibbana and samsara are in the same. That means actually we can see in normal eyes all things are there. But if we see the wisdom eye, all they are in the processes, ever-changing processes. And we can't have suffering as we have enlightened mind. So samsara and nirvana in the same place. How nirvana, how samsara within the mind, within our mind and body? Buddha said there are 3 types of identification. Eso hang, etam mama, eso me atta. In 3 ways. There are 3 ways of hooks. Koku gahala තියෙනවා. Our mind is hang. This is mine, okay? This is mine. Etam mama, this is mine. And this body is mine, okay? This way. And eso hang, this I am. This I am. We feel this I am. So I am walking, I am so and so, you know. This is the way. And eso me atta, this is my self. Eso me atta. These are the 3 hooks or 3 views we are hanging in the samsara. Nibbanic experience, people say, they will say there is no something which we feel mind. If it is mind, you see our body is ever changing and going to age and going to sick, going to die. If it is mind, can we control that? It is not really mind, but it is mind in conventional terms. In reality, mind is a thought process. Okay? So this is the way samsara, 3 ways we have been hung. We are hanging. Nirvana, they have cut off all these views, 3 views. There is no I am, no self, nothing belongs to me. This is the way. Very difficult, very difficult. In the samsara, no, it's difficult to realize. So she said, the Sunyatavada, the Nagarjuna's saying, in the samsara, we see samsaric dimension. In the samsara, we see nibbanic dimension. The samsara and nirvana in the same way. Only the view, only the vision is different. Vision is different. So this is a very, very Buddha's, old Buddha's, very, very ancient teachings of the Buddha. Another saying was said that Mara asked the question, the last question Mara asked, the answer actually, it is only suffering that comes to be, suffering that stands and falls away. Nothing but suffering comes to be, nothing but suffering ceases. Oh, that is the answer. Only the suffering that comes to be. When we were born, what we do first? We do crying. The very moment of the birth, the baby cries. This is the way the breath start to work, the function of breathing. Baby cries. Why the baby cries? Very moment, what was the experience? Suffering. Then and there are different type of suffering going on and on until the death. So this answer is, it is only suffering that comes to be. Suffering comes to this body complexion, means to the flesh form. Okay? Suffering that stands and falls away. Suffering lives with us. Suffering dukkama upadi, dukkama pavati, dukkama vindi, dukkama niruddhavi. Dukkama upadi. Then dukkha pavati, no, experience, remain in us. Different type of dukkha we experience. Jatipi, jarapi, vyadi, marana, soka, dukkha, domasa, etc. Dukkama vindi. Dukkha pavati, dukkama vindi. We experience it. It remains in us. Dukkha niruddhave. When we die, the suffering disappears. Again, suffering arises when we are born. That is different story. Next life is a different story, isn't it? So this is the way Bhikkhuni Vajra answered. In Vipassana dimension, she answered. Or Nibbanic dimension, she answered. Mara asked from Sansaric dimension, or conventional way. This is a dialogue in two different dimensions. Worldly dimension and spiritual dimension or Nibbanic dimension. Especially as we Buddhists practice Vipassana meditation, Vipassana dimension. Anicca, Dukkha, Anatta. This is the way we have to, which I have reflected upon this saying. You can reflect upon that. So I would like to terminate or to finish this sermon now, right now. We are expecting a sermon, Sinhalese sermon from a monk in Sri Lanka. A very, very special contribution for this Sanghamitta Day program. Allowing to that sermon at 4:30, I would like to conclude. May the blessings of this Dhamma be with you. May you be well, happy and peaceful. May no harm come to you. May no difficulties come to you. May no any bad news come from our friends or our dayakers or anyone. සියලු දෙනාටම උතුම් නිර්වාණ සම්පත් ලැබේවා. සබ්බීතියෝ වජ්ජන්තු සම්බ රෝගෝ විනස්සතු මාතේ භවත්වන්තරායෝ සුඛී දීඝායුකෝ භව. Thank you. කරන අපගේ සංගමිත්තා උත්සවයේ මේ වැඩසටහනට සිංහල ධර්මදේශනාවක අවශ්‍යතාවය හොඳින්ම දැනුන අතර ඒ සඳහා අපට කල්පනා වුණේ අපේ ඉතාම හොඳ කල්යාණ මිත්‍ර ස්වාමින් වහන්සේ නමක්. උන්වහන්සේ මෙහි ඇවිල්ලා මාසයකටත් අධික කාලයක් ධර්මදූත සේවයේ යෙදුනා අතිපූජ්‍ය කත්නෝරුවේ විනීත හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ. මම හරිම සන්තෝෂයි, හරිම නිහතමානී හාමුදුරු කෙනෙක්. ඒ වගේම හොඳ ධර්මයේ කියා දෙන ධර්මයේ පිළිබඳ හොඳ අනිත් අයට හඳුන් ධර්මය පහදා දීමේ ඊටාම මේ දක්ෂතාවයක් තියෙන අපේ හාමුදුරු නමක්. මට හරිම වාසනාවක් උන්වහන්සේ මුණ ගැසීම. ඊටාම ගෞරවයෙන් මම ආරාධනා කරනවා ඔබ වහන්සේගේ නියතමානීකමට මම හිස නමලා මේ ආරාධනාව පිළිගැනීම පිළිබඳ මගේ මේ හදපිරි කෘතඥතාවයේ පිරිනමමින් ඉතා ගෞරවයෙන් අපේ ජයවර්ධනපුර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ බෞද්ධ ධර්මාංශයේ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ කතිකාචාර්ය අපේ කත්නෝරුවේ විනීත හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට අද දවසේ මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව පවත්වන ලෙස.
හොඳයි, අවසරයි නායකම්.
හොඳයි.
අමන්තා චක්කවාලේසු අත්‍රා ගච්ඡන්තු දේවතා සද්ධම්මං මුනි රාජස්ස සුනන්තු සග්ග මොක්ඛදං ධම්මස්සවන කාලෝ අයං බදන්තා ධම්මස්සවන කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා ධම්මස්සවන කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස පංචමානි භික්ඛවේ මාතුගාමස්ස බලානි කතමානි පංච රූප බලං භෝග බලං ඥාති බලං පුත්ත බලං සීල බලං ඉමානි කෝ භික්ඛවේ පංච මාතුගාමස්ස බලානි අද දවසේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනය සමරමින් ධර්මානුකූල කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරන මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍යයේ ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරයේ විහාරාධීශ්වර මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍යයේ ප්‍රධාන සංඝනායක නම කියනට අවසරයි බෝගොඩ සීල විමල නායක ස්වාමීන්ද්‍රයන් වහන්සේ, ඒ වගේම තත් විහාරවාසී අතිගෞරවනීය අපේ බන්දුල හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ, වගේම කස්සප හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ ඇතුළු පූජනීය මහා සංඝරත්නයන් අවසරයි. මේ වෙලාවේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කිරීම සඳහා සහ සම්බන්ධ වෙන සදැහැති කාරුණික පින්නතුනි, ඔබ අප හැමදෙනාම ගෞතම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනයෙහි උගන්වන හැටියට දෙලොව වැඩදායි මහානීය පින්කමක් ඉෂ්ට සිද්ධ කරන්නට සූදානම් වෙන වෙලාව අපේ නායක හාමුදුරුවෝ පැහැදිලි කරපු හැටියට ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරය කේන්ද්‍ර කරගෙන මාර්ගගත ක්‍රමය ඔස්සේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනය සමරමින් ඔබ හැමදෙනාම විවිධ වූ ආගමික කර්තව්‍යයන්හි නියැලෙන්නට යෙදුණා. අද මේ සන්ධ්‍යා භාගයේදී සිංහල මාධ්‍යයෙන් කෙරෙන ධර්ම දේශනාව සඳහායි ඔබ මේ වෙලාවේදී සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ. මේ පවත්නා වසංගත තත්වය තුළ අපිට සමූහයක් හැටියට එක්ව කටයුතු කරන්නට නොහැකි වුණත් මාර්ගගත ක්‍රමය ඔස්සේ මේ විදිහට ලෝකේ කොතැනක සිටියත් සහ සම්බන්ධ වෙලා කටයුතු කරන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. ඕනෑම වසංගතයක ඕනෑම අභාග්‍ය සම්පන්න සිදුවීමක් තුල වුවත් භාග්‍ය සම්පන්න මිනිසුන්ට ඒ වගේම ස්ථානෝචිතව කටයුතු කරන මිනිසෙයින්ට Tamanගේ කටයුතු සිද්ධ කර ගැනීම සඳහා අවකාශ සලසා ගන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව හා සම්බන්ධ වෙන සදහැවත් පින්වත් ඔබ අප හැම දෙනාමම එක්තරා විදියකින් භාග්‍යවන්ත පිරිසක්. මක්නිසාදයක් මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනයෙහි උගන්වන ආධ්‍යාත්මික ප්‍රතිපත්තිය උදෙක් පිරිසක් එක්ව කරන සාමූහික කටයුත්තක්ම නෙවෙයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට හුදෙකලාව ස්වකීය ආධ්‍යාත්මික පාරිශුද්ධ භාවයේ පිණිස කොතැනක හෝ ඉඳලා කටයුතු කරන්නට යෙදෙන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙන ශාසනයක් අපිට තිබෙන්නේ. මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව පරියත්ති ශාසනය අපිට යම් විදිහකින් පටිවේධ කරගනු පිණිස එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ උගන්වන ධර්මය අවබෝධ කර ගැනීම සඳහා අපිට ප්‍රතිපත්ති ශාසනය ඊටාම වැදගත්. ප්‍රතිපත්තියකින් තොර එහෙම නැත්නම් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව ප්‍රායෝගිකව ජීවිතවල පවත්වන්නේ නැත්නම් අපිට පටිවේධය එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ ධර්මය අවබෝධ කර ගැනීම කියන එක ඇත්තටම කරගන්නට බැරි වෙනවා. ඒක නිසා සදහැවත් පින්වත් ඔබ කල්පනා කරන්නට ඇතැම් විටක මේ වසංගතේ නිසා හෝ ඔබට ලැබිලා තියෙන හුදකලාව අවිවේක සුවය කියලායි මේ දේශනාවේ සඳහන් වෙන්නේ. ඒක හුදකලාව කියලා කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍ය ව්‍යවහාරයේ ලෞකික ව්‍යවහාරයක්. නමුත් අපි පවිවේක සුවය කියලා කිව්වහම ඒක බාධාවන්ගෙන් තොර ආධ්‍යාත්මික සුපෝෂණයක් සඳහා වන මගහසර සකස් කෙරෙන වටිනා අවස්ථාවක්. ඒ නිසා අපි හැම වෙලාවකම මේ වසංගත තත්ත්වය නිසා හෝ වේවා පිරිසෙන් වෙන්ව හුදකලාව ජීවත් වෙන්නට සිද්ධ වෙන එක සලකන්නට ඕනෑ කරන්නේ හිතන්නට ඕනෑ කරන්නේ අපි අවිවේක සුවයක් හැටියට. එහෙම හිතනකොට එහෙම කටයුතු කරනකොට ඔබට පුළුවන්කම ලැබෙනවා මෙන්න මේ පවිවේක සුවය තුල ඔබේ ආධ්‍යාත්මික කටයුතු පෝෂණය කරගන්නට පුළුවන්කම ලැබෙනවා. ඒ නිසා අද දවසේදී මේ සංඝමිත්තා රහත් මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ද්වීපයට ජයශ්‍රී මහා බෝධීන් වහන්සේගේ ශාඛාව රැගෙන වැඩම කිරීම සහ මේ ශාසනය තුල භික්ෂුණී ශාසනය ස්ථාපිත වීම කියන කාරණාවන් මුල් කරගෙනයි ඔබ විදේශයක සිටියත් මේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනය ස්මරණය කරන්නේ මෙනෙහි කරන්නේ. එය ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය කාන්තාව ලද සුවිශේෂ වරප්‍රසාදයක්. මේ ආසියානු කලාපයේ කාන්තාව විශේෂයෙන්ම වරප්‍රසාද අහිමිව පැවත යුගයක ඔවුන් වරප්‍රසාදලාභීන් බවට පත්වන්නේ මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනය තුල ඇති කරන සමාජ කතිකාව ආයෙම නැත්නම් ඒ වෙනස් කරන සංස්කෘතියත් එක්ක. ඒ නිසා අපිට ගෞරවයක් තිබෙනවා. අපිට ඒ වගේම විශේෂයෙන් ස්මරණය කළ යුතුව තිබෙනවා මේ කාන්තාවන් පිළිබඳව එහෙම නැත්නම් ස්ත්‍රීත්වයට ආධ්‍යාත්මික වටිනාකමක් මේ ශාසනය තුළින් ලැබෙනවාය කියන එක යලි යලි පැහැදිලි කරන්නට. මොකද ඒකට හේතුව ධර්මය නොදැන ඇතැම් අය ධර්මයත් සංස්කෘතියේත් වෙනස නොදන්න ඇතැම් අය කල්පනා කරනවා ඇතැම් විට මේ සංස්කෘතිකමය වශයෙන් වේවා එහෙම නැත්නම් යම් විදිහක තිබෙන වැරදි අර්ථකථන නිසා මේ ශාසනය තුල කාන්තාවට එහෙම නැත්නම් ස්ත්‍රීත්වයට ලැබෙන නිසි අවස්ථාව පිළිබඳව ඇතැම් අය දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා සිංහලෙන් වේවා ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් වේවා මේ ධර්මය හදාරන සදහැවත් පින්වත් හැමදෙනාම දන්නවා මිනිස්යන් හැටියට ගත්තාම සත්වයින් හැටියට ගත්තාම ඒ සත්වයින් කිව්වහම හැමෝම එකම විදිහක්. ඒ කියන්නේ පක්ෂි උරග සිව්පාදී සත්වයින් හැටියට ගත්තාම ඒ අය සත්වමයි. නමුත් ඒ අතර මිනිස්ය කියන කණ්ඩායම සුවිශේෂ කොට දක්වනවාමක් නිසාදයක් අපි හැමදෙනාටම පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන සත්‍යය වගේම ආධ්‍යාත්මික අතින් ගත්තත් මිනිස්යන්ට තමයි සෙසු අදායක සත්වයින්ට වඩා මේ ආධ්‍යාත්මික ගමන් මඟ එලිපෙහෙලි කර ගන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. ඒක නිසා මනුෂ්‍යාත්ම භාවයේ සුවිශේෂයි. හැබැයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කොතැනකදීවත් මේ මිනිස්යන් බෙදෙන ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ භාවය එහෙම නැත්නම් සමහි වර්ණය හෝ වෙනත් කාරණා මුල් කරගෙන තවත් අඩු වැඩි බෙදීමක් මේ ශාසනය කරන්නේ නැහැ. මම මෙහෙම කියනකොට සමහර අය හිතනවා එතකොට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවේම සඳහන් වෙනවා නේද? කාන්තාව හා සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගත්තහම ස්ත්‍රීන්ට ආවේනික දුක් හැටියට ගත්තහම දුක් තියනව නේද කියලා. පින්නතුනි නුවණින් කල්පනා කරනවා නම් මේ ආවේනික දුක්ඛ සූත්‍රයේ කියන දුක් පහ හැබෑවටම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරන නිසා ඇතුණු ඒවද නැහැ. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරපු නිසා ඇති වෙච්ච ඒවා නෙවෙයි. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වලා දුන්නේ එදා පැවති සමාජයේ ස්වභාවයේ යථාර්ථය සහ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ජීව විද්‍යාත්මකව පවතින ස්වභාවයයි බුදුහාමුදුරෝ ආවේනික දුක්ඛ සූත්‍රයේදී පෙන්වලා දුන්නේ. එතනදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන පෙන්වා දෙන කාන්තාවක් නිසි වයසේදී වැඩි වියටපත් වුණාම ඒ අයට ඔසප් වීම නැත්නම් ඍතු සිද්ධ වීම කියන වේදනාව කාන්තාවට ආවේනික එකක්. ඒ වගේම ඒ කියන ඍතු තත්වයටපත් වුණු කාන්තාවක් යම් විදිහකින් ඒ කියන අවශ්‍යතා සම්පූර්ණ වුණාම ගැප් ගැනීමෙන් දසමාසයක් කුස දරාගෙන දරුවෙකු පිළිසිඳගෙන යම් විදිහක දුකක් දරන්නට සිද්ධ වෙන එක කාන්තාවකට ආවේනික දුකක්. ඒ වගේම මේ දේශනාව කරන මට වඩා හොඳටම අත්දැකීමෙන් දන්න මෑණිවරු අම්මලා මේ දේශනාවත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. එසේ දසමාසක් කුස දරාගෙන මේ ඔබ මෙන්ම මම අපේ අම්මා ඇතුළුව ඒ අම්මලා කුස දරාගෙන විඳින දුක දෙවෙනුව දක්වනකොට තුන්වෙනි කාරණය පෙන්වලා දෙන්න පින්නතුනේ ප්‍රසූත වේදනාව. මේ ප්‍රසූත වේදනාව විඳින්නේ අම්මාමයි. යතම් කෙනෙක් එතකොට අපිට කියනවා නූතන තාක්ෂණය අනුව අම්මාවරුේ තරම් දුක් විඳින්නේ නැහැ. දැන් වෙනකොට තාක්ෂණය සහ වෛද්‍ය විද්‍යාව නිසා කියලා. පින්නතුනේ අමුමුවේ තමන්ගේ ශරීරය විවර කරන එක කොතනකින් හෝ වේවා කපා දමන එකේ වේදනාව දින ගණනකට හෝ විඳින්නේ අම්මා ඇය ඒ කාන්තාව. ඒක නිසා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වලා දුන්නා ආවේනික දුක්ඛවලදී ජීව විද්‍යාත්මකව පිහිටීම අනුව ඒ කාන්තාවක විසින් විඳින දුක් තමයි ඔසප් වීම, ගැප් ගැනීම හා ප්‍රසූත වේදනාව කියන කාරණා තුන. අනිකුත් කාරණා සංස්කෘතියත් එක්කයි සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ. කොහොමද එහෙම වෙන්නේ? ඒකෙදි සඳහන් කරනවා අඩු වයසකින් ගෙදරින් නික්ම යන්නට වෙන එක කියලා. එතනින් අදහස් කරන්නේ පින්නතුනේ එවක ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේ තිබුණා ලාබාල කාන්තාවන්, ලාබාල දරුවන් ඇතැම් විට වැඩිහිටියන්ට පවා විවාහ කරලා දෙන සංස්කෘතියක්. එක සංස්කෘතික කාරණාවක් හැටියටයි ඒක තිබුණේ. ඒ නිසා තිබුණා හතරවෙනි කාරණය පෙන්නවා ඉතා කුඩා වයසේදී ගෙදරින් වෙන් වෙලා යන්න වෙන එක දුකක් හැටියට. ඒ වගේම දෙවෙනි සංස්කෘතික කාරණය හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් පස්වෙනි දුක තමයි පුරුෂයෙකුට යටත්ව ජීවත් වෙන්නට සිද්ධ වෙනවා කියන එක. විශේෂයෙන්ම මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍ය වැනි බටහිර රටක ජීවත් වෙන ඔබ මේ පිළිබඳව විවිධ විදිහට හිතනවා වෙන්නට පුළුවන්. මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කාරණය පැහැදිලි කළේ එවක බටහිර සමාජයට නොවේයි ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේ පැවති සමාජ ක්‍රමයන්. ඒක නිසා ඒ අඩු වයසේදී ගෙදරින් ඉවත්ව යන්නට වෙන එක හා පුරුෂයෙකුට යටත්ව ජීවත් වෙන්න වෙනවා කියන දුක කියන එකත් එක්ක තමයි ඒ සංස්කෘතික කාරණාත් එක්ක තමයි ආවේනික දුක්ඛ සූත්‍රයේ දුක් පහක් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ එදා කාන්තාවට පෙන්වලා දුන්නේ. දැන් එතකොට මේ ආවේනික දුක් කියන කාරණා මුල් කරගෙන ඇතැම් අය සඳහන් කරනවා මෙය යම් විදිහක කර්ම දෝෂයක් නේද විපාකයක් නේද කියලා. ඇතරම ඔය බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවේ ප්‍රකටව එය නොදැක්වන්නේ. නමුත් ඔය ජාතක සාහිත්‍ය වාගේ දේවල් වලදී තමයි මේක කාන්තාව පෙර කරපු බවක් හැටියට ස්මතු කරන්නේ. නමුත් අපි ගත්තොත් සංයෝග විසංයෝග ධම්මපරියාය සූත්‍ර වාගේ දේවල් ගත්තාම මේවා කර්ම වෙන්නේ ස්වකැමැත්තෙන් සිද්ධ කරගන්න නිසායි කියලා කියන්නේ. එකෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ ශ්‍රේත්වයේ උත්පත්තිය ලබන්නටත් ඒ වගේම පුරුෂ පක්ෂයේ උත්පත්තිය ලබන්නටත් යම් ස්ත්‍රියක් යලි සංසාරේ දින එක පුරුෂ පක්ෂයේ උපදින්නටත් පුරුෂ පක්ෂයේ කෙනෙක් ස්ත්‍රියක්ව උත්පත්තිය ලබන්නටත් ආකල්පම වශයෙන් ඒ අය දරන ස්වභාවයේ බලපානවායි කියන එක බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ආවේනික දුක්ඛ සූත්‍රයේදී පෙන්වලා දෙනවා. සදහවත් පින්නතුනි අද මේ ලන්ඩන් විහාරයේ හවස් වාගේ සිද්ධ කෙරෙන මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව සංගමිතා දිනය අනුව සිද්ධ කෙරෙනකොට අතිගෞරවනීය අපේ නායක ස්වාමීන්ද්‍රයන් වහන්සේ උන්වහන්සේගේ ආවාදන ශාසනයත් අපේ කස්සප හාමුදුරුවෝ ඒ අය අපට ආරාධනා කරන්නට යෙදුනේ මේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනේ නිසාවෙන්ම කාන්තාව හා මේ ධර්මය හා සම්බන්ධ මුල් කරගෙන ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාව කරන්නටයි කියලා. ඒක නිසා මිට පෙර අපි සාකච්ඡා කරලා තිබෙන නිසා විශේෂයෙන් එංගලන්තයේදී සහ වෙනත් මාධ්‍ය හරහා අපේ ආවේනික දුක් හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ කියන සංයෝග විසංයෝග ධම්මපරියාය සූත්‍ර වලට නෙමෙයි අපි විශේෂයෙන් අවධානය යොමු කරන්නේ. වර්තමාන කාන්තාවත් එදා කාන්තාව මෙන්ම ආධ්‍යාත්මික ශක්තියකින් සුපෝෂණය වන්නේ නම් ඔවුන්ට බලවත් වෙන්නට පුළුවන් කියන කාරණයයි අද දවසේදී අපි මේ ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාවෙන් පැහැදිලි කරන්න අපේක්ෂා කරන්නේ. ඒ නිසා පින්වත් හැමදෙනාම කල්පනා කරන්න ඕනේ කරනවා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා යම් කෙනෙකුට කාන්තාවක්ව උත්පත්තිය ලැබුවත් පුරුෂයෙක්ව උත්පත්තිය ලැබුවත් මේ මනුෂ්‍යාත්ම භාවයේ උත්පත්තිය ලැබුවයින් පස්සේ අපිට තියෙන සුවිශේෂම භාග්‍යය තමයි විශාරදත්වයට පත්වන්නට තියෙන හැකියාව. මිට පෙර ඔබ අහලා ඇති මේ ලෝකයේ මිනිස්සෙක්ව උත්පත්ති ලැබුව කෙනෙකුට තමයි විශාරදත්වයට පත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්නේ. මෙහෙම කියනකොට ඔබට මතක් වෙනවා ඇති අපේ ව්‍යවහාරයේ සම්මුතිය තියෙන විශාරදලා නම් කොච්චර ඉන්නවද? හැබැයි පින්නතුනි මේ කතා කරන්නේ සසරට බය එහෙම නැත්නම් පොළ කෑල්ලක ලියවුණු විශාරදත්වය පිළිබඳව නම් නොවේ. මේ සඳහන් කරන්නේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනය පැහැදිලි කරන ඒ ආධ්‍යාත්මික විශාරදත්වයයි අපි මේ පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. ඒක නිසා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනයේ පින්නතුනි සාරජ්‍ය කියලා වචනයක් පාලියේ කියවෙනවා. සාරජ්‍ය කියන්නේ තැති ගන්නා බව, තැතිගත් ස්වභාවය කියන්නේ. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි හැමදෙනාම තැති අරගන්න අයද නැත්? බියටපත් වෙන තැති ගන්න අය. අපි විශේෂයෙන්ම තැති ගන්නේ කවරකටද? අන් කවරකටත් වඩා අපි අපේ ජීවිතේ නැති වෙනවට බයයිද නැත්? බොහෝ දෙනා පින්නතුනි හැමෝම ගත්තොත් දේශනාවට අනුව සබ්බේ සංජීවිතම් පියං හැම කෙනාම ජීවිතේ ප්‍රිය කරන අය හැමදෙනාම ජීවත් වෙන්නට කැමතියි. ඒ වගේම මරණය පිළිකුල් කරන අය, මරණයට භය අය, මරණය වැළඳ ගන්නට සූදානම් නැති අය. ඇතැම් කෙනෙක් මේ ජීවිතය ප්‍රිය කරන්නේ Tamanට රිසි විදිහට තියෙන්න ඕනෑ කියන තැන ඉඳලා. එතකොට Tamanට ඕනෑ හැටියට පවතින ජීවිතයකට තමයි අපි ඇලුම් කරන්නේ. ඇතැම් අය ජීවත් වෙලා ඉඳලා විහිං ජීවිතෙන් සමුගන්න. එයි Tamanට රිසි විදිහට ජීවිතේ නැත කියන වේදනාවක්. ඔවුන් අමතක කරනවා මේ සංසාර ගමනේදී උත්පත්ති ලැබෙන කිසිදු ආත්ම භාවයකදී අචින්තිතම්පි භවති චින්තිතම්පි විනස්ති කියන්නේ මේ ලෝකයේ සංසාර ගමනේ කිසිදු සත්වයකට Taman සිතලු ආකාරයෙන්ම සියල්ල පවතිනවායි කියන නියමයක් කොහෙවත් ඇත්තේ නැහැ. ඒ බව අමතක කරන බොහෝ අය ඊතා සුළු සිද්ධියකට ලෝකේ කොතැනක හිටියත් ජීවිතේ විහිං සමුදෙන තැන් අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් අමතක කරනවා තව කාරණයක්. ඒ තමයි බලහත්කාරයෙන් ජීවිතය අවසන් කළත් යලි මේ නරකාදී මේ කියන ගමන් මගේ කොතැනක හෝ ගැට ගැහෙනවා කියන එක අමතක කරනවා, උත්පත්ති ලැබනවායි කියන එක අමතක කරනවා. ඒක නිසා පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශාසනය පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ යමෙකුට ශ්‍රේත්වයේ උත්පත්ති ලැබුවත් පුරුෂයෙක්ව උත්පත්ති ලැබුවත් මේ සාරජ්‍ය බවින් මිදලා විශාරද වෙන එක තරම් භාග්යක් මේ සංසාර ගමනේදී කවමදාකවත් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන්නේ. එතකොට මොකක්ද මේ සාරජ්‍ය කියලා කියන්නේ? සසරට ජීවිතය පිළිබඳව ඇති වෙන බිය, අනගාට. විශේෂයෙන්ම බිය, තැති ගැනීම. දැන් අපි ලෝකයක් තැතිගෙන ඉන්නවද නැද්ද? ලෝකයක් තැතිගෙන කවරකටද? මේ වසංගත තත්වයක්. ඔබ ලෝක ඉතිහාසය බැලුවොත් මේ පළවෙනි වසංගතය නෙවෙයි. අපේ ඉදිරි ජීවිතය යලිත් භවයක උත්පත්තිය ලැබුවත් මේ අවසන් වසංගතයට මුහුණ දෙන අය නොවේ අපි මේ සංසාර ගමන. ඒක නිසා මේ කොරෝනා වසංගතයත් කමටහනක් ජීවිතය අතහරින්න. යලි මෙවන් වූ වසංගත ඇති සංසාර ගමනක් පිළිකුල් කරන්නට හේතුවක් මේ වසංගතය. මොකද සමහර අය කලකිරුනේ මේ අවුරුදු දෙකකට පෙර ඒ කියන්නේ දැනට ඉපදිලා ඉන්න අය මොහොන දුන්නු ලෝක වසංගතය මේ නිසාවෙන් බොහෝ අය කලකිරුණේ තමන්ගේ පැත්ත පළාත, තමන්ගේ රට, තමන්ගේ පවුල හා තමන් කියන සීමාවන්හි අත්විඳපු විවිධ ආපදාවන්ට තමයි මිනිස්සු කලකිරුණේ. හැබැයි තාමත් පුදුමය නම් ජාතියක්, ආගමක්, කුලයක්, භාෂාවක්, පරම්පරාවක්, රටක්, රාජ්‍යයක් කියන කිසිදු භේදයකින් තොරව සියල්ලෝ එක්ව වසංගතයේ පීඩා විඳින කොටත් මිනිස්සු තාමත් අර වෙනස් වෙන තැන්, වෙනස් වෙන කාරණා, වෙනස් වෙන අරමුණු ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීම සඳහා වෙහෙසෙන එක තරම් මුලාවක්, අභාග්‍ය සම්පන්න බවක් තවත් නම් නැත්තේ නෑ. මොකද අපි අතර සමහර අය තාමත් මේ ජාති, ආගම්, කුල, භාෂා ભેදයන් නඩත්තු කරන්නට උත්සාහ කරනවද නැද්ද? අනන්තවත් අපි අතර බොහෝ අය තාමත් ඒ දේ කරමින් ඉන්නවා. Taman බලහත්කාරයෙන් නඩත්තු කරන්න උත්සාහ කරන ආගමේ නාමයෙන්වත්, Taman බලහත්කාරයෙන් රකින්නට උත්සාහ කරන භූමියේ නාමයෙන්වත් ගැලවීමක් නැතිකොට ඒ රකින්න රැකිල්ලෙන් කුමක්ද රැකෙන්නේ අවසන්? රැකුණු කිසිවක් ඇත්තේ නැහැ. රැකිය නොහැකි යමක් රකින්නට උත්සාහ කිරීමක් පමණයි පින්නතුනි අපෙන් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. නමුත් අපිට රකින්නට යමක් ඇත. ඒ තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවට අනුව Tamanගේ සංසාර ගමන රැකගන්න එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් එය ධර්මානුකූලව පෝෂණය කරන එක. ඒ නිසා විශාරද බව කියනකොට ඒක මේ ජීවිතේ ජීවත් කරවන්නටත් සංසාර ගමන සුවපත් කරගන්නටත් අපි විශාරද වෙන්න ඕනෑ කරනවා. විශාරද වීම සඳහා කුමක්ද කරන්න ඕනේ කියනකොට පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව අපිට පෙන්වලා දෙනවා ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ, ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කරන්න ඕනේ කරනවා. ඒ වගේම ඒ ශ්‍රවණය කරන ධර්මය මෙනෙහි කරන්න ඕනේ කරනවා. මෙනෙහි කළ පමණින්මත් කෙනෙක් ආධ්‍යාත්මික පෝෂණයක් ලබන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙමනම් කෙනෙක් ඒ ආධ්‍යාත්මික සුපෝෂණය ලබන්නට නම් ඒකාන්තයෙන්ම ප්‍රතිපත්තියේ යෙදෙන්න ඕනේ, ප්‍රතිපත්ති පූර්ණණය කරන්න. එම ප්‍රතිපත්ති පුරනකොට නැත්නම් ධර්මයෙහි ප්‍රතිපත්තිය පුරනකොට අන්න එතනදී තමයි අපි හැමදෙනාටම මේ ආධ්‍යාත්මික සුපෝෂණය ලබන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා පරියත්ති ශාසනය හැමෝටම පොදුයි දේශනාව. ඒ වගේම පටිවේද ශාසනය මේ අවබෝධ කර ගැනීමෙන් සකල විද දුක්ඛයන්ගෙන් අත්මිදීම කියන සාධාරණ ධර්මතාවය හැමෝටම උරුමයි. හැබැයි මේ උරුමය ලබන්නට නම් අපි අරුමයක් කරන්න ඕනේ කරනවා. ඒ තමයි ප්‍රතිපත්ති ශාසනයෙහි නියැලෙන එක. ඒ නිසා අපේ අද දවසේදී මේ ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාවත් ලන්ඩන් බුද්දිස්ට් විහාරය මගින් විසුරුවා හරින මේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනේ නිමිති කරගත් සෑදෑ කාලයේ ධර්ම දේශනාව අපට මේ කියන විශාරදත්වය පිණිස වේවා කියලායි අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරන්නේ. එතකොට අද දවසේදී අපි මේ ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාව සඳහා මාතෘකා කරගන්නට යෙදුනේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවන් අතර පැනෙන පස්සහ්‍ය සූත්‍රය. පස්සහ්‍ය සූත්‍රය වගේම සංයුත්ත නිකායේ මාතුගාම සංයුත්තේ බල වර්ගය ආදී බොහෝ තැන්වල කාරණා සාකච්ඡා කරන කාරණා කීපයක් තමයි අද දවසේදී අපේ ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාව සඳහා මාතෘකා කරගන්නේ. ඒ තමයි පංචමානි භික්ඛවේ මාතුගාමස්ස බලානි කතමානි පංච. එතකොට මේ කාන්තාවකට බල පහක් තියෙනවා කියලා කියනවා. ඒ බල පහෙන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා, පෙන්වලා දෙනවා කවරක්ද ඒ බල පහක් කියලා. ඒ තමයි රූප බලං, භෝග බලං, ඥාති බලං, පුත්ත බලං, සීල බලං කියන බල පහක් ඇති බව බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වලා දෙනවා. අපි මේ ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාවෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරන්නට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ මේ පස්සහ්‍ය සූත්‍රය මුල් කරගෙන දේශනා කරන මේ බල පහ පිළිබඳව. එතකොට පින්නතුනි බුදුහාමුදුරෝ ශ්‍රේයකට තමන්ගේ ශ්‍රීත්වය තුළ විශාරදව ජීවත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ එදිනෙදා ජීවිතයේදීත් ලෝකේ ඔබ එක්සත් රාජධානියේ වේවා, ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වේවා, වෙනත් රාජ්‍යක වේවා ඕනෑම තැනක විශාරදව තැතිගැන්මකින් තොරව ජීවත් වෙන්නට නම් මේ කියන බල පහ ඇතනම් ඔබට කිසිදු තැතිගැනීමක් අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා කියනවා. මොනවාද මේ බල පහ අපි සඳහන් කළා? රූප බලය. ඒ තමයි ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට තියෙන්න ඕනෑ කියලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා. ඒ තමයි පයෝග සම්පත්. ඒ වගේම අපි හැමෝටම සත්වයක උත්පත්ති ලැබනවා නම් මේ පක්‍රම තමයි පයෝග කියලා කියන්නේ. මේ උපක්‍රමයේ කියන එක තියෙනවායි කියලා මූලිකව සිහිපත් කරගෙන අපි අපිට තුල තිබිය යුතු ලක්ෂණ කිහිපයක් ගැන සඳහන් කරනවා. ඒ තමයි අපි හැමෝටම උපදි සම්පත්තියක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. උපදි සම්පත්තිය කියලා කියන්නේ නිරෝගී ප්‍රියමනාප ඇතම් විදිහක ආකර්ශනීය රූප ශෝභාවක් රූපයක් ශරීරයක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියන එක තමයි උපදි සම්පත්තිය කියලා කියන්නේ. අපේ අටුවාවේ එහෙම සම්පත් ගැන සඳහන් කරනකොට උපදි සම්පත්තිය ගැන සඳහන් කරනවා. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පස්සය සූත්‍රයේ අපි මාතෘකා කරගත්තු සූත්‍රයේදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වලා දෙනවා බල පහ අතර පළවෙනි බලය රූප බලය කියලා. දැන් ඔබ දන්නවා මේ ලෝකයේ ජීවත් වෙන මිනිස්සු ඇතම් විට වියදම් කරන්නේ මහන්සි වෙන්නේ බොහෝ විට ඒ අය සැලසුම් කරන්නට වෙහෙසෙනවා මේ රූපය පවත්වාගෙන යන්නට. දැන් ලංකාව වගේ රටවල් වල නම් ඇතම් අය විවේචනය කරනවා. රූපය පවත්වාගෙන යන්න කරන දේවල් වලට විවේචනය කරනවා ඇතම්. ඒක හරි පහළ ගණේ ආකල්පයක්. ඒක ධර්ම විරෝධී ආකල්පයක්. මොකද ඒකට හේතුව බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව මුල් කරගත් අටුවාව සහ මේ පැහැදිලිව දේශනාවේ සඳහන් වෙනවා රූප බලය තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. එතකොට අපිට රූපේ නෙමෙයි ඕනෑම සම්පත්තියක් උපදිනකොට තිබුණේ වී නමුත් ඒක අපි නඩත්තු කරන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? පවත්වාගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. ඒ නිසා පවත්වාගෙන යන්න ඕනෑම එකක් පවත්වාගෙන යන්න නම් මේට යම් ව්‍යායාමයක් වෙහෙසක් කැපවීමක් කරන්න ඕනද? කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක නිසා කාන්තාවකට මේ විශාරදව සමාජයේ ජීවත් වෙන්නට බය නැතුව සමාජයේ ජීවත් වෙන්නට සහ සසර ගමන සුවපත් කරගන්නට තියෙන බල පහෙන් එකක් තමයි එතකොට රූප බලන් එහෙම නැත්නම් රූප සම්පත්තිය. අපේ ශාසන ඉතිහාසයේ විමසලා බැලුවොත් එහෙම මේ ශාසනයෙන් අග්‍රදායිකාව ඇතුළුව උසස් මහරහත් මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේලා හැමදෙනාමත්ම වාගේ ඊටාම ඉහළ රූප ස්වභාවකින් යුක්තව සිටියාය. විශාකාව ගැන සඳහන් කරන්නේ ඇහැල මලක පෙත්තක් මෙන් ඊතා මනස්කාන්ත චවි වර්ණයක් ඇයට තිබුණු බව. විශේෂයෙන්ම පංච කල්යාණය ගැන කියනකොට ඇය බොහොම රූප ශෝභාමත්ව සිටිය කෙනෙක්. එය අපි සඳහන් කරන්නේ ජනපද කල්යාණී පමණක්. ජනපද කල්යාණිය ඇතුළුව මේ විශාකාව ඊටාම හොඳ රූප ශෝභාවක් තිබුණු කෙනෙක්. ඒ නිසා තමයි ඇයට සමාජයේ හොඳ පෞරුෂයක් තිබුණා. හොඳ ආකර්ශනීය පෞරුෂයක් විශාකාවට තිබුණා. විශාකාව පමණක් නෙමේ තවත් බොහෝ කාන්තාවන් මේ ශාසනයෙහි ඒ විදිහේ රූප ශෝභාව නැතුව හිටියයි. යශෝදරා දේවිය ඊටාම රූප ශෝභාවෙන් යුක්ත කාන්තාවක්. ශාසන ඉතිහාසයේ නිදාන ජාතක කතාවන් පැහැදිලි කරනකොට සඳහන් කරනවා යශෝදරාවම එක් භවයකදී පබාවතිව උත්පත්ති ලැබනකොට කොයිතරම් රූප ශෝභාවක් තිබුණාද කියලා. එය පෙර භවයන් ගැන යශෝදරාව ගැන කියනකොට ඒ රූප ශෝභාව යම්සේ චිත්තාකර්ෂණීයව ඇය ආධ්‍යත්වයෙන් නැත්නම් බලවත් තත්වයට පත්ුනේ යම්සේ. යශෝදරාව එවක ඊතා බල සම්පන්න සහ ඊ타ත්ම හොඳ දේහධාරී තරුණයා වුණු සිද්ධාර්ථගේ බිරිඳ වන්නට භාග්‍යවන්ත වුණේ යශෝදරාව පෙර සංසාර පුණ්‍ය ශක්තිය මෙන්ම ඒ නිසාමත්ම ලද රූප ශෝභාව නිසා. ඒ වගේම විශාකාවට Tamanගේ ආධ්‍යාත්මික ශක්තිය පෝෂණය කරගෙන වගේම සමාජ පරිසරයක් ගොඩනගාගෙන කටයුතු කරන්නට භාග්‍යවන්ත වුණේ එක හේතුවක් තමයි Taman ලද රූප සම්පන්න. තව දෙයකින් ගත්තොත් මහා කාශ්‍යප මහ රහතන් වහන්සේගේ ගිහි කාල බිරිඳව සිටිය භද්‍රා කාපිලානි. ඇය ඊටාම ඉහළ රූප ශෝභාවක් තිබුණා. ඒ නිසා පින්නතුණි යම් කාන්තාවකට අපි දැන් මේ කතා කරන්නේ කාන්තාවකට නිසයි එයම අපි සඳහන් කරන්නේ තමන්ගේ ජීවිතයේ ලද හැකි සම්පත් වලින් භාග්‍යයන්ගෙන් එකක් තමයි මේ කියන රූප සම්පත්තිය. රූප සම්පත්තිය කියලා කියන්නේ එතකොට ශරීර ශෝභාවමයි. මේ රූප ශෝභාව ලබනවා වගේම තව කාරණයක් සඳහන් කරනවා ඒ තමයි භෝග බලං භෝග සම්පත්. ධන ධාන්‍ය සම්පත් නැත්නම් මිල මුදල් මුතුමැණික් ආදිය ඇති බව තමයි භෝග සම්පත්තිය කියලා කියන්නේ. අපි ගත්ත උදාහරණයම ගත්තොත් විශාකාව ඊටාම බල සම්පන්න භවභෝගයන්ගෙන් පිරි පෞලක දියණියක්. අර ආසියානු කලාපයේ දෑවැද්ද ගැන කියවෙන්නේ මේවා නිසා වෙන්න ඇති කියලා අපිට පේනවා. ඒ වගේ ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේ ආభాසයෙන් විශාකාවට එනකොට නැලි ගණනක් රත්තරන් ආදී මුතුමැණික් ආදී පමණක් නෙවෙයි ගවාශ්ව මහිෂ ආදී සත්ව ආදීන් පවා එවක බලවත් බව සංකේතවත් කළ එවක ආයෝජනයේ ඉහළම සම්පත් වුණු ඒ කියන සම්පත් සියල්ලක් විශාකාවට ලැබුණා Taman විවාහ වන විට. ඒ නිසා ඇය රූප ශෝභාවෙන් මෙන්ම සම්පත් වලින්ද හිතා ආඩ්‍යව සිටිය කෙනෙක් බලවත්ව හිටිය කෙනෙක්. විශාකාව පමණක් නෙවෙයි එවක සිටිය ඇතැම් විශේෂ කාන්තාවන් මේ විදිහට සම්පත් ඇති උත්පත්ති ලැබලා හිටියා. අද වර්තමානයේ ගත්තත් පින්නතුනි සමාජයේ නොබියව ජීවත් වෙන්නට නම් ස්ත්‍රියකට Tamanට පරිභෝජනය සඳහා වූ භෝග ඇත්තම වුන් ප්‍රිය කරන නිසා වෙන්න මුතුමැණික් ආභරණ ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් වස්ත්‍ර ආදී වගේම පරිභෝජනය සඳහා වන දේත් Taman සන්තක වෙන්න ඕනේ නැක. මේන් අදහස් කරන්නේ කාන්තාව රස්සාවක් කරන්න ඕනේ, ඇයම හම්බ කරගන්න, හම්බ කරගෙන ඇයම භුක්ති විඳින්න ඕනේ කියන අර සමාජයේ ප්‍රකට කාරණේ නෙමෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. මේ කියන්නේ යම් දෙනෙක් විවාහ වුණාම ඒ කියන කාන්තාව හා ස්වාමියා කියලා කියන්නේ මේ දෙන්නම එක කුටුම්බයක් පවුලක්. එතකොට ස්වාමියාට වස්තු සම්පත් තියනවා කියන එක බිරිඳට පරිභෝජනය කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක් වෙන්න ඕන. ඒ වගේම බිරිඳගේ සම්පත් නම් ගෙදර තියෙන බිරිඳයි ස්වාමියායි කියන දෙන්නටම පරිභෝජනය කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසා මෙතන සඳහන් කරන්නේ හැමෝම රැකියාවක් කරන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් හම්බ කරන්න ඕනේ කියන එක නෙමෙයි. Tamanට ඇති බව කුමක් සඳහාද පරිභෝජනය. ඒ නිසා භෝග සම්පත් කෙටියෙන්ම ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඇඳුම් පැළඳුම් ආහාර පාන බෙහෙත් යාන වාහන ආදී වශයෙන් Tamanට පරිභෝග කිරීම සඳහා වන සම්පත් වල ඇති බව තමයි එතකොට භෝග බලය කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට අපි දන්නවා අපේ කතානායිකාව අපි ගත්ත විශාකාව. විශාකාවට මහා මේල පළඳනාව සඳහා වුණු සම්පත් වගේම සුවිශේෂ සම්පත් තිබුණා. ඒ නිසා අය බලවත්ව හිටිය කෙනෙක්. ඇය සමාජයේ නොබියව හිටිය කෙනෙක්. ඇය ඇතුළු බොහෝ කාන්තාවන් එහෙම හිටියේ. ඊගාව කාරණේ හැටියට සඳහන් කරනකොට දක්වනවා මේ බල පහෙන් එකක් තමයි ඥාති බලය කියලා. ඥාති බලය කියලා කියන්නේ පින්නතුනේ තමන්ගේ පෞල් පසුබිම කියන. ඕනෑම කාන්තාවකට තියෙන සමාජ රැකවරණය, සමාජ පිළිගැනීමට බලපානවා තමන්ගේ ඥාති බලය, තමන්ගේ නෑදෑකම, සමාජ පසුබිම තමයි ඇත්තටම ඥාති බලය කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒක එංගලන්තේ ජීවත් වුණත් ලංකාවේ ජීවත් වුණත් අපේ පෞල් පරිසරයේ මෙහෙමයි කියලා කියන කොටත් කෙනෙකුට යම් ශක්තියක් තියෙනවා. දැන් මේකෙන් සඳහන් කරන්නේ අර ලංකාවේ නෙවෙයි කොහේ හිටියත් සමහර අය කියන්නේ මේ ගෝත්‍රික අදහසක් තමයි අර මොකද ඒකට කියන්නේ වංශය ගැන කතා කරන ඔය වායක. එහෙම නෙමෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. මේ කියන්නේ අර උපැන්න සහතිකයේ කෙලවරක් නැති දිග නමක් තියෙන එකෙන් කියන වාසගමෙන් කියන එක නෙවෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. මේ සඳහන් කරන්නේ මේ සමාජයේ කාටවත් බරක් නැතුව මහා පොළොවේ පය ගහලා ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට ඇති හැකි සහ බල සම්පන්න ඥාතිත්වයක් Tamanට ඇතය කියන තැනින් බලවත් වෙන එක තමයි ඥාති බලය කියලා කියන්නේ. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් විශාකාව. විශාකාව ඥාති බලයෙන් බලවත් කෙනෙක්. ඇයි? විශාකාවගේ ජීවිත කතාව පින්නතුනේ කියවලා බැලුවාම එක්තරා වෙලාවකදී මිගාර සිටුවරයා තීන්දුවක් ගන්නවා විශාකාව ආපසු ගෙදර යවන්න. හැබැයි එතනදී විශාකාව ප්‍රකාශ කරන්නේ මම අම්මෙක් නැති කෙනෙක් නෙවෙයි. මම තාත්තෙක් නැති කෙනෙක් නෙවෙයි. මම හොඳ සමාජ පරිසරයක් හෝ නැත්නම් නෑදෑ පසුබිමක් නැති කෙනෙක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ විතරක් නෙමෙයි. ඇය අභියෝග කරනවා මම විවාහපත් වෙන දවසේදී බමුණන් 8 දෙනෙක් එවලා තියෙනවා මගෙන් වැරද්දක් වුණොත් විනිශ්චය සඳහා. අන්න ඒ විනිශ්චය තිබුණොත් තමයි මාව යවන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්නේ. කොහොමද ප්‍රකාශය? ඒකට මිගාර සිටුවරයා නෙමෙයි ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට අභියෝග කරන්න පුළුවන් ඥාති පසුබිමක් ඇයට තිබුණා. ඒ නිසා පින්නතුනි ඔබ ලෝකේ කොහේ හිටියත් කාන්තාවකට විශේෂයෙන් අපි කතා කරන්නේ කාන්තාව සඳහා නිසා කාන්තාවකට Tamanගේ ආත්ම පෞරුෂයේ විශේෂෙහි Tamanගේ අභිමානයේ විශේෂෙහි එහෙම නැත්නම් විශාරදව සමාජයේ ජීවත් වෙන උදෙසා මේ ඥාති බලය කියන එකත් ඊටාම වැදගත්. ඒ වගේම දේශනාවේ සඳහන් කරනවා තව කාරණයක්. ඒ තමයි පුත්‍ර බලං. පුත්‍ර බලය. පුත්‍ර බලය කියලා කියන්නේ දරුවන් කියන එක. එතකොට මේ දරුවන් සිටින බව කියන එක එක්තරා විදිහකින් බලයක් කියලා කියනවා. ඒක ඉතින් අත්දැකීමෙන් හැමෝම දන්නවා. එහෙම ඉන්න එක තමන්ගේ රැකවරණයට, තමන්ගේ පැවැත්මට. දැන් මේකෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ සමාජය අහන නිසා ඉන්නවද කියලා. ඔව් ඉන්නවා කියන්න ඕනේ කියලා. හරි එහෙම නැත්නම් නලවන්න ඕනේ නිසා. එහෙම එකක් නෙමෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. මේ කියන්නේ විවාහපත් වෙච්ච දෙන්නෙකුට වයසට ගියාම රැක බලා ගන්නට සහ ඔවුන්ගේ අරමුණු සාක්ෂාත් කිරීම සඳහා වන දරුවන් ඉන්නවද කියන්නේ. හැබැයි පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවේ සඳහන් කරන්නේ නැහැ කෙනෙකුට දරුවෙක් ඉන්න ඕනේ කියන එක අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. අනිත් කාරණේ කෙනෙකුට දරුවෙක් ඉන්නවයි කියන එක තමන්ගේ කුසින්ම බිහි කළ තමන්ටමම දාව උපන්න දරුවෙක් වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා නෑ. එහෙමනම් අපි හැබෑම මව් ගුණයක පිහිටා හැබෑම පිය ගුණයක පිහිටා කවරම හෝ දරුවෙකුට ඒ මව්පිය සෙනෙහසින් ඔබට පෝෂණය කරන්නට පුළුවන් නම් ඒ තමයි දරුවා, ඒ තමයි ඔබ අම්මා තාත්තා. ඒ නිසා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවේ පුත්ත කියන වචනේ පාවිච්චි කරනවා නොවැදූ දරුවාටත් නොවැදූ දරුවාටත් හැදූ දරුවාටත් කියන හැමෝටම දේශනාවේ සමානවම සලකනවා පුත්ත කියන. ඒ හින්දා පින්නතුනි දැන් ඔය විශේෂයෙන් මම මේ දේශනාව මුලින් පටන් ගද්දිමත් කිව්වා සංස්කෘතික කාරණා එක්කත් අපේ දේශනාව සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා කියලා. මොකද ඕනෑම දර්ශනයක් මේ මහා පොළවේ ස්පර්ශ වෙන්නේ නැත්තම්, ඒ කියන්නේ අදාළ සමාජ සංස්කෘතික පසුබිමට යම් බලපෑමක් කරන්නේ නැත්තම් මොන දේශනාවෙන්වත් මොන දර්ශනයෙන්වත් වැඩක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසායි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උගා කාරණා පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ ඒ සමාජෙම. ඒකෙන් අදහස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ ලංකාවට එංගලන්තෙට මේක වළංගු නැහැ කියලා කියවෙන්නේ නැහැ පින්. ඒ නිසා පින්වත් හැමදෙනාම මේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කරන සදහවත් පින්වත් ඔබ ඊතා බුද්ධිමත් සහ යමක් හිතන්නට පුළුවන් අය බවක් උදාකාරව දන්න. ඒ නිසා මේක නුවණින් කල්පනා කරන්න ඕනෑ කරනවා. මෙතන මේ විශේෂයෙන්ම Tamanට දරුවන් ඉන්නවා සිටිනවා කියන එක වැදූ දරුවන් පමණක් නෙමේ හැදූ දරුවන්ද දරුවන්ය කියන එක පිළිබඳව සිහි තබා ගන්න ඕනෑ. ඒ නිසා පුත්ත බලය කියලා කියන්නේම ඒ කියන දරුවන් කවර ආකාරයකින් හෝ Taman යම් දරුවන්ට මව්පියන්සේ සලකා පෝෂණය කොට Taman ඉන්න තැන තමයි එහෙන් සඳහන් කරන්නේ. ඒක නිසා පින්වත් හැමදෙනාමම කල්පනා කරන්න ඕනේ කරනවා. ඔබ එක්සත් රාජධානියේ ජීවත් වන්නේ වී නමුත් ඒ වගේම එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ජීවත් වන්නේ වී නමුත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ජීවත් වන්නේ වී නමුත් කවර ජාතියකට ආගමකට කුලයකට ඔබ අයිති වන්නේ වී නමුත් අපි හැමදෙනාටම තේරෙන කාරණය තමයි මේ කාරණා පහ තියෙනවා නම් ඔබ ඇත්තටම ස්ත්‍රියක්ද පුරුෂයෙක්ද කියලා බෙදීමක් අවශ්‍ය නැතුව සමාජයේ බල සම්පන්නව ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැවත මතක් කළොත් ඒ කාරණා පහ අපි සඳහන් කළා. හැම කෙනෙකුටම තියෙන්න ඕනේ කාරණා හැටියට මේ දේශනාවේ සඳහන් කරන දේවල්. ඒ තමයි රූප සම්පත්තිය, භෝග සම්පත්තිය, ඥාති සම්පත්තිය සහ පුත්ත සම්පත්තිය. දැන් එතකොට ඔය පුත්ත කියන වචනේ ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේදී ඉතා ඉහළ තැනකට ගත්තා. මොකද ඔය පුත්ත කියන වචනේ අපි පාලියෙන් සහ සිංහලෙන් පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ සංස්කෘත වචනේ පුත්‍ර කියන. පූ කියන්නේ දිව්‍ය ලෝකේ, ත්‍ර කියන්නේ පමුණුවනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අදහසක් තිබුණා මේකයි අර කාන්තාව ඉපදෙන්න හොඳ නැහැ, පිරිමි දරුවන්ම පවුල් වල ඉපදෙන්න ඕනේ වාගේ මහා මෝඩ අදහසක් තිබුණා ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේ. අදටත් ඉතින් මේ මෝඩකම් ලංකාවෙත් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ගැහැණු දරුවෝ නෙවෙයි පිරිමි දරුවෝ හම්බෙන්න ඕනේ. පිරිමි දරුවෝ වදන්නේ ගැහැණු අය කියලා දන්නේ. ඒක අමතක කරනවා. මේක පුදුම මානසිකත්වයක් නේ ඒක. ඒ කියන්නේ තමනුත් අම්මා කාන්තාවකකින් ඉපදිලා බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන පුතත් කාන්තාවකකින්ම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන ගමන් කාන්තාව ඕනේ පුතු ඕනේ කියලා කියන පටු ආකල්ප තියෙනවා. ඒවා හරින්ම මුග්ධ පහළ ගණයේ අදහස්. ඒ අදහසේ ප්‍රතිඵලයක් හැටියට තමයි ඉන්දියානු සමාජයේ නම පවා දැන්නේ. පූ කියන්නේ දිව්‍ය ලෝකෙත්‍ර පමුණුවනේ. පුතෙක් ඉපදුණා තමයි තාත්තා දිව්‍ය ලෝකේ යවන්න පුළුවන් කියලා අදහසක් තිබුණා. ඒකයි බමුණෝ පිරිමි දරුවන්ට වැඩුවේ ගැහැණු දරුවන්ට වඩා. කොහොම නමුත් දැන් ඔය කියන සියල්ලක්ම පැහැදිලි කරනකොට සඳහන් කරනවා පින්වතුනි මේ කාරණා හතරම මේ බල පහෙන් කාරණා මුල් කාරණා හතරම වනාහි පූර්වකෘත පුණ්‍ය මහිමයන්ගෙන් ලැබෙන දේ. ඒ කියන්නේ කෙනෙක් ඉපදෙනකොට රූප ශෝභාවෙන් විකලත්වයකින් තොර උත්පත්ති ලැබෙන එක පෙර පිනක්. කෙනෙක් උත්පත්තිය ලැබනකොටම ධන ධාන්‍ය ඇති තැනක භවභෝග සම්පත් උත්පත්ති ලැබෙන එක පෙර පිනක්. කෙනෙක් උත්පත්තිය ලැබනකොටම යම් විදිහක සමාජ පිළිගැනීමක් සහිත බල සම්පන්න ඥාති පරපුරකට පසුබිම්ක උත්පත්ති ලැබෙන එක පෙර පිනක්. ඒ වගේම යම් කෙනෙක් උත්පත්තිය ලැබනකොටම යම් විදිහක ජීව විද්‍යාත්මක අවශ්‍යතාවන් සම්පූර්ණ කරගෙනම ඒ සම්පත්තිය හොඳ දරුවන් ලබන එකත් පිනක්. දැන් අපිට ඒක කියන්න බැරුණා. දැන් පුත්ත බලයේ කොහොම විශාකාවට පිරිමි දරුවෝ 10යි, ගෑනු දරුවෝ 10යි. එතකොට 20යි. ඒ 20ට නැවත දරුවෝ හැදුනාම 400ක් දරුවෝ හිටියා, මුරුපුරෝ හිටියා විශාකාවට. විශාකාව ඊටාම ආඩම්බර කාන්තාවක්. ආඩම්බරය කියලා අදහස් කරේ නිකන් වැඩ කරන්නේ නැති, මහා පොළවේ කිසි දෙයක් නැති, මනසින් හිත උදුමවාගත් එකක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ ආඩම්බරයි කියලා කිව්වේ බලෙන් විශාරදව හිටියා කියලා. අද වෙනකොට කොයිතරම් මේ සමාජයේ ආකල්ප වශයෙන් දුප්පත්ද කිව්වොත් එහෙම දරුවෝ එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්න එක හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් දරුවන් අඩුයි කියන එක සමහර විට බලයක් හැටියටත් දරුවන් වැඩි කියන එක බලයක් නෑ වාගේ පෙන්වන්නත් සමාජ ආකල්ප වලින් දුප්පත් සමාජ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වගේ රට. ඒ නිසා අපේ ජනගහනය අඩු වෙන්න එක හේතුවක්. ඒ කියන්නේ විලාසිතාවකට එක දරුවෙක් ඉන්න ඕනේ කියන තැන හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ විලාසිතාවේ ඉහළම තැන තමයි මම හිතන දරුවෝ දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඔය පුංචි බවල රත්තරන් වාය කතන්දර එක ගොඩනගපු ඒ වයි. හැබැයි හදිස්සියට වතුර පෙදක් දෙන්න කෙනෙක් නෑ නේද කියන තැනට වැටුනහම තව හිටියානම් කියන අයත් ඉන්නවා. මේ දේශනාව කරන මම ලංකාවේ ඉඳලා ඔබේ දේශයටත් මම ඇවිල්ලා බණ කියලා තියෙනවා. ලෝකෙ තැන් තැන් වලදී අපිට අපේ මිනිස්සු කියන දේවල් ඇහිලා තියෙනවා. අනේ අපිටත් කෙනෙක් සාසන පූජා කරන්න තිබුණා කියලා. මම මේ සඳහන් කරන්නේ මොනියම් හෝ බරපතල හේතු නිසා එහෙම නැත්නම් විශේෂ නොදැනුවත්කම නිසා හරි වේවා දරුවන් විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් හදවන්නේ නැති අයට චෝදනාවක් ඇටිට කියනවා නෙමේ මේ අනිත් අයට දැනගන්නයි කියන්නේ. යම් කෙනෙකු මම දැක්ක ලස්සන ප්‍රවෘත්තියක් මේ ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා. ඒ තමයි දරුවන් 6 දෙනෙකු ලැබුණු වෙලාවේදී ඒ අම්මයි තාත්තයි ඉනාමුසු මුහුණින් එක තැනකදී කියලා තිබුණා අපිට මේ කෙනෙක් මහාන කරගන්න තිබුණා නම් හොඳයි කියලා. ශාසනයේ යම් තැන්වල පුද්ගලයින්ගේ දෝෂ කොතැනක තිබුණත් එයා කල්පනා කළා ඔවුන්ගේ ලේවලින් බිහිවුණු දරුවෙක්ගෙන් ශාසනික ඥාතිත්වයක් ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරන්නට තරම් ආධ්‍යාත්මික ගුණයක් ඒ ඇතුළේ තියෙන්න ඇති කියලා මට ඒ වෙලාවේ. කොහොම නමුත් පින්නොතනි සමහර දේවල් තියෙනවා අතීතයට තැවෙන්නට නෙමෙයි ඕනෑ කරන්නේ. අපි කරන්න ඕනෑ කරන්නේ. හැකියාව තියෙන අය, පුළුවන්කම තියෙන අය මේ කියන සම්පත් වලින් ආඩ්‍යව බලවත් වෙන එකයි වැදගත්. එහෙම වැදගත් වෙනකොට දැන් අපි කිව්වා පූර්ව කෘත පුණ්‍ය කර්මානුව තමයි මේවා ලැබෙන්නේ කියලා. හැබැයි මේ බණ පටන් ගද්දිම මම කිව්වා පයෝග සම්පත්තියක් කියලා එකකුත් අපිට ලැබුණා මේවත් එක්ක. ඒ තමයි උපක්‍රමශීලීව යමක් කිරීමේ හැකියාවක් වින්නතුනේ මිනිස්සෙයින්ට ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ යම් විදිහකින් අපිට උපතින් හොඳ රූප ශෝභාවක් නොතිබුණා නම් ඔබ ඉන්න රටේ ඕනතරම් පහසුකම් වෙයි. එයි සත්කමකින් බෙහෙත් හේත් වලින් ඔබේ රූප ශෝභාව සකස් කරගත්තාට නම් වරදක් නැහැ. ලැබී තිබෙන රූප ශෝභාව මිනිස්සෙක් හැටියට ජීවත්ව ඉන්නට බැරි තරම් ප්‍රමාණවත් නොවන්නේ නම් මෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ පින්නතුනේ ලෝකේ ඉන්න හැමෝම තමන්ට ආකර්ෂණය කරගන්න එහෙම නැත්නම් අනිත් අයට ආරාවලල්ලක් වනු පිණිස තමන්ගේ රූපය සකස් කරගන්න එක නම් නෙමෙයි. මෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ උපතින් අපිට යම් විදිහ අපේ සමේ වර්ණය වේවා ඉන්ද්‍රිය දෝෂයක් වේවා වේ නම් මේවා සකස් කරගත්තාට වරදක් නැහැ මේ විකලත්වයෙන් මිදීම සඳහා. ඒක තමයි අපි අයෝග උපක්‍රමශීලීව කර්ම වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා කියන එක එතන තියෙනවා. භෝග බල අපිට උත්පත්තියෙන් සමහරලාට අම්මා තාත්තාගෙන් ලැබිච්ච දේවල් නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එංගලන්තේ ඉන්න ඔබ ලංකාවේ ඉන්න අපි හැමෝමම ඇවිදිලා මහා ධන ධාන්‍ය ඇති සමාජයේ පසුබිම් නොතිබුණා වෙන්නට පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඔබ ඔය විදේශ රාජ්‍යයක ඉඳලා මේ හරි හම්බ කරලා ඔබ දැන් සම්පත් ඇති කෙනෙක් බවට පත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා පෙර පින දැන් පරිසම්දෙනවා කියලා හිතන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක විදිහකින් අනිත් කාරණය ඔබ ප්‍රයෝග උපක්‍රමශීලීව ඔබේ තැනට ඔබ ඇවිල්ලායි. දැන් ඔබ යම් විදිහකින් ආර්ථික සම්පත්තියෙන් ශක්තිමත් වෙන්නවා කියන්නේ ඔබ විශාරදව ඉන්නවා කෙනෙක්. ඔබ කාන්තාවක් නම් විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔබට යමක් කළ හැකි කරගත හැකි තැනක ඉන්නවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඔබ විශාරදව සමාජ ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක්. හැබැයි පින්නතුනේ ඇතැම් තැනක අභාග්‍යයක් දකින්නවා. ඒ තමයි ඔය කියන භෝග සම්පත් ආදී ඇතිකොටම එයම විනාශයට හේතු කරගන්න අවස්ථාවන්ද ඇතැම් අයගේ නැතුවා නොවේ කියන එකත් සිහි තබාගෙන වැඩ කරනවා. ඒ වගේම සඳහන් කරනවා ඥාති බලය. දැන් මේ ඥාති බලය කියලා කියන්නේ අදිෂ්ඨාන පූර්වකව මේ පතිකුලය රැකගෙන යන්න කරගන්න ඕන එකක් මිස එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒක විනාශ කරගන්න යොදන්න ඕන එකකුත් නෙවෙයි. මොකද හේතුව හුඟක් පෞල් වල ප්‍රශ්න බැලුවාම පෞල් වල ප්‍රශ්න බලපාලා තියෙන්නේ මේ ඇතැම් අයට තිබුණු ඥාති බලය. සමහර කාන්තාවන් අර අවාසනාවකට සමාජ ව්‍යවහාරය අනුව තියෙන සමාජ පන්ති පරතර හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් පළාත් මොනවා හෝ දෙයක් නිසා තමන්ට ඇති ඥාති බලය හුවා දක්වන්නට ගොස් නැති ප්‍රශ්න ඇති කරගන්න වෙලාවල්ද තියෙනවා. ඒක නිසා අපිට මේ ඥාති බලය කියන එක ඕන වෙන්නේ විශාරදව ජීවත්. විශාරද බය නැතුව ජීවත් වෙන්න. කුමකටද? යම් සමාජමය වශයෙන් වේවා වෙනත්නම් යමතුරුාන්තරාවකින් වේවා මේ වසංගත තත්ත්ව. මේ වසංගත තත්ත්වයේදී ඔබට පිහිට වීම සඳහා ලෝකෙ බොහෝ අය ඉන්න බව ඇත්ත. ඒකට විශේෂ ඥානයක්ම ඕනේ. නමුත් ඔබට හොඳ සමාජ පසුබිමක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒක බලවත් නම් ඔබට පිහිට උපකාර වලින් අඩුවක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ බොහෝ වෙලා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මේ ඥාති බලය කියන එකත් අපිට විශ්වාස පරමා ඥාති කිව්වහම නෑ දෑයක් කියලා කියන්නේ හුදෙක්ම මේ ලේ නෑකමම පමණක් නෙමෙයි. මේ විශ්වාස පරමා ඥාති කියන එකෙන් ඔබට ලෝකයේ සමහර වෙලාවට එංගලන්ත ජාතිකයෙකුත් ඥාතියෙක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඇයි ඔබගේ ආශ්‍රය අනුව මේ භවයේදී ඥාතිත්වයන් සකස් කර ගන්නටත් බැරි කමක් ඇත්තේ නැති නිසා. ඊගාව කාරණේ හැටියට මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව පැහැදිලි කරපු කාරණාවන් බැලුවහම ඒ පුත්ත බලය කියන කාරණාව මම ඔබට සඳහන් කළා. ඔබට දරුවන් ලැබ ඒ බලය ලබන්නටත් පුළුවන්. යම් දරුවෙකුට මවෙක්ව පියෙක්ව ඔබට ඒ බලය ලබන්නටත්. ඒ නිසා සත්පුරුෂයින්ට වරදින්නේ නැහැ. එසේ කරගන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. දැන් බන්දුල මල්ලිකාව බලන්න අද විතරක් නෙමෙයි. බන්දුල මල්ලිකා කියන දෙපළ අතර යම් දවසක ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇති වෙනවා. දරුවන් නොමැතිකම. ඒ කියන්නේ මිනිස්සුන් ප්‍රශ්න ඇති කරගෙන තියෙන අද විතරක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ වෙලාවේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උන්ට කියනවා ඉවසන්න. ඉවසලා ඔබ කාලයක් බලන්න ඔබට ඒ දේ සිද්ධ වෙයි කියලා. ඔවුන්ට දරුවන් ලැබුණා. ඒදා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ හමු නොවුණා නම් ඔවුන් දෙපැත්තට යනවා. විශාකාව ගෙදරින් යවන්න කතා කරලා ඥාති බලය නොතිබුණා නම් විශාකාවට ගෙදර යවන්න තිබුණා. හැබැයි එහෙම යවන්න බැරි වුණා මොකද විශාකාවගේ දෙමව්පියෝ ඇයව ශක්තිමත් කරලා තිබුණා පසුපස. ඒක නිසා පින්නතුනි යම් කාන්තාවකට මේ බල හතරට අමතරව සුවිශේෂම බලයක් පෙන්වනවා. ඒ තමයි සීල බලං. මේක තමයි සුවිශේෂම බලය වෙන්නේ සීල බලං කියන එක. සීලය කියලා කියන්නේම පින්නතුනි සම්මා වාචා සම්මා කම්මන්ත සම්මා ආජීව කියන කාරණා තුන. යම් ස්ත්‍රියක් වේවා පුරුෂයෙක් වේවා සම්මා දිට්ඨියෙන් යුක්තව ධර්මානුකූල වචනයෙන් සංවර වන්නේද. සම්මා කම්මන්ත ප්‍රාණඝාත දත්තා දාන කාම මිත්‍යාචාර ආදී වූ දුරාචාරයන්ගෙන් මිදුණු ආයික සංවරයක් වේද. පිසුනා වාචා පරුසා වාචා සම්පප්පලාපා ආදී මුසාවාදා ආදී වූ බොරුවෙන් මිදුණු වචනයක් වේද. ඒ වගේම සම්මා ආජීව සුරාව සූදුව වංචාව වැරදි ලෙස තමන් පරිහරණය වීම ආදීන් යම් කාන්තාවක් මුදල් නොඋපයන්නේද ධර්මානුකූල තැනක ආයෝජනය කරන්නේ. එහෙමනම් පින්නතුනේ සම්මා කම්මන්ත සම්මා වාචා සම්මා කම්මන්ත සම්මා ආජීව කියන මෙන්න මේ හරිහම්බ කරන ක්‍රමයක් කය පවත්වාගෙන යන ක්‍රමයක් වචනය පවත්වන ක්‍රමයක් කියන තැනදී අපි සීලේන සංවරෝ සීලයෙන් සංවර වන්නේද සිල්වන්ත වන්නේද එය තමයි යම් ශ්‍රේයකට ශ්‍රීත්වය තුලින් මේ භවය තුල ලැබිය හැකි ඉහළම බලය කියලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව පැහැදිලි කරනවා. අපි මාතෘකා කරගත්ත පස්හහිය සූත්‍රය ආදී කොට ඇති බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දේශනාව මේ විශේෂයෙන්ම පතිකුලය පවත්වන බලවන්ත විශාරද කාන්තාවකගේ ලක්ෂණ පහ තමයි එතකොට අපි සඳහන් කළේ රූප බල භෝග බල ඥාති බල පුත්ත බල සහ සීල බල හැටියට. දැන් අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔබ දන්නවා මහා සංඝයා වහන්සේට මම අධ්‍යක්ීමෙන් දන්නවා අපේ ගෞරවනීය අවසරයි සීල විරනායක හාමුදුරුවෝ බන්දුල හාමුදුරුවෝ කාශ්‍යප හාමුදුරුවෝ වැනි සත්පුරුෂ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලා සමග යම් කාලයක් ඒ රට ජීවත් වුණු නිසා මම අත්දැක්කා මහා සංඝයා වහන්සේ ශක්ති ප්‍රමාණයෙන් පෝෂණය කරනවා දානමාන ආදීන් පුදනවා. උන්වහන්සේලාට පමණක් නෙවෙයි තවත් බොහෝ දෙනා වහන්සේ. ඒ වගේම බොහේ ඉඳලා මේ ලංකාවේ මහා සංඝයා විටක පෝෂණය කරනවා. මේ හැම එක විටකදීම මහා සංඝයා ඔබට ආශිර්වාද කරන්නේ මොනවද? ආයු වර්ණ සැප බල ප්‍රඥා ලැබේවා කියන. එහෙනම් ආයුෂයේ වර්ණය සැපය බලය කියන මේවා කෙනෙකුට ජීවත් වීම සඳහා අවශ්‍යයි කියනකොට කාන්තාවන් ඇතුළු හැමදෙනාටම මේවා ලැබීමට පින් හැටියටයි අපි ඒ දාන ආදී පින්කම් සලකන්නේ. හැබැයි පින්නතුනි ඒ පමණකින්ම කෙනෙකුට Tamanගේ බල සාධනය වන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා සීලය අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. මෙතන සීලය කියලා කියන්නේ අද මේ උඳුවප්පුර 15ක් පොහොය දවස සමරනවා වාගේ බොහෝ දිනක ඒ කටයුතු කරන එක පමණක් නෙමෙයි. ජීවත් වෙන්නේ කොතැනද? මොන රාජ්‍යයේද? උදෑසන රාත්‍රියේද? කරන්නේ කුමක්ද කියන එක නෙමේ ඕනෑම තැනක කය වචන දෙකේ සංවරය නම් වූ සීලයෙන් යුක්ත බවක් වේ නම් යම් කාන්තාවක් තුල ඒක තමයි මේ බල පහ අතර ඉහළම බලය වෙන්නේ. එතකොට පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වලා දෙනවා තව කාරණයක්. ඒ තමයි යම් කෙනෙකුට රූප බලය නැතත් ඒ කියන්නේ යම් කෙනෙක්ගේ රූප ශෝභාව මහා චිත්තාකර්ෂණීය විදියට කවි වර්ණ ආදීන් යුක්ත නොවන්නේ වී නමුත් ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපි දන්නවා කේශ කල්යාණේ මාංශ කල්යාණේ වයස් කල්යාණේ චවි කල්යාණේ ආදී වශයෙන් පංච කල්යාණයක් හැමෝටම නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ දත් කෙස් ශරීරයේ මාංශ වයස පේරන නොපෙනෙන බව සහ සමේ වර්ණය ආදී දේවල් සියල්ල පැහැපත් වන නම් නොතිබෙන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ රූප සම්පත්තිය නැතත් උපදී කිවි ශරීරයට උපදී විපත්තියක් වුණත් යම් කෙනෙක් තුල සීල බලය වේ නම් සිල් බලය ඇති තැන පින්නතුනි රූප බලයට වඩා සිල් බලය ඇති තැන කාන්තාව බලවත් වෙනවා කියලා කියනවා. යම් කාන්තාවකට හිමි වුණු පවතින භෝග බලයෙන් දුර්වල වුණත් ඒ කියන්නේ සම්පත් ආදීන් මහා භාග විශාකාවතරම් බලවත් නොවුණත් සීලේ බලය ඇතනම් යම් කාන්තාවකට භෝග බලය ලබන්නටත් හැබැයි භෝග බලය නැති වුණත් එය සීල බලය නිසා බලවන්ත වෙනවා සමාජයේ විශේෂයෙන් පතිකුලය පවත්වනවා ගිහි ගෙදර ගිහි ජීවිතයේ සමාජයේ පවත්වනවා කාන්තාවක් හැටියට කියන එක සඳහන් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම යම් කාන්තාවකට ඥාති බලය නැතත් ඔබ ඉන්න රටේදී ඔබට ලංකාවේ තරම් නෑදෑය නොවෙන්නට පුළුවන් ළඟපාත. නමුත් ඔබ සීල බලයෙන් බලවත් නම් ඔබ සමාජයේ කතා කරනකොට ඔහු සත්පුරුෂයෙක්, ඔහු යහපත් කෙනෙක්, හොඳ නරක හඳුනන කෙනෙක්, යහපත් පුද්ගලයෙක් කියන තැනට ඔබ බලවත් නම් සීලයෙන් ඔබ බලවත් ඥාති බලය නැතත්. යම් කෙනෙක් පුත්‍ර බලය ඒ කියන්නේ Tamanටම යයි දරුවෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් Taman හදා වඩාගත් දරුවෝ හෝ දරුවන් හැටියට යම් කෙනෙක් නැතත් යම් කෙනෙක් සීල බලයෙන් යම් කාන්තාවක් ආඩ්‍ය නම් ශක්තිමත් නම් සීල බලය ඇති කාන්තාව මේ කියන බල හතරම නැතත් බලවත් කියලායි දේශනාව සඳහන්. එතකොට මෙතන වැදගත්ම පාඩම තමයි පින්නතුනේ රූප බලය ඇතත් භෝග බලය ඇතත් ඥාති බලය ඇතත් පුත්ත බලය ඇතත් සීල බලය නැත්නම් ඇය පතිකුලයේ පවත්වන්නේ. ඒක නිසා ලෝකයේ ආක්ෂණයෙන් වේවා මුදලින් වේවා බෙහෙත් හේත් ආදීන් වේවා ගොඩ නැගුවේ ඔබට ලබා දුන්නේ උරුම කලේ රූපයද භෝගයද සමහරට ඥාතීත්වයන්ද පුත්‍රයින්ද දරුවන්ද තාක්ෂණික වශයෙන්. හැබැයි ඔබට සීල බලය කියන එක තමා විසින් උත්සාහයෙන් වීරයෙන් මෙලෝ වශයෙන් සාධනය කරගත යුත්තක් මිස එය නම් පින්නතුනේ තව කෙනෙක් දායාද කරන එකක්. ඒ නිසා අද සංඝමිත්තා දිනය සමරන දවසේදී විශේෂයෙන් එක්සත් රාජධානියේ ජීවත් වෙන සදහැවත් පින්වත් ඔබ වගේම විවිධ දේශයන්ගෙන් මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව හා සම්බන්ධ වෙන සදහැවත් පින්වත් හැමදෙනාම කල්පනා කරන්නට ඕනෑ කරනවා. අසහ්‍ය සූත්‍රය ආදී සූත්‍ර දේශනාවන්හිදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන හැටියට පංචමානි භික්කවේ මාතුගාමස්ස බලානි කතමානි පංච ඥාති බලං පුත්ත බලං සීල බලං භෝග බලං රූප බලං. එතකොට ඉමානිකෝ භික්කවේ පංච මාතුගාමස්ස බලානි මේ බල පහක් වෙනවා යම් ස්ත්‍රියකට කවරම රටක නමුත් සමාජයේ විශාරදව ජීවත් වෙන්නට බය නැතුව ජීවත් වෙන්නට. හැබැයි මේ සියල්ල පරයා යනවා එක බලයක් නැත්නම් ඒ තමයි සීල. අනිත් හතරම නැතත් සීල බලය ඇත්තේ යම් කාන්තාවක් තුළද ඇය විශාරද වෙනවා සෙසු කාරණාවන්ට වඩා එය බලවත් නිසා. ඒ නිසා යම් කෙනෙක් හිතුවොත් මට මේ දේශනාව අතරතුරදී වේවා මට ඇතිතරම් රූපය ඒ වගේම භෝග සම්පත් පුත්‍ර තිබේ එහෙනම් ගැටලුවක් නැහැ කියලා නෑ ගැටලුව තියෙනවා. මොකද පුත්තාමත්ති ධනම්මත්ති ඉති බාලෝ විහඤ්ඤති. මෝඩ මිනිස්සුන්ගේ කල්පනාව තමයි මට දරුවෝ ඉන්නවා මිල මුදල් තියෙනවා ඥාතීන් ඉන්නවා ඒ වගේම සම්පත් තියෙනවා රූපයක් තියෙනවා කියලා යම් කෙනෙක් මානයකින් පෙළෙනවා නම් ඒක තරම් උගුලක් තවත් නැහැ. මොකද පින්වතුනි මේ පවතින කොරෝනා වසංගත තත්වයේදී ලෝකයේ මුහුණ දෙන අපි හැමදෙනාම කල්පනා කරලා බැලුවොත් යම් අස්වැසිල්ලකට මේ භෝග ඥාති පිහිට වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි බෙහෙතක් හොයාගෙන නැති වසංගතයකට ආදී নানা ආකාර කාරණාවලට මුහුණ දෙන අපිට රූප භෝග ඥාති පුත්ත කියන බල වැඩක්ම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මක්නිසාදයක් මරණ දවසකදී ඒ සියල්ල අත්හැර යන්නට වෙනවා. අපිත් සමග ගමන් කරන්නේ අපට සංසාරේ බලපවත්වන්නේ පිහිට වෙන්නේ සීල බලං සීලයෙහි පිහිටා කරගත්ත යමක් පමණයි. ඒ නිසා විශේෂයෙන්ම අද සංගමිත්තා දිනය සමරන දවසේදී කාන්තාවන් හැටියට විශේෂයෙන් සිංහල බෞද්ධ වේවා අබෞද්ධ වේවා අන්‍ය ආගමික වේවා ඔබේ නාම මාත්‍රික ආගම මොකක්ද කියන එක නෙමෙයි වැදගත්. ඔබ යම් ප්‍රතිපත්තියකද ඉන්නේ ඒ ප්‍රතිපත්තිය සිල්වන්තද කියන එක තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා තවත් මනස්ගතයක් තමයි කාට හරි කතා කරනකොට අර ආගමයි අර ජාතියයි කතා නමයි කියලා කතා කරන්නේ. ඒ නිසා හැමෝම මිනිස්සෙයින් අතරයි ස්ත්‍රීන් පුරුෂයින් ඉන්නේ. ස්ත්‍රියද පුරුෂයාද කියන දෙන්නටම ආධ්‍යාත්මික ලෝකයේ අරහත් භාවය සෝවාන් සකෘදාගාමි අනාගාමි අරහත් කියන මාර්ගඵල සාධනයට කිසිදු බාධාවක් ඇත්තේ නැත. එදිනදා සමාජයේ ජීවත් වෙන්නට බාධාවක් වේ නම් එය මිනිසුන්ගේ පටු ආකල්ප නිසා මිස එය ධර්මයේ හේතුවක් නිසා නෙවෙයි. ධර්මයේ පෙන්වලා දෙන්නේ එතකොට ලෞකික ලෝකයේ මේ ලෝභ වශයෙන් උත්න සාංශාරික වශයෙන් යහපත පිණිස ඒකාන්තයෙන්ම රූප බලං භෝග බලං ඥාති බලං පුත්ත බලං සීල බලං කියන මේ බල පහෙන් ආඩ්‍යව ගොඩ නැගිය යුතුයමයි කාන්තා. ඒ වගේම ස්ත්‍රී මෙතන ඉන්න දෙමව්පියෝ කල්පනා කරන්න ඕන කරන ඔබ ලෝකෙ කොහේ ගියත් තමන්ගේ දරුවෝ හදනකොට ඒ අය වෙනුවෙන් ජීවිතේ කැප කරන්න ඕන කියන එකම නෙමෙයි. ඒ අය මේ කියන කාරණාවලින් බලවත්ව ගොඩනගන්න ඕන කියන කාරණයක් හැමදෙනාම කල්පනා කරන්න ඕන කරන අවසාන වශයෙන් නැවත මතක් කරනවා නම් පුත්තාමති ධනම්මති තිබාලෝ විහඤ්ඤති. ඒ කාරණාවෙන් මත් වෙලා ධර්මයෙන් පිටට ගිහිල්ලා ජීවිතේ නැති අතරමං කරගන්නවා වෙනුවට මේ බල පහෙන් ආඩ්‍යව එදා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ දවස ප්‍රජාපති ගෝතමියට මෙන් යශෝදරාව වන්දුල මල්ලිකාව භද්‍රා කාපිලානි ඇතුළු ඒ ආදී විශාඛාව ආදීන්ට මෙන් අපාද සමරන සංඝමිත්තා රහත් මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ අනුලා දේවීන් වහන්සේ මේ භූමියෙහි අපේ අත්තම්මා කෙනෙකි අපේ පරපුරෙහි ආදීම මෙහෙණියයි අපේ අනුලා බිසව ඇතුළු කොට ඇති මේ කාන්තා රත්නයන් විසින් ඔබට පෙන්වා දුන් මඟ අනුව ගොස් කාන්තා රත්නයක් වන්නට මේ ශාසනයෙහි යම් විදිහකින් ආධ්‍යාත්මික සුපෝෂණය ලද සුවිශේෂ භාග්‍යවන්ත පිරිසක් වීම සඳහා ඔබේ ස්ත්‍රීත්වය බාධාවක් නොවන බවත් ඔබ ලෞකික වශයෙන් ගොඩනගා ගන්නා සීලාදී ධර්මයන්හි ඇති බලවත් බවම වැදගත් බවත් යලි යලිත් සිහි තබා ගන්නා ලෙසත් ඕනෑම වසංගත තත්වයකදී වේවා ඕනෑම බාධාවකදී වේවා එයින් ජීවිතය සුවපත් කරගෙන මෙලොව සුවපත් ජීවිතයක් ගත කරන්නට මේ බල පහ හේතු වාසනා වනවා වගේම සුවපත් සංසාර ගමනක් උරුම කරගන්නට හේතු වාසනා. ඒ නිසා මේ බල පහෙන් ආඩ්‍යව සුවිශේෂ නැත්නම් භාග්‍ය සම්පන්න ජීවිතයක් එක්සත් රාජධානියේදී වේවා ලෝකේ ඕනෑම තැනකදී කොට ගෙවන්නට ශක්තිය ධෛර්ය වාසනාව ලැබේවා. සුවපත් සංසාර ගමනක කෙලවර අමා මහ නිවන් සුව පිණිසම මේ පුණ්‍ය ශක්තිය හේතු වාසනා වේවා කියලා සාදු කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු. අවසාන වශයෙන් විශේෂයෙන් මද දවසේදී ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරයේහි විහාරාධීශ්වර අවසරයි නම කියන්නට මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍යයේ ප්‍රධාන සංඝ නායක අපේ නායක හාමුදුරුව බොගොඩ සීලමිල නායක ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ඒ වගේම රාහුල ධර්ම විද්‍යාලය ආදීහි මූලික කටයුතු සිදු කරන අපේ තවුලම බන්දුල පඬිතු හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ ඒ වගේම අපේ කස්සප පඬිතු හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ ඇතුළුව මහා සංඝයා වහන්සේගේ ආවාදන ශාසන ඇතුව කටයුතු කරන සදහවත් වුණත් ඔබ හැමදෙනාටමත් අපේ ස්වාමීන්ද්‍රයන් වහන්සේලාට ඔබ හැමදෙනාගේම නමින් මියගිය සියල්ලෝ මෙපින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. සුවපත් සංසාර ගමනක කෙලවර නිවන් සුව පිණිස මේ පුණ්‍ය ඵල ධර්මයන් හේතු වාසනා කරගනිත්වා කියලා සාදු කියලා පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනා. ඒ වගේම අපේ හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේලා ඇතුළු සදහවත් පින්වත් ඔබ හැමදෙනාටම විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණානිසංස හේතු වාසනා වේවා. පෞත්‍ර වසංගත තත්වයෙන් මිදී සුවපත් ජීවිතයක් ගෙවන්නට සුවපත් සංසාර ගමනක කෙලවර අමා මහ නිවන් සුව පිණිස මේ පුණ්‍ය ඵල ධර්මයන් හේතු වාසනා වේවා සාදු කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා. බහුතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ බුද්ධානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ බහුතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ ධම්මානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ බහුතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ සංඝානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ.
මම පටන් ගන්නද? මෙහිදී මගේ යුතුයකමක් තිබෙනවා. අපේ පූජ්‍ය කත්නෝරුවේ විනීත අපේ හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට කෘතඥ වීම මගේ යුතුයකමක්. ඉතා කෙටි දැනුම්දීමකින් අපේ මේ සංඝමිත්තා දවසේ වැඩසටහනට ඉතා අලංකාරවත් කරන්න මේ වැඩසටහන ඉතාම කාලෝචිත ධර්ම දේශනාවක් පවත්වන්න උන්වහන්සේ පිළිගත්තේ ආරාධනාව. ඒ බාරගත් ආරාධනාව ඒ විදිහට ඉෂ්ට කිරීම පිළිබඳව මම අතිශයින්ම මගේ හෘදයාංගම ස්තුතිය කෘතඥතාවය මේ ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ සිට අප දායක පින්නතුන් වෙනුවෙනුත් මහා සංඝරත්නය වෙනුවෙනුත් මම උන්වහන්සේට පිරිනැමීමට කැමැතියි. දැන් වෙලාව ලංකාවේ රාත්‍රී 12ට කිට්ටු නැත්නම් රාත්‍රී 11යි වෙලාව මධ්‍යම රාත්‍රියට කිට්ටුයි. මෙතෙක් වෙලා උන්වහන්සේ මේ කාලය ව්‍යය කරේ අපේ ආරාධනාවට ගෞරව කිරීමටත් අප දායක පින්නතුන්ට මේ දවසේ මේ වැඩසටහනට යම්කිසි සහභාගී දායකත්වයක් දැක්වීමටත් උන්වහන්සේ ඉදිරිපත් වීම නිසා කාලයක් මේ විහාරස්ථානයේ ඉඳගෙන ධර්ම දූත සේවාවේ යෙදුණ හැටි අපිට ඉතාම හොඳින් මතකයි. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා උන්වහන්සේගේ ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මේ දේශනාව අතිශයින්ම කාලෝචිතයි, සුමధుරයි, සරලයි. ඒ වගේම අපි හැමෝටම ගිහි පැවිදි ඒ වගේම ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ සෑම දෙනාටම සමාජයට ඊටාම ගැළපෙන ධර්ම දේශනාවක් අද කාන්තා දිනේදී පැවැත්වූ බව ඔබ අප හැම දෙනාම දන්නවා. උන්වහන්සේට හෙට විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ උගන්වීමේ කටයුතු පවා තියෙද්දී මේ මධ්‍යම රාත්‍රිය දක්වා නිදි වරාගෙන මේ කරන ලද සේවය අපි තාම කෘතඥතාවයෙන් සිහිපත් කරමින් අපේ හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේටත් කිසි කරදරයක් ලෙඩක් දුකක් නොවේවා, අපලයක් උපද්‍රවයක් නොවේවා, මේ භයානක කාලයේ කිසිම කරදරයක් උපද්‍රවයක් නොවේවා. අද දවසේ අප කරන ලද්දා වූ මේ මහා පින්කමේ පින් ඔබ වහන්සේට දානුමෝදන් කරලා නිදුක් නිරෝගී චිරජීවනය සහ සියලු කටයුතු හොඳින් පවත්වාගෙන යාමේ ශක්තිය ධෛර්යය ලැබේවා කියලා මම ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ සිට අපේ විනීත හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ වෙත පිරිනමනවා. බොහොම පින් සිද්ධ වේවා. මීළඟ කරුණ තමයි අපේ වැඩසටහනේ තියෙන්නේ බෝධි පූජාව පැවැත්වීම. බෝධි පූජාවක් පැවැත්වීමේ ප්‍රධාන කාරණා දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි බෝධීන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට වැඩමවාගෙන ආපු දවස නිසා බෝධි පූජාවක් පැවැත්වීමට, බෝධියට ගරු කිරීමට. දෙවෙනි කාරණේ මේ ලෝකේ පුරා පැතිරී තියෙන මහා වසංගත භයානක රෝගයෙන් මුළු ලෝකේ නිදහස් වේවා, මේ හැමෝටම නිරෝගීව ඉන්න ආශිර්වාදය ලැබේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවෙන් මේ පින්දා මම ආරාධනා කළේ අපේ කළුගොම්මිය කස්සප පොඩි ආමුදුන් වහන්සේට. උන්වහන්සේගේ බෝධි පූජා පින්කමට නැත්නම් බෝධි පූජාවට අපි සියලු දෙනාම දැන් සහභාගී වෙමු.
අපි සියලු දෙනාම දැන් අද උදෑසන සිට පින්කම් මාලාවකට සහභාගී වෙලා එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ වර්ෂයේ මේ මාසයේ මේ උදුවප්පුර 15ක පොහොය මූලික කරගෙන ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ මගින් සිද්ධ කරපු සංඝමිත්තා දින පොහොය වැඩසටහනේ අවසාන අංගය හැටියට අද දවසටම සම්බන්ධ වෙන නායක හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ සඳහන් කරපු ආකාරයට ඒ බෝධිද්‍රුම රාජානන් වහන්සේගේ ලංකාද්වීපා ගමනය සිහිපත් කරමින් බෝධීන් වහන්සේට අපේ ගෞරවය නමස්කාරය පුද කිරීමවස් බෝධි පූජාවක් පවත්වලා අප සියලු දෙනාටම ආශිර්වාද ලබා ගැනීමටත් ඒ වගේම මුළු මහත් ලෝක සත්වයාට ලෝකයට ආශිර්වාද සිත සාන්තිය ප්‍රාර්ථනා කිරීමටත් තමයි දැන් අපි මේ සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. බෞද්ධ අපි සියලු දෙනාටම බෝධි පූජාව කියන කාරණය ඊටාම හුරු පුරුදු අපි ඊටාම කැමැත්තෙන් කරන එක්තරා පින්කමක්. වගේම එක්තරා බෞද්ධ ශාන්ති කර්මයක්. එදා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ජීවමානව වැඩ සිටින කාලයේම ආනන්ද හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේගේ මූලිකත්වයෙන් ආනන්ද බෝධිය රෝපණය කරන්නට යෙදුණා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ අනුදැනුම පරිදි. බුදුහාමුදුරුව වෙනුවට වන්දනාමාන කිරීමේ පාරිභෝගික වස්තුවක් හැටියට ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවම තමයි අනුදැන වදාලේ තමන් වහන්සේ නැති අවස්ථාවකදී උන්වහන්සේ වෙනුවට තමන්ට සම්බෝධිය ලබා ගැනීමට සෙවන දුන් මේ උතුම් බෝධිද්‍රුම රාජානන් වහන්සේට ගරු කිරීම තුලින් වන්දනා කිරීම තුලින් අපිට සිතක් ශාන්තියක් ආශිර්වාදයක් ලබා ගන්නට පුළුවන් කියලා. එදා මෙදා තුර මේ වසර 2600කට අධික කාලයක් මුළුල්ලේ බෞද්ධ ජනතාව උතුම් විජයශ්‍රී ජයසිරි මහා බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේ මූලික කරගෙන ලෝකයේ පුරාම උන්වහන්සේගේ ශාඛාවන් රෝපණය කරගෙන ඒවට පුද පූජා සත්කාර කරමින් වන්දනා ගරු සම්මාන පවත්වමින් ඒ ආශිර්වාදය ලබා ගන්නවා. ලාංකිකයන් හැටියට අපිට එහි විශේෂ අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. අද වගේ පුර 15ක පොහොය දවසක එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි මේ සිහිපත් කරන උඳුවප්පුර 15ක පොහොය දවසක වගේ දවසක අපේ රටට ලංකාද්වීපයට සංගමිත්තරණිය විසින් ඒ උතුම් විජයශ්‍රී ජයසිරි මහා බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේගේ දක්ෂිණ ශාඛාව වැඩම කරවලා අනුරාධපුර මහමෙවුනාවේ රෝපණය කරපු නිසා එදා මෙදා තුර අපි කාලයේදී අපි සියලු දෙනාම බෝධින් වහන්සේ වන්දනාමාන කරමින් සුවිශේෂී ස්ථානයක් බෝධින් වහන්සේට ලබා දෙමින් අපි බෝධියේ ඒ ආශිර්වාදය ලබා ගන්නවා. ඒ නිසා ඒ සියලුම කාරණා සිහිපත් කරගෙන අපේ මේ විහාරස්ථානයේ වැඩ සිටින මේ බෝධින් වහන්සේ ඒ සම්බන්ධයක් තිබෙන උතුම් විජයශ්‍රී ජයසිරි මහා හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට සම්බන්ධ බෝධින් වහන්සේ නමක් වැඩ සිටින්නේ. උන්වහන්සේ සිහිපත් කරගෙන පරාමර්ශනය කරගෙන ඒ දඹදිව බුද්ධ ගයාවේ වැඩ සිටින බෝධීන් වහන්සේත් අනුරාධපුර මහමෙවුනාවේ වැඩ සිටින බෝධීන් වහන්සේත් අපේ විහාරස්ථානයේ වැඩ සිටින බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේ ඇතුළු මේ ලෝක පුරා වැඩ සිටින බෝධීන් වහන්සේලා මූලික කරගෙන මේ විහාරස්ථානයේ ඉඳගෙන පෙහෙවස් සමාදන් වෙච්ච ඒ වගේ මේ වැඩසටහනට සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච අපි සියලු දෙනාම වන්දනාමාන කරලා අපේ ගෞරවය අපේ පූජාවන් පවත්වලා අපේ සත්කාර සම්මාන පළ කරලා බෝධීන් වහන්සේගේ ආශිර්වාදය අපිට ලැබේවා. විශේෂයෙන් මේ මොහොතේදී අපි සියලු දෙනාමත් ඇතුළුව මුළු මහත් ලෝක සත්‍යාම මුහුණ දීලා තිබෙන මේ වසංගත තත්වයෙන් අත් මිදෙන්නට මේන් මිදිලා අපිට සිත සාන්තිය ලබා ගැනීමට නිරෝගී භාවය උදා කර ගැනීමට ඒ ශක්තියක් වේවා ඒ ආශිර්වාදයක් වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් හිතේ තියාගෙන අපි සියලු දෙනාම මේ ගාථාවන් මේ කවි සජ්ජායනා කරලා මේ සකස් කරගත්ත මල් පහන් ගිලම්පස ආදී පූජාවන් බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේට පූජා කරලා කෙටි බෝධි පූජාවක් පවත්වමු. සාදු සාදු සාදු. නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස. නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස. නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස. ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති ස්වාක්කාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සංදිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඒහි පස්සිකෝ ඕපනයිකෝ පච්චක්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤුහිති. සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස යුගානි අට්ඨ පුරිස පුග්ගලා ඒස භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ ආහුනෙය්‍යෝ පාහුනෙය්‍යෝ දක්ඛිනෙය්‍යෝ අංජලි කරනෙය්‍යෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤක්කෙත්තං ලෝකස්සාති සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි දැන් මේ සකස් කරගත් සියලුම පූජාවන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උදෙසාත් ඒ වගේම උන්වහන්සේට බුද්ධත්වයේ ලබා ගැනීමට මහෝපකාරී උතුම් ජයශ්‍රී ජයශ්‍රී මහා බෝධිරාජාණන් වහන්සේ ඇතුළු බෝධීන් වහන්සේලා උදෙසාත් පූජා කරනවා පූජා වේවා කියන අදහසින් මේ ගාථාවන් කියලා මේ පූජාවන් පවත්වමු. වන්න ගන්ධ ගුණෝපේතං ඒතං කුසුම සංතතින් පූජයාමි මුනිං දස්ස සිරිපාද සරෝරුහේ පූජේමි බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේ නච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති යතයි ධම්මේ කායෝ තථායාති විනාශ භාවං සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං පුප්පේනේ තේන සාදරං ඝනසාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදංසිනා තිලෝක දීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං දීපේනේ තේන සාදරං ගන්ධ සම්භාර යුත්තේන දූපේනාහං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයං තං පූජා භාජන මුත්තමං සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං දූපේනේ තේන සාදරං සුගන්ධං සීතලං කප්පං පසන්න මధుරං සුභං පානීය මේතං භගවා පතිගන්නාතු මුත්තම සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං පානීයේන සාදරං අධිවාසේතු නොබන්තේ ගිලාන පච්චයං ඉමං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු මුත්තම සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං ගිලාන පච්චේන සාදරං අධිවාසේතු නොබන්තේ භේසජ්ජං පරිකප්පිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු මුත්තම සේවිතං ධම්ම රාජේන පත්තුං සංබෝධි මුත්තමං පූජේමි බෝධි රාජානං භේසජ්ජේන සාදරං අධිවාසේතු නොභන්තේ සබ්බං සද්ධාය පූජිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්නාතු උත්තම සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි සියලු දෙනාම දැන් උතුම් විජයශ්‍රී ජයශ්‍රී මහා බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේට මාගේ නමස්කාරය පුද කරනවා නාගේ නමස්කාරය වේවා කියන අදහසින් ගාථාවන් කියලා බෝධින් වහන්සේ වන්දනා කරමු. යස්ස මූලේ නිසින්නෝව සබ්බාරි විජයං අකා පත්තෝ සබ්බං යුතං සත්තා වන්දේ තං බෝධිපාදපං ඉමේ ඒතේ මහා බෝධි ලෝකනාතේන පූජිතා අහම්පිතේ නමස්සාමි බෝධිරාජා නමත්තුතේ ඉන්දනීල වන්න පත්ත සේත කන්ද බාසුරං සත්තු නෙත්ත පංකජාහි පූජිතග්ග සාතදං අග්ග බෝධි නාම වාම දේව රුක්ඛ සන්නිබං තං විසාල බෝධිපාද පන්නමාමි සබ්බදා මහියංගනං නාගදීපං කල්යාණං පදලාංචනං දිවාගුහං දීගවාපි චේතියං චමුතියංගනං තිස්ස මහා විහාරං ච බෝධින් මරිච වට්ටියං ස්වන්නමාලී මහා චේතින් තූපාරාම භයාගිරින් ජේතවනං සේල චේතින් තථාකාචර ගාමකං ඒතේ සෝල සඨානානි අහං වන්දාමි සබ්බදා සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි මේ සිංහල කවි ගායනා කරමින් බෝධීන් වහන්සේට අපගේ ගෞරවය අපගේ නමස්කාරය පූජා කරමු. රන්වන් පාටින් දලුලන බෝධිය නිල්වන් පාටින් කොළලන බෝධිය ගෞතම මුනි දුන් පිට දුන් බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය දඹදිව් තලයේ හටගත් බෝධිය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට වැඩමෙව් බෝධිය ගෞතම මුනි දුන් පිට දුන් බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය දඹදිව් තලයේ හටගත් බෝධිය සංඝමිත්තරණින් ගෙන වැඩි බෝධිය ගෞතම මුනි දුන් පිට දුන් බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය දඹදිව් තලයේ හටගත් බෝධිය මහමෙවුනාවේ රෝපිත බෝධිය ගෞතම මුනි දුන් පිට දුන් බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය දෙව්ලොව දෙවියන් පුද කළ බෝධිය නාලොව සතියක් පුදලාද බෝධිය දෙනෝදහක් දේන වඳිනා බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය අපිත් වදිමු ජය සිරි මහා බෝධිය සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි චෛත්‍යරාජානන් වහන්සේලා වන්දනා කරමු. වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානේසු පතිට්ඨිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහා බෝධින් බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි බෝධිරාජානන් වහන්සේගේ අනන්ත ගුණයන් සිහිපත් කරලා ඒ වගේම එදා බෝධිද්රුම රාජානන් වහන්සේ අභියස සෙවණේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ බෝසතාණන් වහන්සේ උතුම් සම්මා සම්බෝධිය ලබා ගත්තා. මේ සම්මා සම්බෝධිය ලබා ගන්න අවස්ථාවේදී එතනට රැස් වුණා වූ සියලු දෙවියන් ප්‍රීති ഘോഷා කළා. ඒ වගේම මහා මරුන් පරාජයට පත් කරමින් උතුම් සම්මා සම්බෝධිය ලබා ගත්තා වූ සත්‍ය කාරණය සිහිපත් කරමින් සත්‍යක්‍රියා කරමින් අපට ඔබට ඒ වගේම ඔබගේ පවුල්වල දූ දරුවන් ඇතුළු සෑම කෙනෙකුටම ඒ වගේම ඥාති හිත මිත්‍රාදීන්ට ඒ වගේම මේ මුළු මහත් ලෝකයට ලෝක සත්වයාට යහපතක් වේවා සෙතක් වේවා ආශිර්වාදයක් වේවා ජයග්‍රහණයක් වේවා නිරෝගීතාවය උදා වේවා දුක් කරදර කම්කටොළු බාධක දුරු වේවා කියන කරුණාබරිත චේතනාවන් ඇති කරගෙන අපි සත්‍යක්‍රියා කිරීමට මේ ගාථාවන් කියමු. ජයෝ මුනිං දස්ස සුබෝධි මූලේ අහෝසි මාරස්ස පරාජයෝහි උග්ගෝසයුං දේව ඝනාපසන්නා ඒතේන සච්චේන ජයස්සු මයිහං ජයෝ මුනිං දස්ස සුබෝධි මූලේ අහෝසි මාරස්ස පරාජයෝහි උග්ඝෝසයුං දේව ඝනාපසන්නා ඒතේන සච්චේන ජයස්සු මයිහං ජයෝ මුනිං දස්ස සුබෝධි මූලේ අහෝසි මාරස්ස පරාජයෝහි උග්ඝෝසයුං දේව ඝනාපසන්නා ඒතේන සච්චේන ජයස්සු මයිහං ඒතේන සච්චේන ජයස්සු තුයිහං ඒතේන සච්චේන ජයස්සු තුයිහං සාදු සාදු සාදු. ඒ වගේම අපි දැන් අනන්ත සසර පටන් මේ මොහොත දක්වාම අපගේ සිත කය වචනය කියන ద్వාරත්‍රයෙන් යම් කිසි වරදක් ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නයට සිදු වී ඇතනම් ඒ සියලු අර්ධ ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නය අපට ක්ෂමා කෙරෙත්වා කියන චේතනාවෙන් යුක්තව තෙරුවන් ක්ෂමා කරගනිමු. කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කම මේ භන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කම මේ ධම්ම සංදිට්ඨික අකාලික කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කම මේ සංඝ සුපටිපන්න අනුත්තර සාදු සාදු සාදු. අපි දැන් දෙවියන්ට පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනා කරමු. මේ ලෝක ශාසනය ආරක්ෂා කරන්නා වූ සියලුම සම්‍යක් දෘෂ්ටික දෙවියන් අපි මේ සිද්ධ කරා වූ බෝධි පූජා පින්කමේ ආනිසංසයන් වගේම අද දවස පුරාවටම සිද්ධ කරගත්තා වූ දාන සීල භාවනා ආදී පුණ්‍ය ක්‍රියාවන්හි ජනිත සියලු ආශිර්වාදයන් දෙවියන් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. විශේෂයෙන් බෝධි රාජානන් වහන්සේට අධිග්‍රහිත කළු බණ්ඩාර දේවතාවුන් වහන්සේ ඇතුළු සියලුම සම්‍යක් දෘෂ්ටික දෙවියෝ මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. දෙවියන්ගේ දිවයිසුරු අඩාවර්ධනය කරගනිත්වා. මේ ලෝකය සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ ශාසනය ආරක්ෂා කර දෙත්වා. විශේෂයෙන් ඔබ ඒ වගේම අප සියලු දෙනාමත් ලෝක සත්වයාත් ආරක්ෂා කර දෙීමෙන් ලෝකයට සෙතක් දෙවියන්ගේ ආශිර්වාදයෙන් ලැබේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවෙන් අපි දෙවියන්ට පින් අනුමෝදන් කරමු. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක සාසනං ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු මං පරං එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්පදං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පatti සිද්ධියා එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්පදං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ භූතා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පatti සිද්ධියා එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්පදං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ සත්තා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පatti සිද්ධියා දේවෝ වස්සතු කාලේන සස්ස සම්පatti හේතුච පීතෝ භවතු ලෝකෝච රාජා භවතු ධම්මිකෝ ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමු සතං සමාගමෝ හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තියා සාදු සාදු සාදු.
තමයි වන්දනාව නේද? සිල්දාවනේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා පන්සල්. Good evening. Now we are going to wind up our program today. I would like to administer 5 precepts. Then we do little vandana and do chanting and punyanumodana. I'm so happy because it was a very good program, so successful. With that feeling of happiness, I would like to ask you to say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa 3 times. Buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Sangham saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi dhammam saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi sangham saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi dhammam saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi sangham saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Pānātipātā viramani sikkhapadan samadhiyāmi. Adinādāna viramani sikkhapadan samadhiyāmi. Kāmesu micchācārā Veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyāmi. Musāvādā veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyāmi. Surāmīraya majjapamā daṭṭānā veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyāmi. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Vandana. We do the chanting now. We have pay homage to the Bodhi and the Buddha by Venerable Kassapa's Kassapa in his Bodhi Puja. Now we are going to do the chanting to give blessings to everyone, to the world. May the world be free from this COVID disease. May the world get good health and protection from all the dangers. සියලු දෙනාටම ආශිර්වාද පිණිස මහා සංඝරත්නය දැන් පිරිත් දේශනාවක් පවත්වනවා මේ සංඝමිත්තා දිනයේ අවසාන මේ පුණ්‍ය ක්‍රියාව හැටියට. නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස ඉතිපිසෝ භගවාන් අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්ම සාරති සත්තා දේව මනුසානම් බුද්ධෝ භගවාති ස්වාක්ඛාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සම්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ එහි පස්සිකෝ ඕපනයිකෝ අච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝහිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සාවක සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සාවක සංඝෝ ඥාය පටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස යුගානි අට්ඨ පුරිස පුක්ඛලායේස භගවතෝ සාවක සංඝෝ පාහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි කරණේයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤක්ඛේතං ලෝකස්සාති සච්ච වාජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං ඒතේන සච්ච වාජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං ඒතේන සච්ච වාජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං කාරුණිකෝ නාතෝ හිතාය සබ්බ පානිනං පුරෙත්වා පාරමී සබ්බා වත්තෝ සම්බෝධි මුත්තමං ඒතේන සච්ච රාජ්‍යේන හෝතු තේ ජය මංගලං ජයන්තෝ බෝධියා මූලේ සක්ඛ්‍යානං නන්දි වද්දනෝ එවං තුයං ජයෝතු ජයස්සු ජය මංගලං සක්කත්වා බුද්ධ රතනං මෝසදං උත්තමං වරං හිතං දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධ තේජේන සොත්තිනානස්සන්තු පද්දවා සබ්බේ දුක්ඛා උපසමෙන්තු තේ සකත්වා ධම්ම රතනං මෝසදං උත්තමං වරං පරිණාමෝපසමනං ධම්ම තේජේන සොත්තිනානස්සන්තු පද්දවා සබ්බේ භයා උපසමෙන්තු තේ සකත්වා සංඝ රතනං මෝසදං උත්තමං වරං ආහුනේයං පාහුනේයං Saranam loke vijjati vividha putu ratanam sangha samannati tasma sotti bhavantu te nati me saranam anyam buddho mi saranam varam etena satya vajjena hotu te jaya mangalam nati me saranam anyam dhammo me saranam varam etena satya vajjena hotu te jaya mangalam nati me saranam anyam sangho me saranam varam etena satya vajjena hotu te jaya mangalam sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu mate bhavattvantarayo sukhi dikayuko bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te. I would like to share the merits with to everyone, those who have contributed for the program today. As I mentioned today, I am very happy because our program, Sanghamitta Day program, was so good and so successful. I would like to share the merits with the speakers today who have contributed for the program. Our resident monks, Venerable Bandula Thera, Venerable Kasapa Thera, and myself, we have contributed for the program. It is our actually duty for our Dayakas and for the Vihara. At the same time, I am very grateful to Venerable Ajahn Amaro, who received my invitation to provide a speaker for the day, as we always received the blessings from Amravati for the Women's Day. Today, Ajahn Sister Chandasiri has given and had given an excellent talk for the day. I am very grateful to Ajahn Amaro and to Ajahn Sister Chandasiri. Also, Most Venerable Katnorwe Vinita Thero, senior lecturer in the University of Jayawardhanapura. Although it was a very short notice, he kindly, very in a humble way, he accepted the invitation and contributed, giving 5 excellent talk, very relevant for all of us. Actually, it has changed our attitude towards the society, towards ladies, and towards entire society. It was so good, so excellent desana he had given to us. And thank you very much for the sisters, the ladies of Past Pupil Association of Milagiri St. Paul's College. The girls, they have come and offered dani and also contributed for the program, and offered Buddha Puja and sponsored for the day. I'm very thankful to them in this year as well as they have done in previous years as well. So they sponsored for the puja. Thank you so much, and the I know the college school, that was a mixed school, means there are girls from, there are girls, Buddhist girls, Hindu girls, and Christian girls, and also Muslim girls as well. All here, the Muslim girls and other Hindu girls also supported for the program, I was told. I'm very, I deeply appreciate their contribution. Also, I'm very grateful to the monks. Venerable Bandula Thera has circulated the emails to everyone, information passed to Dayakas for the event. Also, Venerable Kasapatero has given a wonderful job providing this online service. Yes. Also, I want to, yes, Venerable Kasapatero has provided the facilities for online service today, and also this setup was done by Venerable Kasapatero. Very grateful to him as well. I forgot to mention Dr. Upali Abesiri also contributed for the discussion. I'm very thankful to him as well. He usually almost every program he contribute in discussion of the Dhamma. Also, I want to thank to the Dayakas who have joined with the program. Without their participation, this would be not successful. So we need more participants actually for the next year programs. We expect more participants for our programs. So therefore, we very happy and thankful to all the participants for the program. Also, our Dayakas and coordinators also supported. They have contributed, and our trustees of the London Buddhist Vihara, always they are concerned about these programs and help in various ways and give their opinions how to make a successful events. So Mr. Gamini Abe Amrasekara was here in the morning supporting Venerable Kasapa for this online service. I'm very much thankful to him and to our trustees. And my heartfelt thanks extend to the trustees of Anagarika Dharmapala Trust, their support, and also our founder, Anagarika Dharmapala, great founder. May he share our merits, may he enjoy his heavenly experience, may he attain peace of Nibbana. May you all share these merits. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. May loke pavatina bhayanaka virusයට මේ ලෝකේ මුණ දීලා ඉන්න වෙලාවක මේ කරන පින් දහම් වලින් ඔබට ආශිර්වාදය ලැබේවා. ඔබට දුකක් කරදරයක් නොවේවා. ඔබට නරක ආරංචියක් නොලැබේවා කියලා අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. සියලු දෙනාටම නිරෝගීව ඉන්න ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නයේ ආශිර්වාදයත් මේ අද දවසේ මේ සිද්ධාස්ථානයේ සිදු කරන ලද්දා වූ මහා පින්කම් මාලාවේ ආශිර්වාදයත් ලැබේවා. අවසාන පොයේ දවසේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ ඔබ සමග අපි සමග එකතු වෙලා මේ පින්කම කරන්න ලැබීම ඊටාම ලොකු සතුටක් භාග්‍යයක් හැටියට අපට හැඟෙනවා, අපට දැනෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම ස්තුති කරමින් කෘතඥ වෙමින් හැම දෙනාටම පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාව පවත්වමින් මේ පින් දෙවි දේවතාවෝද අනුමෝදන් වෙලා අපට ආශිර්වාද කෙරෙත්වා කියලා අවසන් කරනවා. එතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවානුදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා. එතාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං උදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා. එතාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතං පුඤ්ඤ සත්තානුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා දේවෝ වස්සතු කාලේන සම්පත්ති තුච්ච පීතෝ භවතු ලෝකෝච තු සම්මිකෝ. සියලු දෙනාටම තෙරුවන් සරණයි. හෙට දවස අපි මේ හෝම්ලස් අයට අපේ දානේ එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කන්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් එකක් දෙනවා මේ ක්‍රිස්මස් වෙනුවෙන්. ඔබ කැමති නම් පහසුවක් තිබේ නම් හෙට හවස ඔබගේ කන්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් එක ගෙනත් විහාරස්ථානයෙන් තබන්න. අපි ඊළඟ දවස් දෙක ඇතුළත මේ පන්සලෙත් එකතු වෙලා තියෙනවා තවත් සර්ප්ලස් ටිකක් තියෙනවා අපේ දායකයෝ ගෙනල්ලා පූජා කරපුවා. ඒවත් සමග එකතු කරලා කන්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් එකක් දෙනවා ඇක්ටන් හෝම්ලස් එකට මේ සෙන්ටර් එකට අපේ ක්‍රිස්මස් සත්කාරය හැටියට. ඔබ සැමට තෙරුවන් සරණ ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අවසానයි.